Chapter 15. The Cost. The first charge went, and Spindrift's Ring 4 came apart along a seam the chart swore was solid, and Marco Salazar had the tender's nose into the gap before the debris had finished deciding which way to fall. Inside the tender it was quiet, which was wrong, which was the tell. He'd stopped joking somewhere 2 minutes back without noticing, the way you stop hearing your own heart, and now there was only the work and the bad geometry and the orbital tumbling at him out of every window at once. Spindrift didn't keep the ecliptic. Spindrift didn't keep anything. It rolled on its own private axis as it had for 40 years, and now a section of it was venting, and the roll had a new wobble in it where the mass had changed, and a venting structure on a wobbling spin was a thing no simulator had ever bothered to teach because no sane pilot would ever fly inside one. Salazar flew inside it. The gap was a torn mouth in the burgundy torus, atmosphere boiling out of it in a silver banner that the spin smeared into a curve. And somewhere behind the banner were the salvage tugs that hadn't got clear, and a flagship's worth of people upstream depending on him to thin a death trap that was thickening by the second. He took the tender in along the curve of the plume, not across it. Across it was where the venting gas grabbed you and shoved. Along it was where the shove ran with your line instead of against it. Tampa. You learned the curve when you couldn't afford the wall. He let the plume carry the nose and kept his hands off the yoke as much as a man could keep his hands off a yoke while flying into a structure that was trying to come apart on top of him. And the tender slid through the torn mouth on the gas's own logic and into the dark inside the ring. "Lodestar, tender's inside Ring 4, he said, and his voice came out level and exact, and entirely without him in it. "I have 2 tugs against the inner wall, and a third adrift. The adrift one's spinning. Hartley, talk to me about the spin." "It's the mass shift." Hartley, dry, fast, the Manchester flat in it, doing the thing it did when she was holding a problem at arm's length so it couldn't bite her. "Ring 4 lost a section, so the whole orbital center of mass walked. Your adrift tug's riding the new spin, and the spin's not done settling. Don't match its tumble. You'll chase it round the ring all day. Get under it and take it off the top, the slow face, when the slow face comes round." "When's the slow face come round?" Counting. A beat. 12 seconds. Mark. 12 seconds inside a venting ring was a small eternity, and Salazar spent it not dying, holding the tender against the orbital's roll and the station-keeping thrust that one races at Brightfall, and meant something entirely else here, with people behind the wall and a tug full of them turning over and over in the dark in front of him. The Brightfall flying was a toy. This was the toy's bill. He held the line and watched the spinning tug come round, the work lamps along its hull strobing as it turned, faces in the cockpit catching the light and losing it, catching and losing, and he counted with Hartley under his breath without meaning to. "Slow face," Hartley said. "Now." Salazar took it off the top. Salazar brought the tender up under the tug's slow face as it rolled level for half a second, kissed the sling clamp onto its dorsal spine like Quint kissing the boundary at Brightfall, close enough to read the hand-painted name on its nose, Marievka, somebody's whole life, somebody's mother's name, probably. And the clamp bit, and the tug stopped tumbling and started coming with him instead. 2 faces in the Marievka's cockpit went from terror to something that wasn't terror. He didn't let himself look at that. You didn't look at that mid-flight. Looking at that was how you flew into a wall while a stranger was grateful at you. "Marievka's clamped," Salazar said, coming out the mouth. "Lodestar, I need the sling crew on the spine clamp ready to take her the second I clear the structure. I'm not stopping inside this thing." "Sling crew's ready," said Ackerman, flat, from the bridge. "Bring her out, Lieutenant." Salazar brought her out. Back along the plume's curve, the clamped tug trailing off the tender's belly like a thing being carried in a held breath, the torn mouth widening behind them as he cleared it, and then the open dark, and the Lodestar's honor-lit hull above, and the sling crew reaching out across the gap to take the Marievka off his clamp. Two off the Marievka, alive. He felt the small, clean thing land in his spine before his head caught up, and set it down, because the bridge channel was already filling with the next thing, and the next thing was worse. The next thing was Winter. "Lieutenant," the boy's voice on the channel, pitched up half a step the way it went when he was being careful, when he was holding it together by holding it formal. "Lieutenant, Commander Ackerman sent me down the trunk to the spine clamp to help the sling crew receive, and the pressure alarm's gone on the trunk, and the inner hatch has sealed, and I'm the wrong side of it with the sling crew. We're four, we're in the clamp gallery, and the gallery's reading vacuum adjacent, and the hatch won't override." The clamp gallery. Salazar had the geometry before Winter finished it. The narrow, pressurized throat where the Lodestar's sling reached out to Spindrift's docking spine, the place a man stood to receive a clamped hull by hand, and a place that had a thin skin between it and the dark, because it had to reach out past the hull to do its job. The second charge had gone 2 rings over while he was bringing the Mariovka out. The orbital had flinched. A seal somewhere along the spine had decided it was no longer sure of itself, and now there were 4 people in a thin-skinned gallery on the wrong side of a sealed hatch with the pressure walking down around them. "Winter!" Salazar put the tender's nose around toward the spine. The joking that hadn't been there for minutes now, gone to a place underneath even that. "Don't touch the hatch. Don't try to override it. The hatch ceiling is the only thing keeping your gallery's air where your air is. You hear me?" "I hear you." A breath on the channel, the kind a person takes to keep their voice flat. "It's reading vacuum adjacent, Lieutenant. There's a stress reading on the outer skin of the gallery, frame 6. It's not holding. The readouts—" "Hartley?" "I see it." Hartley. And the dryness had a thing under it now that Salazar had heard exactly twice before and never wanted to hear again. "Frame 6 on the clamp gallery. The skin's compromised. It's not blown. It's deciding. Marco, if frame 6 goes, that gallery vents, and the inner hatch holds, which means it vents with them in it, and the rest of the ship's fine. The ship's protocol is working exactly right. It's working right at 4 people. How long does frame 6 have?" "I don't know. Minutes. Less. It's not a number. It's holding because nothing's pushed on it. Anything pushes on it." Anything pushed on it. The orbitals roll. The next charge. The drive wash off his own tender if he came in stupid. 4 people in a thin box with a wall that was deciding, and the only way to them was past the very stress they couldn't afford anyone to add. Salazar did what he was for. "Winter, here's what's happening," he said, and kept it level, because the boy needed level, because a frightened 24-year-old in a venting box needed the voice that meant somebody competent has the controls, even when the somebody competent was working out the maths in the half-second he had. "I'm going to put the tender against the outside of your gallery, over frame 6, and I'm going to brace it. The skin's deciding whether to hold. I'm going to help it decide. I put the tender's belly flat against the gallery's outer skin and hold it there with the thrusters, and the tender becomes the wall frame 6 doesn't have. You understand? I'm going to be your hull." A silence on the channel. Someone being told the help was coming from a direction that sounded insane. "You're gonna push on it," Winter said. "Hartley said don't push on it." "I'm going to push on it evenly and toward you, which holds it shut instead of pulling it open." Salazar brought the tender around the spine's curve, slow, slow, the orbital rolling under him, frame 6 coming up on the gallery's outer skin as a patched gray panel with a stress bloom spidering across it that he did not like even a little. It's the difference between leaning on a cracked door and standing your shoulder against it. Same door, opposite outcomes. Hartley, tell me I'm right. You're right, Hartley, fast, certain, choosing it like Ackerman chose things. Even pressure inward, hold it against the frame, it buys them the seal the frame can't make. Marco, you hold that, you can't fly. You're parked against a vent skin with your belly. You move, it goes. You hold position or you kill them. Then I hold position. Salazar flew the tender's belly flat against the gallery's outer skin, against the orbital's roll, against the slow tumble that wanted to peel him off, and held it there on the station-keeping that had been a party trick at Brightfall and was now the only thing between 4 people and the dark. He couldn't see them. He could hear them. Vinter's breathing on the channel, and behind it the sling crew. 3 voices keeping each other steady. Somebody saying, all right, like the rig medic had. Look at me, not at it. He held the tender on the skin and felt frame 6 come up through the hull like the spanner rhythm had come up through the deck at Brightfall, a thing transmitting through the metal into his hands, except this thing was a wall trying to come apart, and his whole body was the bracing against it, and he held it. Wren's at frame 9, Ackerman said on the bridge channel, somewhere very far away from the skin under his belly. He's deading the charges. Hold what you're holding, Lieutenant. 90 seconds. 90 seconds. He held 90 seconds. He held longer because frame 9 took longer, because everything took longer than the number, and he held the tender against the deciding wall with 4 people breathing on the other side of it, and his hands quiet on the controls, and the orbital rolling and rolling, and the cracked door logic the only prayer he had. Then the pressure alarm went to silence, Wren 2 rings over, deading the charges that Oduya had set, the negatives stacking up the way Hartley read them, couplings holding, seals holding, the spines deaded, and frame 6 stopped deciding because nothing was going to push on it now, and the orbital's roll settled half a degree as the venting died and the clamp gallery held its air. Hatch overrides back, Hartley said. Trunks repressurizing. Venter, the inner hatch will cycle in 30 seconds. You're out. A sound came up the channel from the clamp gallery that Salazar would carry a while. 4 people not screaming, the after noise of people who'd been about to die and weren't, somebody laughing in the wrong way, somebody crying in the right one. Venter's voice came through it, thin and high and trying to be formal and failing. We're out, Lieutenant. The hatch is cycling. We're out. Good, Salazar said. He peeled the tender off the gallery skin, gentle as a held breath, and the skin held behind him, because nothing pushed on it. Good work holding still, Ensign. Holding still's the hardest flying there is. Salazar couldn't save the Sifa. That was the name on the salvage rig's hull, Sifa. Somebody's borrowed name, painted fresh over an older one, as everything on Spindrift was painted over something older. And Salazar got the call about it 30 seconds after he peeled off the gallery, while the small, clean thing of 4 people living was still warm in his chest and hadn't yet learned what it was going to cost. Tender, there's a rig adrift off Ring 4, outer face, the Sifa. Maddox's voice on the channel. The frontier rasp of the man who knew where the clamps were. She was working the breach when the first charge went. Single soul aboard. She's tumbling slow and she's clear of the structure, but she's losing air through a seam and her clamp spine's gone. Your fancy hull can take her. Mine can't reach her in time. You've got maybe 4 minutes of air in her and a tumble, and then it's a recovery, not a rescue. Salazar put the tender around. 4 minutes. A slow tumble, a clear hull, no structure to fly into. After the gallery, it was almost easy. It was the kind of pickup he could do in his sleep. Get under the slow face, kiss the clamp, take it off the top. He had the Sifa on the plot, a small bright mark turning over and over against the dark, and he had the line to it, And he had the time, just, if the tumble cooperated and the air held and nothing else 2 rings over decided to come apart. The tumble cooperated. The air didn't. The tender was 90 seconds out. 90 seconds, the same 90 he'd held against frame 6, the number that was never the number. When the Sci-Fi's seam let go the rest of the way, and the small bright mark on the plot stopped being a hull with air in it and became a hull with the air gone. Maddox said a word on the channel that wasn't for anyone. Hartley said nothing. Salazar flew the last 90 seconds anyway, because you flew it anyway, because until you had the clamp on the hull, you did not get to decide it was a recovery. And he got under the Sci-Fi's slow face and kissed the clamp onto her spine, soft as anything he'd ever flown, perfect, the best clamp of the whole bad day, onto a hull that had had a person in it 4 minutes ago and didn't now. "Sci-Fi's clamped," he said. His voice stayed level past the point where level meant anything. "One soul. I was 90 seconds late. Bringing her in." Lieutenant Ackerman on the bridge channel, careful in a way she was never careful. "You held a vent skin with your hull for 2 minutes, and you brought home a salvage tug off a tumbling structure. You were where you needed to be." "I was 90 seconds late, Commander," Salazar said, and brought the Sci-Fi home, and didn't say the rest, which was that he could have been at the Sci-Fi first, that there had been a fork 2 minutes back where the gallery and the rig were both calls he could have answered, and he'd answered the gallery, and 4 people were alive because of it, and 1 person wasn't, and both of those were true at once, and he was going to have to hold them at once, the way Hartley held a problem at arm's length, except he didn't know how to do that yet. He had never once had to. The bill had never come due. It came due now. The bay after was the bay after. Salazar came in off the tender with his flight suit soaked through and his hands not quite steady, a thing he noticed and filed where he filed things now, in a drawer he hadn't known he had until this afternoon. And he didn't go to the wardroom, and he didn't go to his bunk. He went to the clamp gallery because that was where Vinter would be, and Vinter was where you went when you needed to be near the thing that had gone right, when the thing that had gone wrong was too new to be near yet. The boy was sitting on a feed crate at the edge of the clamp gallery with a cup of the ship's bad coffee going cold in his hands, emptied out the way the survivors of a bad thing sit. And the sling crew had gone wherever sling crews went to be loud about being alive, and it was just Vinter and Salazar and the gallery skin at frame 6 that had held because nobody pushed on it. "You all right?" Salazar said. Not a question. The crew's flat version of it, the permission to not be. "They're saying 6. Vinter didn't look up from the cup. "Petrov's count. 6 dead, and 8 offering 4 who lived, and the 4 of us in the gallery, and the 2 off the Marivka." The boy turned the cup in his hands and didn't drink it, as he'd turned the colonists' drink at Brightfall and not drunk it, a lifetime ago, 3 weeks ago. "I keep doing the sum. 6 dead and 14 alive. That's a good day by the count they keep out here. Vey said that, the rig medic. Good day by the count we keep. And I—" Vinter stopped. Salazar watched it happen because he was looking right at the boy when it did, and it was a thing he'd seen the edges of before and never the whole of, the wonder breaking. Vinter had come aboard with it, the open thing, the lens, the kid who'd said, "There it is," on the bridge channel when the tender rolled at the marker, the only one aboard who still said the frontier was beautiful out loud. He'd matured it across 2 cruises into something that looked at things twice. And now it broke, on a feed crate with cold coffee in his hands, the way a held breath breaks, the wonder still there in his face, and grief coming up through it like the silver plume coming up through the torn mouth of Ring 4, the one not converting cleanly into the other, both of them in his face at once.
"I was glad," Vinter said, and his voice cracked clean across the middle of it. "In the gallery, when the hatch cycled and we were out, I was so glad to be alive. I've never been that glad of anything. It was the most—" The word beautiful came up to the edge of him, and he couldn't say it. Not today, not over 6. And Salazar watched the boy hit the exact place where the thing that made him good at this universe and the thing this universe was going to cost him were the same thing. And then they said 6, and one of them's Tariq, the clinic one, the one with the burn kit who told the captain to mind his boots. He said thank you for the doctor, Imeth told me. He said it like it was the whole of what one side owed the other, and now he's— And I was glad, Lieutenant, I was glad I lived in the same breath, the same actual breath.
"Yeah," Salazar said. "How do you hold both? How do you be glad you lived and—" The boy pressed the heel of his hand to one eye, briefly, the way Tariq had in the clinic. The gesture passed down a chain neither of them knew about. "How do you hold both?" Salazar thought about the fork 2 minutes back. The gallery and the rig, both his to answer. One of them answered. He thought about the best clamp of the whole bad day going onto a hull with the air gone out of it. He thought about how he'd told the boy holding still's the hardest flying there is, and meant it as comfort, and was only now finding out how true it was, the one thing he knew for certain, and that he didn't know how to do it, the holding still, the holding both, the standing his shoulder against the thing instead of leaning on it. "I don't know yet," Salazar said. It cost him to say it. He was the one who knew things, who flew the impossible, who'd never once met a landing he couldn't grease. And he sat down on the feed crate beside the boy and gave him the true thing instead of the warm one, because the warm one had run out somewhere around frame 6. "I'm 30 years old, and I've been the best pilot in every room I've ever walked into, and I've never lost anyone I couldn't outfly, not till today. And today, I lost one 90 seconds out with the best clamp I ever flew. So I don't know how you hold both, Jonah. I'm finding out the same time you are. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you don't hold both. You carry them, and you keep flying with the weight on. And it doesn't get lighter. You get—" He stopped. He didn't have the end of it. "I don't know. Ask Petrov. Petrov holds both for a living." Vinter laughed, once, wet and broken and real, and it was the first true thing either of them had done since the charges went. "You called me Jonah," the boy said. "Did I?" Salazar hadn't noticed. He noticed everything when he flew, and nothing when he didn't, and he'd called the boy by his name without a plan behind it. The unstrategized heat that was his and Cross's both, except Cross chose it, and Salazar couldn't help it. "Yeah, well, it's been that kind of day." They sat with it. The gallery skin at frame 6 held behind them, the patched gray POW with its stress bloom still spidered across it, where it had decided, in the end, to hold, because a man had put his hull against it and pushed evenly, toward, instead of leaning. The orbital that should have vented kept its air. Out past the bay, the silver plume off Ring 4 had guttered down to nothing, and the salvage town's lamps were coming back on, module by module, and somewhere in the Warren, a clinic run by a tired, kind man who was not a doctor had stopped having a tired, kind man in it. 6 dead and 14 alive, Vinter said again, quieter, trying the sum a different way, turning it over in his hands. "It's a good day, by the count they keep." "It's a good day," Salazar said, "and let it be true, because Vinter needed it true, and because it was, and because out here you held two true things at once, and the tally was the only honest thing he had left to hand anyone, that it had been the best flying of his life, and the worst day of it, and both were the count. He'd believed it was worth it, at Brightfall, the way Cross believed things, without evidence, without a reason, because nothing had ever cost him anything yet. It had cost him something now. The thing in his chest where the swagger had lived had a frame 6 in it, a panel that had decided, and Salazar sat on a feed crate beside a boy younger than him who was crying the right way and held the cold coffee Winter handed him without being asked, and did not yet know how he was going to fly with the weight on. That he was going to, he knew. It was the only part he was sure of. He'd find out the rest like Petrov found out everything, with his hands going, one casualty at a time. The lamps came back on across Ring 4. Salazar watched them and didn't reach for the joke, because the joke had run out at frame 6, and that, though he couldn't have said it and didn't go looking for the words, was the bill arriving, paid in the only currency the frontier ever took. Chapter 16. After. 18 hours on, the forward cargo bay smelled of bleach and cold coffee, and the particular nothing that a triage floor smells of once the triage is over, and Nadia Petrov stood in the middle of it with a mop in her hands, because there was, for the first time since Spindrift took them, nothing more urgent to hold. The mop was honest work, and she did it badly on purpose, slow, watching the gray water go pink at the deck plate seams where the printer had stood. The corpsman had offered, she had sent them to sleep. A doctor who would not let her people rest was a doctor telling them the danger wasn't over, and the danger was over, or the part of it that lived in this bay was, and you said so without saying so by taking the mop yourself, so that when they woke, the worst thing left would be the floor, and she'd have done it. The walking wounded were back down the trunk to Spindrift, the ones who could be. The overnight cases were racked along the inner bulkhead under the dimmed lamps, the crush injury sleeping with his splinted arm out flat, like a man surrendering. The kid off Ring 4, breathing on his own now. The proper vent stood down to a monitor that ticked and asked nothing of anyone. Stable, the word she trusted least and used most. And the cold locker, off the bay behind its sealed gray hatch, held what it held, and the count was done, and the count was 6. Petrov had stopped, somewhere in the last hours, keeping the separate running ledger the wall kept. That was the strange flat country you came into after, not grief. Grief was a thing with a queue, and the queue was empty, but the cessation of the arithmetic, the quiet of a faculty that had added all day and run out of numbers. She did not entirely trust the quiet. She mopped instead, and let the bay be what it was, a worked place, gone still, the work done. Tamsin Vey came down the trunk near the end of the night-side watch with a flask of something that was not the ship's coffee and 2 cups that did not match, and sat on the same feed crate she'd sat on the afternoon before and did not offer to take the mop, which Petrov noted and was grateful for. "You're cleaning your own floor," Vey said. "I'm cleaning my own floor." On a flagship, Vey poured. The burn scar took the dim light badly, the worse for the steadiness of the face under it. "We do that on the rigs because there's nobody else. What's your excuse?" "Same one." Petrov leaned the mop against the bulkhead and took the cup. Whatever was in it was clear and fierce, and tasted of juniper and the back of a salvage bay still, and went down like a decision. There's nobody else I'd let do it tonight. Vey accepted that without comment, a person who had spent 15 seasons learning which sentences wanted answering and which only wanted hearing. They sat. Out past the bay's hatch, the docking trunk was lit low and quiet, spindrift turning at its own wrong angle beyond the coupling, the orbital that should have gone to vacuum keeping its air on a seal and a man at frame 9. 2 rings over, the salvage town was already pricing the wreckage of its own near death, and the lamps were coming back on across ring 4, a few at a time, and the frontier did not believe in mourning past the point where it got in the way of the morning shift. 6, they said, not a question, the number having traveled the way numbers traveled in a place this knit. 6. To reach one of them, they said, turning her cup. I heard. Petrov did not soften it or embroider it. The man had a name, and the name was a fact, and the fact was hers to hand over straight. He went into ring 4 when the section hatch was sealing, pulled 2 clear and went back for a third. The third one's asleep on my bulkhead under the dim lamp. Tariq ran the clinic. He knew his own building, knew what the seal meant. He went back anyway. Yeah. Vey's voice didn't change, which is how you knew it had cost her something. That's him. Thank you for the doctor, he said to your captain. I was there. Whole flagship turns up, and the first thing out of Tariq's mouth is, thank you for the doctor, like you'd done him the favor, and not the other way round. I know. He told me where to send the lung first. Petrov held the cup in both hands, the wall doing its quiet work. He was right about the order under that kind of load is a man I'd have kept. He died doing more of the work than the work asked. The locker doesn't sort by that, but I do, a little, where nobody can see me sort. Vey looked at her a moment in the dim, and whatever she'd come down the trunk uncertain of, she settled it. You'd have made a rig medic, she said. The same thing she'd said the afternoon before. This time not a compliment so much as a place to put her hand. I'd have hated it, Petrov said. The same answer, because some exchanges were a handhold you used twice on purpose. And they finished the cups in a quiet that did the work words couldn't. The captain came down at the turn of the watch, and Petrov heard him before she saw him, because cross on a ship that was hurting did not stride. He came in past the dimmed lamps, slow, learning the floor by the faces, and before he found her at the back of the bay, he stopped at the crush injuries rack and crouched, not waking him, and read the chart clipped to the foot of it, as if a chart were a thing a captain read, which it was not, and then moved to the kid off ring 4, and put one hand flat and brief on the rail of the cot, not on the boy, on the rail. He did not perform any of it. There was no one awake to perform it for. The captain did his tending when the room was asleep, the same as his grieving, not for the gallery, but down here, where the only witness was a doctor he trusted to keep her mouth shut about it. They're stable, Petrov said, low, when he reached her. All of them. The vents down to a monitor. The kid's breathing his own air. The crush'll keep the arm. Good. Cross looked at the racked sleepers, and the over-explaining didn't come, which told her the grief had got there ahead of the charm again. The second time in 2 days, which for him was nearly a season's worth. And the crew? Shaken. She said it flat because he didn't want it dressed. Salazar flew frame 9, and a man died in his flight path, and he knows it wasn't his to know, and it'll sit in him anyway. Winter was up the trunk where he shouldn't have been, and came back gray and quiet. That boy's done growing up this week. I'd watch him. Hartley's pretending the coupling's all she's thinking about. They're not broken, they're shaken. There's a difference, and you know it better than I do. I do. He'd gone round the ship through the night already. The slow walk, compartment by compartment, the tending, no speeches. I've been with them. Salazar most. He'll carry the man in his flight path a while, and then put it where pilots put those, and the trick is to be near enough that he can hand me a corner of it without my making a thing of it. A breath. I didn't make a thing of it. No, you wouldn't. That's your one genuine talent, Captain, being near without making a thing of it. She picked up the mop again. Don't waste it on a speech in here when they wake. Hand them the floor. It's clean. I did it myself. A flicker crossed his face that was almost the old warmth and too tired to be it. You washed the floor so I wouldn't speech at my crew. I washed the floor because it needed washing. The speech prevention's a bonus. Wren came down the trunk an hour into the dayside watch, alone, one of the Lodestar's Marines 3 paces behind him. Not summoned, but because Cross had sent word he could, and a man who had burned his own cell to keep a ring of strangers breathing had decided to look the cost in the face before Spindrift let them go. Petrov had not met Tobias Wren, only heard him, the flat, fast voice on the channel spending his cover like a tourniquet spends a hand, and treated, by now, the thing he'd done and the thing he'd failed to stop, both at once in the same 6 bodies. He came in and took the bay in as the salvage man with the crush injury had taken in his own broken arm, a fact to be assessed, not flinched from. Lean, a worker's stillness on him she recognized because Vey had it too. He looked at the racked sleepers and at the sealed gray hatch of the cold locker and did not look away, which was more than most managed. Cross was already there, on a feed crate near the inner hatch with a cold cup he wasn't drinking. He stood when Wren came in. He didn't offer the hand. Petrov, at the back with the mop, did not leave, and neither man asked her to. The witness Cross trusted, and maybe Wren's preference too, a man easier saying the hard thing in front of someone who treated his dead. Mr. Wren? Captain? Wren's eyes went once more to the locker hatch. How many? 6. Cross gave it the way Petrov had given it to him. 2 on the spine when Ring 4 let go, before anyone knew there was a cell. 1 in the bay, Sorrow, the venting got her lungs. Tariq from the clinic, who went back for a 3rd. 1 more came up already gone, caught between the breach and the seal. And the man who set the hard points, in there with the others, because the doctor counts him and so do I. Wren took the count without moving. When he spoke, it was not what Petrov expected. You count Oduya with them. The locker doesn't sort, Petrov said, from the back, because it was her count and she'd hand it to him herself. I don't either. Wren looked at her then, properly, the first time. You're the doctor. I'm the doctor. You were on the channel, the seal, the woman up the section. You told her to bag the kid by hand and hold. Something moved in the worker's stillness. Right call, and a hard one to make blind. I was 2 rings down listening to you make it. I want you to know, somebody heard you make it right. I heard you make a harder one, Petrov said. Don't trade me credit, Mr. Wren. We're neither of us short. That landed somewhere in him. He turned back to Cross, and the thing Petrov had come to watch for began. The conversation the captain had come down for and dreaded. 2 men with a want each, neither about to give the other the easy version. You came to look at it, Cross said. I came to look at it. Wren didn't dress it. I sent 4 of my people into the gray transit to dead a charge that wasn't theirs, and 3 came back, and I'd do it again with the same arithmetic. And I wanted to stand where the arithmetic landed before your lane closes behind me. That's vanity. I'm doing it anyway. A beat. You'd understand. You held a man's hand at the 4th bed yesterday, I heard. Same vanity, the captain who won't watch the cost from the bridge. It's not vanity to refuse the bridge, Cross said, careful. Isn't it? Wren said it without heat, flat as vase stating weather. It's the kindest thing either of us does, and it's still partly so we can live with ourselves. I've made my peace with that. You haven't yet. You will. Then he went where Petrov had known he'd go, because it was the only place worth coming down a trunk to go. Your expedition was flying blind into a room exactly like the one I opened. The Combine's been building the means to seize your Causeway the day the sharing fails. Cradles, false skins, writs already drafted, the guns racked and waiting. That's not a theory I had, that's a room I stood in. I read it as I've read the floor dropping for 20 years, and I was right, in the dark, with a stolen key. You'd have certified that junction and handed every faction the one thing in the reach worth taking whole, and never known what waited for you at the end of the road. I told you, now you know. I told you, Cross agreed, and the warmth in him had thinned to the thing Petrov had only seen twice, the captain gone exact, the charm set down because there was no one to charm. And you told every news slate in the reach in the same breath, on the same open channel, a splinter op, an ungoverned orbital, a forced seal, the week of the peace talks. You handed me the danger and the blocks the photograph in one throw. By tomorrow, nobody says the anchorage stopped a war from being prepared. They say the anchorage was mining a salvage orbital for weapons, and a flagship caught them at it. You did it knowing that. I did it knowing that, Wren said. Say the rest of it, Captain. You're close. Petrov watched Cross not flinch, its own small effort, and say the rest of it. The rest of it is that you were right, and there was no clean way to be right. The captain's voice was very level. If you'd put the cap back on the bay and crawled out, the next hand to open it would have had a writ in it. No honest party in the reach would pick that room up. Not Geneva, who'd rather not know, not the Combine, whose room it was, not the main line who'd write a pamphlet to a network that's already decided they're mad. Only a dishonest hand, yours. You spent your movement's last shred of standing to save 200 people who will never know your name, and a peace that'll curse it, and you made that trade with your eyes open. Cross stopped. I understand it. That's what I came down here to say to your face, and the part I'd give a great deal not to mean. And I cannot trust a man who solves a problem by setting the room on fire, because the next room might be one I'm standing in, and I won't know until it's lit. The bay was quiet. The monitor ticked. They, on her crate, had gone still. A person who knows she is hearing something not meant to be repeated and means not to repeat it. That's fair, Wren said at last. The fairest thing a flag's ever said to me, and it's still a cage, and you don't see the bars because you've never had to live inside them. He didn't raise it. I have a line, Captain. We do not target life support. We do not target the helpless. The day we do, we're not the anchorage. We're just the next people with reasons. I said that to Oduya 3 months ago across a table and watched him stop believing it, and I let him walk out with 4 of my people because I told myself it was just distance. It wasn't. It was a man deciding the helpless were an acceptable cost, and I saw it and did nothing. And yesterday he tried to vent a ring of them. His jaw worked once. I burned my own cell to stop a thing I should have stopped at that table 3 months ago. So don't tell me about the rooms I might set alight. I know which I'll burn and which I'll die in front of. The trouble is, you've no way to know it but my word, and my word's worth nothing on a slate by morning. You're right not to bank on it. We're both right. That's the whole misery of it." "Yes," Cross said. "We are." And there it was. Petrov saw it land in the captain, the thing he'd carry out of this bay heavier than the six, that the man in front of him had read the future more clearly than anyone aboard, had a line he'd burned his own people to hold, and was still a man Cross could neither trust nor dismiss. A right diagnosis wrapped around a poison method, and no docket on the ship with a column for it. "I'll tell you what I told your useful bastard," Wren said, meaning Maddox, and almost, there was something dry in it. "When your polite systems work, you never see us. We're who you call when they fail, and they'll fail you before this is over. When they do, you'll remember there was a man at Spindrift who read the room right, and you couldn't use him because of how he reads it." He turned for the hatch, the Marine falling in behind. At the seal, he stopped. 6 is a low count for what nearly happened in that throat. Your doctor, and your pilot, and a rig medic, and a seal kept it low. Tell 'em if it helps. It won't, but tell 'em. Wren went up the trunk alone, one beat before the other person was ready, and Cross stood looking at the closed hatch with the cold cup still in his hand. "You all right?" Petrov said when the trunk had gone quiet. "No." Cross set the cup down on the feed crate. "But it's the right kind of not all right, which is the most you get out here." He looked at her, the tiredness gone past performance. "He's right, Nadia, about all of it. The Combine, the Causeway, the trap at the end of the road. I'd take him aboard tomorrow if it didn't cost me everything the expedition's for. And I can't, and he knows I can't, and he came down a trunk to make me say it to his face anyway. Why would a man do that?" "To be witnessed," Petrov said. "Same reason you held a man's hand at the fourth bed. Same reason I washed my own floor." She set the mop against the bulkhead one last time. "Nobody out here gets the thing they did seen for what it was. So once in a while, when there's someone across the room who'd understand, you make them look at it. He'll be Anchorage terror by morning. He came down here so one person who treated his dead would know what he actually did. That's not vanity. Or it is, and it's the only vanity I've got any time for." Cross was quiet a moment. "We're winning, you understand," he said, low, not to her so much as to the bay, the racked sleepers, the sealed gray hatch. Brightfall, Orlean, the Lane, the Convoy, the souls off Ring 4. By every measure Geneva runs, we're doing exactly what we came to do, and doing it beautifully. And I've 6 in a locker and a man going up that trunk who told me the truth I most needed and can't be thanked for it. And the road's still pulling us toward the Causeway, where Wren says the trap's already racked and waiting." He shook his head once, succeeding and bleeding from the same wound. "You don't carry both," Petrov said. "You'll try. Captains always try, the winning and the bleeding as one weight, because it feels honest, and it'll crush you the way it crushed better men than you." She picked up the 2 mismatched cups, vase flask, the small honest debris of a night got through. "Carry the 6. They've names. I'll give you all 6, the Spindrift ones too. Carry that you chose to come, and people lived and died, because the frontier's a place where both happen on the same afternoon. Don't carry the Causeway. It hasn't happened. Spend the bleeding in advance, and you'll have none left when it's earned." She gave him the look she kept for him alone. "Now get some sleep, Captain. You've a lane to fly, and a useful bastard to thank for the map. The floor's clean. The dead are counted. There's nothing left in this bay tonight that needs you. The first time I've been able to say it since we coupled." Cross looked at her a long moment, and the thing that moved behind his face was not the warmth he gave the gallery, and was worth more than all of it. 6 names, he said. By morning. By morning. Cross went, slow, the way he'd come, and the bay was hers again. The dim lamps, the ticking monitor, the sleepers stable, the locker sealed, the floor clean and faintly pink at the seams where no mopping would quite take it out. Out beyond the coupling, a salvage town was putting its small lights back in the dark, panel by panel, refusing, as the frontier always refused, to let a bad night have the hold of the truth. Petrov sat on the feed crate Vey had left warm and gave the night exactly what the wall allowed, one breath of it, the 6 and the 8 who lived, and the captain she'd just sent to bed, and no more, because there was a lane to fly in the morning, and a longer count coming. She could feel the way she felt weather in an old break, and the count was all she'd ever had to give anyone. Chapter 17. The Useful Bastard. The lane out of Spindrift was not on any chart, and Maddox flew the Lodestar down it from a salvage tug, by voice, like a man reading a book he'd written himself. "Hold what you've got! Hold it! There's a derelict survey hull off your 3 o'clock the orbital's been pretending isn't there for 30 years, and it'll be there long after Geneva's forgotten what a survey was. Don't trust your plot. Your plot says clear, and your plot's a liar. The wreck doesn't transpond. Come left of it on my mark." A pause, the salvage man taking his own beat. "Mark. Good. Now there's a debris stream ahead. Slow stuff. Ice and old hull. Drifts across the mouth twice a day, and it's drifting now. Your shields'll eat it, but your shields eating it lights you up like a festival. And there's people watching this mouth who I'd rather weren't counting your hulls. So we go under it. Nose down 10, and trust me, and don't tell your engineer I made her drop the shield margin. She'll only fret." On the bridge, Hartley said to no one, "I can hear you, Mr. Maddox." "Then behave, and we'll get on." Salazar flew it. The Lodestar went nose down through a gap a stranger swore was there, under a slow river of ice and dead metal that her own plot insisted was solid, with 2 Iska escorts and a white barge and 3 burgundy freighters and a matte dark Nhal hull strung out behind her in single file, each one flying the line the one ahead had flown. The whole expedition threading the eye of a needle a salvage town kept in the dark on purpose. Cross stood at the rail and watched a fortune in hulls obey a man with gray under his nails, and found he had stopped minding it back at the 4th bed of a clinic that wasn't one. "Convoys clear of the inner field," Imeth said. "All 10 following hulls on the line. The Nhal vessel holds the rear." "Mr. Maddox," Cross opened the channel, "we're clear of the worst of it by my plot, which you tell me is a liar. Your plot's right for once. You're clear. Open dark ahead, then your gold road back, and Spindrift's behind you for good." Something shifted in the rough voice, the business of it winding down. "I've got my berth and my 40 tons, Captain, and your fancy hull mapped me a service bay I'll be living off for a year. The trade's paid both ways. You're clear of me. You came aboard to price me. You said I was worth more than you budgeted, and that it was a warning." A short sound that might have been a laugh. "And you spent 2 days working out why. Have you got there?" "You meant I'd be hard to leave behind." Close enough. The tug's signal was already falling off, Maddox peeling back into the warren the way he did everything, on his own schedule, 1 beat before the other man was ready. "Here's the last of it, no charge. You'll go and certify your Causeway and make your peace and write it all down on your immortal record, and it'll hold right up until it doesn't, And when it doesn't, the people who come out here to take what you've certified won't be flying by anybody's chart either. They'll fly by men like me. Hire the good ones first, Captain. We don't keep flags. We keep whoever pays and doesn't lie about it." The channel thinned to static. "Walk careful. You know where to find me." "I don't, actually," Cross said. "No," Maddox agreed, pleased. "You don't." And was gone, off the channel and off the plot, and back into the dark he preferred, a useful bastard who'd saved an expedition and would deny it cost him a wink of sleep. And Cross stood with the warmth he hadn't needed to use on the man still unspent in him, and looked at the open dark ahead and felt the 6 in the cold locker the whole time. The wardroom at the back of the second watch was meant to be where a captain put himself back together, and Cross had never been any good at it. Cross sat with a printer coffee going cold and the casualty list on the slate face down, because he had read it enough times to recite it, and reading it again was a way of not doing the harder thing, which was deciding what the 6 were for. That was the trap Petrov had named in the bay, and he'd half climbed out of it and kept sliding back, the wanting it to mean something. 6 dead on a divert he'd chosen. A salvage town saved, mostly. An expedition flying on toward a road that would prove the reach could hold, and a clinic behind it, with no doctor, lit by a patched cell that the reach had never reached at all. He'd come out here believing the lanes were the answer. Spindrift was a place the lanes had never bothered to go, and people had built a hospital out of cargo racking, and a man had said thank you for the doctor as if that were the whole of what one civilization owed another, and now 6 of them were in a locker because a peace expedition had finally turned up and brought a war with it through the door. The door slid. Cross did not turn the slate over and did not need to. He knew the tread. "You're brooding in the dark," Castellan said. "I'd offer to leave you to it, but in my experience, the dark's where captains decide the wrong things, and then the rest of us live in the decision." He didn't come all the way in. He stopped at the table's edge, civilian's coat hanging off him, 2 cups in his hands, and set one down within Cross's reach, not into it. "It's the galleys, not the printers. Tariq's clinic had a tin of real coffee. God knows where they got it. And the medic they traded Petrov a quarter of it for a case of suture line. Petrov gave me a cup to bring you. I think she'd run out of ways to say, 'Get off my floor.'" Cross looked at the cup. It smelled like a thing that had grown somewhere, which the printers never quite did. "Sit down, Lucy." Castellan sat. He had a way of arriving in a conversation that asked nothing. No rank arranged, no point sharpened. A man who'd simply come to share the dark. And Cross, who knew every trick in that particular book, because he ran the same shop himself, found it restful precisely because he couldn't catch it working. 6, Castellan said, not a question. He'd read the manifest. Routing reads everything. 2 before anyone knew there was a cell, and 4 in the spine business. None of them yours, all spindrifts, except you've decided to count them as yours, which is the right instinct and the wrong arithmetic. Petrov gave me that lecture already. Then I won't sell you it twice. Castellan turned his cup a quarter, an unhurried thing, and let a silence sit that he plainly meant to fill. May I say the thing I actually came to say? It isn't comfort. You've Petrov for comfort, and she's better at it than I am. Say it. Spindrift didn't have to happen. Castellan said it gently, into the cooling coffee, a man laying down a fact rather than an accusation. Not the divert. The divert was right. You'd do it again. So would I. I mean the rest. A funded weapons staging package sitting in a sealed bay for the better part of a year in a junction with no authority over it, in a salvage warren nobody governs. That's not bad luck, Daniel. That's the predictable cost of a road no one is holding. The Combine staged it there because Spindrift is ungoverned. Wren's people found it because it's ungoverned. Oduya tried to vent a ring of the helpless because there was no one there to stop him but a flagship that happened by 6 hours of chance to be passing. He looked up. 6 people died at a junction precisely as lawless as everyone agrees the frontier should be. I'd like you to sit with how strange it is that we all keep calling that freedom. Cross had the answer ready. He had 100 of them, that was the trouble. And the answer was, "And who holds it then? You?" And it came up his throat fast and warm, and he stopped it there, because it would land as the room's first cheap shot, and the man across the table hadn't taken any. "You're going to tell me someone should hold the roads," Cross said instead. "I'm going to tell you something less than that." A faint, dry smile, there and gone, the man declining the easy version of his own argument. "I'm not Geneva. I don't want to govern Spindrift. God forbid. You couldn't pay me to administer that warren, and you couldn't pay Maddox to let me. I want something smaller and more boring, and boring is where the lives are." He set the cup down. "I want the lanes held, not the places, the roads between them, the approach to a junction, the transit corridor, the choke point where a staging package gets pre-sighted, because a choke point is the only place pre-sighting works. I've spent my career drawing those corridors. I know to the kilometer where a thing has to sit to interdict a junction, because I'm the one who'd sit it there if I were a Combine logistics officer with a piece to spoil. And I'm telling you that the entire apparatus Wren's people pulled out of that bay only works in the gaps, in the unwatched approach, the ungoverned corridor, the lane between 2 flags where no one has the standing to ask a cutter what it's doing. Close the gaps, and there's nowhere to stage the next Spindrift. That's all. That's the whole of the heresy. Not a hand on every door, a competent hand on the roads between the doors so that the next bay is empty because the corridor it needs was watched." It was, Cross thought, a genuinely good argument. The man had 100 of them, too, and the worst part was that he meant this one, and the further worst part was that it had a clinic in it. "Say I grant it," Cross said. "Say the lanes want watching. Watched by whom? Geneva can't reach Spindrift. You just said so. The Combine staged the bay. The frontier's half in the Combine's pocket. The anchorage blow the things they can't stand, and the Null won't touch our roads at all. Who's the competent hand, Lucian? Because every candidate I can name is someone who'd use the watching to win." "Now you're asking the right question." Castellan didn't reach for it greedily. He set it down with the same care he'd set the cup. "And I don't have a name for you, and I won't pretend to, because the moment I hand you a name, this stops being a conversation and starts being a pitch. And I've watched too many good men get sold a pitch in a dark room. So I'll give you the shape and not the name." He leaned in, just slightly, the lucid, easy voice never lifting. "It isn't one block. A block holding the lanes is the war you're trying to prevent. It's an authority over the corridors themselves, narrow, technical, accountable, with the standing to ask a cutter its business in the gap between flags, drawn by people who understand the network as a physical thing and not as a chessboard. The routing exists. The corridors are mapped. I mapped half of them. What doesn't exist is anyone with the legitimate standing to mine them. The certification you're flying out to do at the Causeway, that's the first instance of it. Did you notice? A lane certified shared, with rules, with a record, with someone able to say who may use it. You're already doing the thing. You just call it peace and flinch at calling it control." He sat back. "I think they're the same word, said by a hopeful man and a tired one. I have stopped being able to afford the hopeful one." Cross found he had got up and gone to the wardroom's one viewport without deciding to, the gold road running ahead in the dark, the thread of stabilized space that 2 days ago had been the most beautiful thing he knew. The thing about a good argument, the thing he'd never tell a junior because it would frighten them, was that the best ones did not feel like being persuaded. They felt like remembering. Castellan wasn't putting anything into him. He was naming things already there. The corridor that should have been watched, the bay that should have been found before it was sealed, the cutter someone should have had the standing to stop. Pell, the lantern, a dozen smaller bills across 2 cruises that Cross had paid in people and told himself was the cost of an open frontier, when half of them were just the cost of no one minding the gap. A competent hand on the roads would have saved them. He knew it the way you know a thing in the body before the mouth catches up. A hand on the corridor where the staging bay sat would have meant 6 people in a salvage town went home tonight. That was not a chessboard abstraction. That was Saro, whose lungs had gone before she reached Petrov, and a man at a 4th bed whose hand Cross had held while the warmth he'd built his whole life out of did nothing at all, because there was nothing in a dying man's grip for warmth to do. "You're not wrong about the bay," Cross said, to the viewport, to the road. "I'll give you that much, and it costs me, because I came out here believing the road was enough on its own. Hang the lane, and the rest follows. The trade, the clinic, the kid with the winning slip. I watched 100,000 people fall in love with a road at Brightfall, and I thought that was the whole of it." He turned. "Spindrift's the part of the chart I'd skipped, a place the road never went, keeping itself alive with the wrong tools. And you're telling me the road I love is exactly why nobody minded the gap that killed 6 of them. That lands, Lucian. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't, because Petrov can always tell when I'm performing, and you can too, and I'm tired of doing it for the both of you." "I'm not trying to win," Castellan said quietly. "I want you to know that. I'd rather you arrived at it slowly and meant it than agreed with me tonight and resented me by the Causeway. I've been the clever man in the dark room who got the tired captain to say yes. It doesn't hold. It has to be yours, or it's just another hand on the door. Mine." And there, Cross would not be able to say afterward exactly where, only that it was there, a small cold thing that turned over once and went still. Something in him caught on the word and did not let go. Or it's just another hand on the door. Mine. The man had said it against himself. He always said the generous thing against himself. That was the trick Cross couldn't catch working, because it wasn't a trick, it was real. Castellan genuinely did not want to be the hand on the door and genuinely thought himself unfit to be it. And that was somehow worse, in a way Cross could not yet hold long enough to look at, that the most reasonable man he'd ever met was describing an authority, narrow and technical and accountable and good, and the wrong in it was not the authority, but the hand, that there was a hand on the road at all, telling a cutter its business, and that the cutter might be Maddox running 40 tons off a rock the combine was looking at, and someone would decide which cutter was the staging package and which was the man who'd saved them all. The danger was not that Castellan would decide it badly. He would decide it better than anyone alive. The danger was that anyone would own the deciding at all. Cross couldn't get hold of it. It slid off, the way the answer to the wrong question slides off. He had the shape of an objection and no words for it, and the man across the table was being kinder than the objection deserved, and the gold road ran ahead toward a junction where Cross was, by Castellan's own reading, already doing the thing and only flinching at the name. "I'll sit with it," Cross said. It was not a yes, it was not a no. It was the thing a man says when he has half agreed and doesn't yet know which half. "That's all I asked." Castellan rose, unhurried, and left the second cup where it sat. "Drink Tariq's coffee before it goes cold. They had a tin of it in a town with no doctor. Somebody held that back from being printed slop in a place that has every reason not to bother. A small nod, almost rueful. That's the frontier you love, Daniel. Worth minding. Worth a competent hand. Good night, Captain. Castellan went, and the door took him, and Cross stood at the viewport, with the real coffee cooling, and the gold road running, and the small, cold, turned-over thing still lodged somewhere under the warmth, refusing to come up where he could name it. The bridge sat half-lit and quiet on the deep watch. The State Cross liked least and needed most, and it pulled the performance off him before he reached the rail. Ackerman had the watch. She did not turn from the contingency board, but she'd clocked him, she always clocked him, and let him cross the deck before she spoke. "You've been talking to Castellan." Not an accusation, a reading. "It's on you. You go a particular kind of quiet after. Thoughtful. It's the quiet that worries me, Captain, more than the loud ones." "He brought me coffee Petrov sent." Cross stopped at the edge of the board's quarter circle, not inside it, he'd learned that much in 4 years, and looked at the failure trees stacked on the dark glass, fewer than usual, because even Ackerman had had a day. "He thinks the lanes want holding, the corridors, not the places. A competent hand on the roads so the next staging bays got nowhere to sit." He heard himself say it almost neutrally, and didn't like how easily it came out. "He's not wrong about the bay, Ruth." "No," Ackerman said. "He's never wrong about the thing he's pointing at. That's not the same as being right about where his finger is." She squared a slate's edge against the rail. The small tell, the plan going wrong tell, except there was no plan tonight, only him. "I'll tell you what frightens me about the man, and it's not the man. He hands you a true thing. The bay was real, the corridor was unwatched, 6 people died in the gap, all true. And then he lets you build the conclusion yourself, so that when you've built it, it's yours, and a man defends what's his harder than what he's been sold." She turned finally, and the dryness had gone flat and serious. "You came onto my bridge half agreeing with him and calling it sitting with it. I've watched a captain do that before, Daniel. Half agree with a beautiful idea and call it keeping an open mind, right up until the day the idea wanted people and he'd already decided it was his." It should have stung. Instead, it found the cold, lodged place under the warmth and pressed on it, and it stayed maddeningly down. "Log it if you want," Cross said, not unkind. "I haven't decided yet." Ackerman looked at him a moment longer. "When I've decided, you'll know. That's the deal. I don't log behind your back. I log in front of your face. You'll have plenty of warning before I think you've gone wrong enough to write down." "I know." Cross put a hand on the rail and, when he caught his own fingers starting to drum, made them stop. "He said the certification at the Causeway is the first instance of the thing he wants, a lane held with rules, with a record, with someone able to say who uses it. He says I'm already doing it and only flinching at the name." He looked out past her board, down the half-lit bridge to the forward screen where the gold road ran. "What worries me, Commander, and I can't get hold of it, so I'm handing it to you, because getting hold of the thing nobody else will is what you're for, is that I think he might be right, that I'm already doing it. And I can't work out if that means he's right about the rest, or if it means the thing I'm flying us toward is closer to his lanes held than I meant it to be when I called it peace." Ackerman was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke it was without any warmth at all, which from her was the closest thing to tenderness she owned. "That's the first useful thing you said since Spindrift," she said. "Hold on to can't get hold of it. The day it comes easy is the day you stopped being able to see it. Now go to bed, Captain. We make the Lantern's approach in 2 watches, and I'd rather the man flying us into Beck's Orse's recovering junction had slept on his half-agreement instead of marinated in it." Cross went, after a while. The gold road ran ahead on the forward screen, the most beautiful thing he knew 2 days ago, and still beautiful now, a thread of held space toward a junction he meant to prove could be shared, and somewhere along it, lodged under the warmth where Ackerman kept her unfileable trees and Petrov kept her dead, the unease under the warmth would not come up, and he carried it to his cabin unnamed, which was the only honest way he had left to carry anything. Chapter 18. The Guttering Light Returns. The lantern came up out of the dark with one of its 8 vanes still gone black, and Esme Hartley, who had not slept properly since Spindrift, stood at the engineering repeater with a cup of tea going cold in her hand, and counted them anyway. The way you count a thing you already know the answer to, because the counting is the only honest prayer an engineer has. 7 lit, 1 dark. 3 months on from the night they'd nearly lost the whole structure, and the great machine still ran a vane short. It was the size that did it, every time. Hartley had built her career on machines you could stand next to and take the measure of, a drive she could walk the length of, a coil she could lay a glove on, a fault she could trace from the smell of it. The lantern was not that kind of machine. The lantern was a cathedral that happened to be a machine, a structure the length of a small moon's diameter hung in the dark to hold a fold in space open by main force. 8 vanes spread off a central spine like the ribs of something that had decided, against all engineering sense, to be alive. People didn't build at this scale anymore. People hadn't built at this scale since the Golden Age push that hung the thing, and nobody fully understood it now. And the proof of that was the dark vane. 3 months of the best repair gang on the frontier working it, and it still wouldn't relight. "She's holding," said Imeth, from operations, not turning. The Null officer had a way of answering questions nobody had asked aloud, which Hartley had stopped finding unsettling around Oraline and started finding restful around Spindrift. "Reduced throughput. The crossing queue is moving. They have learned to run her on 7. They've learned to limp her on 7. Hartley drank the cold tea because it was there. Different thing. Running's when you don't think about it. Limping's when you think about nothing else. On the forward display, the Lodestar eased down the approach toward the crossing, and the town came up under the structure the way a port always did, a smear of light that resolved, as you closed, into the particular working ugliness of a place where people lived off a machine. Lanehead. Hartley had been here once before, on the bad night, and had spent most of it inside the Lodestar's own guts, and the rest of it shouting at a woman she'd loved on sight. And she found she was glad to see the smear of light come up, which was not a thing she'd expected to feel about a place that had nearly killed them. "Engineering's watching the approach," she said, into the bridge channel, because Ackerman liked to know engineering was watching the approach. "Drive sweet. The lantern's reading nominal on 7 vanes, which is somebody's idea of nominal and not mine, but it's their structure and their nominal." A beat. "Tell the captain Beck's Orse's gang has her berthed and waiting. Tell him the gang's short too from the bad night. He'll want to know before he's shaking hands." "He knows," Ackerman said. "He keeps the count. Go down, Hartley. You're no use to me up here looking at a vane you can't reach. Go and look at one you can." Hartley went. Beck's Orse was waiting on the gantry at the foot of the docking spine with her bad arm tucked into her work jacket and her good hand already out, and the first thing she said was, "You look terrible." And the first thing Hartley said back was, "You look like you fell off a structure." And then they held the grip a moment too long, 2 working women who had last seen each other across a crisis, and neither of them said anything about that. "Spindrift," Beck said. It wasn't a question. Word traveled the lanes faster than the ships did. Heard you brought back 6 in a locker, and a salvage town that owes you its heir. Heard you've been telling a story about the bad night that isn't all of the bad night. I've been telling the story they'd let me tell, Beck said it flat, no apology in it, the way you state a fault that isn't yours to fix. The warden's story. Anchorage sabotage, combine vigilance, structure saved, nothing to see. It's got my face on the front of it because I'm the one the pilgrims trust, and it's not a lie exactly, it's just the half they'll print. A shrug, one-shouldered, the bad arm not coming into it. You learn which half they'll print. Come and look at my vein. I've a fault I can't name, and a flagship engineer who turned up uninvited, and I'm not too proud to use you. That's the warmest thing anyone said to me in 3 months, Hartley said, and meant it, and followed her up the gantry into the structure. Lanehead went on around them as they climbed, and it was, Hartley clocked, with something that surprised her by being relief, a place that had decided to keep living. The markets were lit under the spine's lower spread, the smell of frying coming up through the gantry grating, somebody's cold lane charm ribbons strung between the stanchions and gone gray with vein soot. A repair gang she didn't know was running a fresh coil up a hoist with a chant she half recognized from a dozen ports, the universal work song of heave and hold and heave. Pilgrims at the lower rail, the ones who came to the lantern the way people had always come to the big lonely machines that held the dark out, to look at the light and feel small in the right way. Memorial ribbons, new ones pale against the soot. 2 of them tied where the gang could see them while they worked. They were sails, Hartley would learn, and another from the bad night, and Bex climbed past them without looking, and without not looking, which was its own kind of looking. This was the thing the bridge never got to see, and Hartley, who lived in the bridge's basement, got to see it more than most, that a machine this size wasn't a machine at all once you stood inside the town it fed. It was a livelihood for 10,000 people. It was a frying pan and a work song and 2 pale ribbons tied where the gang could see them. The lantern held a fold in space open and a town's whole life open in the same breath, and you could not fix the one without standing in the middle of the other, which was why engineers got sentimental in their old age, and Hartley had always sworn she wouldn't. There, Beck said, at the top, and stopped, and let Hartley have it. The dark vein stood up into the structure's interior dark like a felled thing that hadn't finished falling, a span of machinery the size of the Lodestar herself, cold, its anchor emitters black, its great length scarred down one side, where the overpush had cooked it on the bad night. The gang had it half-dressed in scaffold and fresh plate. They'd been at it 3 months, and it would not relight. "Tell me the fault," Hartley said, and put her glove flat on the cold metal, and listened to it the way she listened to everything, with her hand. The fault took an hour to find, and Hartley enjoyed every minute of it, which she would not have admitted to Petrov, because somewhere a war was gathering and 6 people were in a locker, and she had found, in the cold guts of a broken vein, the only thing that had quieted her since Spindrift, a problem she could solve. It was a recovery fault. The vein wasn't broken. Bex's gang had rebuilt it true. The plate was good. The emitters were sound. It simply would not come back up to gain. It would light, hold a moment, and gutter, every time. The relight sequence failing at the same point, like a man trying to stand on a leg that wouldn't take his weight. The certified procedure said it was an emitter phasing fault and called for a part the Frontier didn't have. Bex's gang had been waiting on that part for 3 months, and the part, Hartley was increasingly certain with her glove flat on the feed line, was not the problem. "It's not phasing," she said. "It's the feed." She's not getting enough into the relight to hold gain, so she lights soft and gutters. Your certified procedure's reading the gutter and blaming the phase. Classic. The instrument blames the last thing it touched. She straightened, knees complaining, and looked at the feed line where it ran up into the dark. You're starving her. Not on purpose. The whole structure's starving her because you're running the other 7 hot to cover the throughput you lost when she went dark, and there's nothing left in the budget to bring the 8th up past a gutter. She can't relight because the other 7 are eating her supper. Bex looked at the feed line and at the dark vein, and her face did what Hartley's own face did when a fault that had cost 3 months turned out to be embarrassingly simple. So I starved the 7 to feed the 1. You starve the 7 to feed the 1. Drop the running vein's gain, dump the slack into the relight, bring her up, then ease the others back once she's holding her own. Hartley was already pulling her notebook, the paper one, the one record she controlled absolutely on a ship that logged everything else to a network she didn't trust, and sketching the feed tree by the light of Bex's lamp. It's a balance. You rob the road to fix the road. It'll work. The structure won't like it for the half hour she's coming up. You'll run the whole lantern thin while the 8th drinks, but it'll work. Show me the numbers. Hartley showed her the numbers, and the two of them stood over the notebook in the cold, heads together. The bad arm and the soot-gray ribbons and the war, all set down for the length of a calculation, doing the thing working women did in the basements of the big machines, while the people upstairs made speeches. The actual work, the heave and hold and heave of it, the only language either of them had ever fully trusted. It was Bex who found it. Hartley would give her that, always. After that it was the civilian, the repair gang chief with the bad arm, who put her good finger on the line that turned the morning over. Your slack figure's wrong, Bex said. You're robbing more off the 7 than you've drawn. Look, she tapped the feed tree. You've got the running veins draw at their certified figure. They're not running at their certified figure. They're running over it. They've been running over it since the bad night. That's how they cover the throughput. I've watched these 7 for 3 months. They all draw a hair more than the book says they should to do the work the book says they do. A frown. There's no slack to rob, Hartley. There's less than no slack. They're already drinking past the budget just to stand up. Hartley went still. Hartley went very still and very specific. No panic in it. All method. The armor. The thing she did when a system she didn't understand started telling her something she hadn't asked it. She took the lamp off Bex and laid it along the feed line and read the 7 running veins' actual draw off the local repeater, not the certified figure, the real figure, the one the structure was spending right now to hold its 7-vein nominal, and it was high. Not failure high, not alarm high, just high, by a hair. By the kind of margin a tired engineer rounds away because the structure's working and the queue's moving and you've a part on order. High the way the Lodestar's own drive ran high. Hartley had a number for the Lodestar's drive, a number she'd carried since Aureline and rounded away a dozen times. The small persistent overdraw the null-assisted Hall pulled that nothing in any manual accounted for, and that Imeth, when asked, had gone quiet about in the particular way Imeth went quiet about the things her people knew and didn't say. The same hair. The vein drew it, the drive drew it. The same hair over the budget, in 2 machines 100 light years and a whole alien partnership apart, and Hartley stood in the cold guts of the lantern with her glove on the feed line and felt the floor of her own competence tilt under her, because the certified procedure could not see the hair, and the manual could not see the hair. And she had been rounding the hair away her whole career, because a structure that runs is a structure you don't argue with. Bex. Her voice came out level. When did the 7 start drawing over book? You said since the bad night? You're sure it's since the bad night? No. She watched her face, reading it, a repair gang chief who knew when a fault had stopped being simple. "No, I'm not sure. I noticed it since the bad night because the bad night made me read everything twice, but I couldn't tell you it started then. Could have been creeping up for years, and I only looked when she scared me." She paused. "Why, Hartley? Why have you gone the color of bad solder?" And there it was. Hartley would never have called it a realization because it didn't come as a thought. It came as a number. It came the way the worst things always came to her, not in words, but in the body. The way a fault you've been smelling for an hour finally resolves into the one bad joint. That the vein she was about to relight, the road she was about to fix, the structure she loved standing inside, the relight itself would draw the hair too. She'd bring the 8th vein up to gain, and it would draw past book like its 7 siblings, because they all did, because the Lodestar did, because the overdraw wasn't a fault in any one machine. It was what the machines did when they ran. The Golden Age push had hung this cathedral and built her own beautiful impossible drive, and never once written the hair into the manual. And Delgado's instruments had been catching the hair on the lane since Oraline, and calling it a residual. And Imith's people went quiet about it. And Hartley had spent her whole career being twice as prepared as anyone in the room, and had never once, until this cold morning with her glove on a broken vein, been prepared for the possibility that the work itself, the running, the relighting, the heave and hold and heave of keeping the great machines lit, was the thing quietly spending something nobody was counting. Her best work. Bring the 8th vein up, give Lanehead its 8th road back, give Bex the wind that would relight the town as much as the structure, and the relit vein would draw the hair and add itself to the 7 already drawing it, and the structure would run 8 over book where it had run 7. And that was more of the thing, not less. And her good, clean, honest fix was a fix that fed it. "Hartley," Beck said again. "Give me a minute." Hartley heard her own accent flatten further toward Manchester, the way it did when the ground went out, and didn't stop it. She stood with her glove on the cold feed line and did the arithmetic she could not stop doing, because it was the only prayer she had. 8 veins drawing the hair, against 3 months of pilgrims who came to feel less alone, against 10,000 livelihoods, against Bex's gang and Bex's ribbons, and the frying pan smell coming up through the grating. Relight the vein and feed the thing. Don't relight the vein and starve a town to half light for a hair you can't prove, a hair no manual sees, a hair you'd have rounded away yourself last week. There was no honest hand in this. Fix the road, feed the cost. Don't fix the road, and a town she'd grown fond of in a single bad night went on running thin while she protected a number she could not name out loud, because the firewall on what that hair was ran straight through her, through Imith's silences, through Delgado's residual, through every quiet thing the people who knew weren't saying. "It'll relight," she said, finally, to the vein, the way she talked to the Lodestar's drive when it frightened her. Out loud, like briefing a junior, the tell she'd long since stopped hearing in herself. "Right. You're going to behave. You're going to come up soft, and you're going to draw more than you ought, and you're going to be a road for 10,000 people who never asked how the road gets paid for, and that's—" Her voice caught, just once. A nick in the flat, dry calm. There and gone. The unflappable engineer rattled clean off her line for the length of half a word. That's the job, isn't it? That's the bloody job. You fix the thing, and the fixing's the—" And she stopped herself. The lamp went down on the scaffold rail, very carefully, and she breathed once, and got the calm back the way she always got it back, by method, by going to the next concrete thing, because the next concrete thing was the only place a person like her had ever been allowed to live. "Sorry," she said, "I'm tired, and I've had a fortnight. Don't tell the captain I swore at his structure." "It's not his structure," Beck said, gently. which was the kindest thing anyone could have said because it let Hartley laugh, one short, ugly bark of a laugh, and come back from wherever she'd been. They relit the vein. Hartley did the numbers again with Bex's correction in them, robbed the 7 down past comfort, dumped the slack into the 8th, ran the whole lantern thin for the half-hour it took the dark vein to drink itself up to gain, and stood on the gantry with the repair gang chief at her shoulder, while the structure complained around them, the running 7 dropping their light a notch as the 8th stole their supper, the markets below them dimming for a frightening few minutes, while the great machine held its breath and decided whether it would do what an off-ship engineer's paper notebook said it would. The 8th vein lit, held, guttered, and held again, and then came up clean, the cold metal under Hartley's glove warming through her palm, the anchor emitters waking down the great scarred length of it one bank at a time, and the 7 eased back up to nominal as the 8th took its own weight, and the markets below them brightened, and somewhere down on the lower rail a pilgrim made the sound people make when a light comes on, and the repair gang she didn't know broke off the same heave and hold, and banged their spanners on the scaffold in the universal way, the metal heartbeat, the thing a working place did instead of cheering. 8 lit, none dark. It was a good piece of work. It was the best piece of work Hartley had done since Ralhun, clean and cheap and earned, the kind of fix a gang would tell stories about. And Bex Orsa put her good arm around Hartley's shoulders and held on, and the bad arm came up too, slow and stiff and not the way it used to, and for a moment the two of them stood there in the warming light of a relit machine and let it be a win, because it was a win, and you took the wins out here when the frontier handed them to you. 8 veins, Bex said. 3 months and a flagship engineer and a starved supper. I'll never get the part now. They'll cancel the order and I'll have wanted it for nothing. She was grinning. The grief and the ribbons and the half-story with her face on it were all still there, set down for the length of a win, the way Hartley's number was set down. Thank you, Hartley. The town'll know it was you. I'll make sure the half they print this time has your name in it. Don't. Hartley watched the 8 veins burn against the dark. 7 of them, and now the 8th, all of them drawing the hair, all of them lit and beautiful, and spending the things she couldn't name. Leave my name out of it. Put the gang's name in. They did 3 months. I did an afternoon and got lucky on a feed line. She picked up her notebook off the scaffold rail, closed it on the feed tree and the numbers and the corrected slack, and held it a moment, the one record she controlled, full now of a fix she was proud of and frightened of in the same hand. Tell them the 8th's back. Tell them the road's open. Tell them... And she stopped because the next true thing was not a thing you told a town that had earned its light back. Tell them the gang's good. They are. Best on the frontier. You should be proud. I am. Bex looked at her sidelong. The repair gang chief who'd watched her go the color of bad solder over a feed line an hour ago. You going to tell me what scared you up there, or do I file it with the half they don't print? Hartley looked at the 8 burning veins, and the town brightening under them, and the soot-gray ribbons, and a woman she'd loved on sight standing there with a bad arm and a relit structure, and a question she had every right to ask. File it with the half they don't print, Hartley said. It's not mine to give you. And if it were, you'd want me to keep it anyway. She put the notebook back in her jacket, against her chest, the cold of the feed line still in her glove, and the warmth of the relit vein coming through the gantry into her boots, both at once, the fix and the cost in the same body. Buy me something hot off your market before the captain wants me back. I've not eaten since Spindrift, and I've a horrible feeling I'll not eat properly again for a while. Now that's the warmest thing anyone said to me in 3 months, Bex said, and steered her down the gantry toward the smell of frying and the lit markets and the pilgrims at the rail. 2 working women walking away from a good piece of work under a machine that held a fold open and a town's whole life open and drew in 8 bright veins now instead of 7, a hair more than anyone was counting, down into Lanehead which had decided to keep living. Chapter 19. Ralhun. Ralhun was already in the room when Emeth reached it, which meant he had come in by the lower service galleries, which meant he had not wanted the Lodestar to log his arrival, which meant the conversation was decided before either of them had spoken a word. The room was a null meeting cell off the Lanehead transit galleries. A small, bare hexagon the Alliance kept in a dozen human ports, the kind of place humans walked past without seeing because there was nothing in it for them to see. No furniture, a floor of gray resin, scuffed pale in the center where Null had stood and been quiet across years. One light, set low and even in the ceiling, the color their people preferred, which to a human eye read as not quite enough. The lantern's recovery hummed up through the deck even here, the great vane array beyond the wall turning back toward its work, and that hum was the only loud thing in the cell, and it belonged to the humans, not to them. Ralhun stood in the scuffed center with his back to the door and did not turn when it sealed behind her. Vesha Naru Sa. He gave the greeting and the old name together, the parted line name, daughter of the sundered branch, and he gave them in the low, even register that was correct, and that landed from this particular line like a hand laid flat on the back of her neck. You came alone, that is well. I had wondered whether you would bring one of them to hold your wrist. I came alone because you asked it. Emeth stopped a pace inside the door. She did not move to the center. To move to the center was to stand with him, and she had not yet decided to stand with him. Vesha, Ralhun, you are far from your line's water. I am where the noise is. Now he turned, and Emeth held the small downward press that was a Null's flinch and did not let it reach her hands, because Ralhun's face was a face she knew without ever having seen it. The long line face, the bones her own Aun carried, the kinship the humans could not read and that her people could not unread. He was older than Savoth, or wore his age more plainly. The soft, fricative gray of him, the stillness that did not advertise itself as Savoth's did. Savoth kept his stillness the way a host keeps a door. Ralhun kept it the way deep water keeps a stone. And you stand in the noise, Threnaun, and you have learned to like it. I felt that before I came. It is in your reply to me, quick, warm, in their measure. You answer at their speed now. I answer when there is something to answer. It came out level. She was proud distantly that it came out level. You wrote to me that I count their stores while they open doors no hand can hold. You wrote it to wound. I read the wound and set it down. If you crossed the dark to deliver it again in person, you wasted a long road. I did not cross the dark to wound you. Ralhun let a beat fall, not the human pause, which is a gap in talk, but the Nhal carrying beat, the held space in which a true thing is allowed its weight before it is spoken. I crossed it to look at you, to see whether there was still enough of the line left in your face to be spoken to, or whether they had worn it smooth. Another beat. There is enough. You held Vesh when I turned just now. You did not let it reach your hands. They have not taken that from you yet. The praise was worse than the wound would have been. It found the exact place in her the wound could not reach. Sit, if you keep their habit of sitting, Ralhun said, and did not sit himself, and Emeth did not either, and so they stood a span apart in the low light while the human vane array turned beyond the wall. Say the thing you came to say. She set her hands flat at her sides, not the table flat she made on the bridge for the humans to read, but the line flat, the old discipline. I am here and I am holding. You did not come to admire what is left of me, Ralhun. Your line goes not cross the dark for sentiment. Sevoth's line might, not yours. Something moved in him that in a human she would have called a smile, and in a null of his line she knew to call its cold cousin recognition, the pleasure a hard mind takes in being met by a hard mind. No, we do not. You read me as you read them, quick, accurate, at the surface. Good. Then I will not waste the road. He took one step toward her, and the step was an intimacy, a relative stepping close to say the thing the rest of the gathering must not hear. You have stood among them since the alliance was a young thing. You have eaten their food, and flown in their machine, and learned, I do not doubt, to grieve the ones who die. So tell me, line daughter, in the count you keep that you will not write where they read, how many doors have they opened since you came aboard? That is not a number I keep. It is the only number that matters, and you keep it. The certainty in him was not loud. That was the thing the humans would never understand about the hard line, and the thing she understood in her bones. Their certainty did not need volume. It was the certainty of arithmetic done long ago and never once found wrong. Every lane they hang, every junction they certify and call shared, every road this little expedition of yours strings across the dark and lights up gold, so 100,000 of them can weep with joy at the door where there was no door. You stood at one of those at the green world. I have the account of it. You stood among them while they opened the breadbasket's lane. And they called it a triumph, and you, a beat, deliberate, a blade laid down slowly. You called it a triumph too, with your own voice, in their measure. And she had, at Aurelien, in the reception, when the colony liaison had pressed the sealed fruit on her and named the new lane a miracle, she had inclined her head and said, in English, in their measure, "It is a fine road." It had cost her nothing to say. That was the point Ralhun was making, and it was correct, and the correctness sat in her chest where the unanswered messages sat, a thing whose true weight could not be written where the humans would read it. A road is a fine thing, Imeth said. It is also only a road. There is no such word as only on a road for the foot that has walked the long one. Ralhun moved past her then, not toward the door, but to the wall, to the place where the human hum came through strongest, and laid one hand against the gray resin, as a person lays a hand on the flank of a beast to feel it breathe. Listen to it. He did not raise his voice, he lowered it, which was the deeper summons, the one that pulled her despite herself a half step from the door. Their machine, the drive your engineer keeps alive without knowing why it lives. You know why it lives. I know you know, because your line knew before any human was born to ask. It lives the way our machines lived once, in the deep time before the road went cold under us. It lives by spending the one inheritance, the shared thing, the warmth that does not come back. They light their roads with it, and call the lighting dawn. He turned his head, and the low, even register went lower still, down into the place her people kept for grief and for truth, which were to them very nearly the same register. We survived the fire, Narusa. Do you understand what I am telling you, who have stood so long at human volume that you may have stopped hearing the quiet things? We survived the fire, and we came out the far side of it onto a cold and patient road, and we learned the one thing the long-parted branch never learned, which is the size of what a fire costs. And now I watch your branch, your bright, loud, generous, doomed branch, building fires everywhere it can reach, and calling it dawn." The cell was very quiet. Even the human hum seemed to thin, though Emeth knew that was her own hearing pulling inward, the downward press of distress that her crew had learned to leave alone, and that no human had ever once seen reach this far. "Containment," she said, the word in English, flat, because she would make him hear it in their measure, the measure he despised. "That is the line you hold. That is the thing your own sent you to say to me with all this care. Not help them slowly, which is Savoth's, not withdraw and let them learn, which is the cold water lines. Yours is slow them, by any hand, including, when it serves, the withholding hand. We hold the only line that has done the sum and believed it. No flinch in him, no defense. He agreed with her as one agrees with the rising of a known star, a thing too old and too certain to be argued with by anything as young as a feeling. Seboth's people love your humans the way one loves a child running toward a cliff with its arms out. They will help and counsel and follow at a distance, wringing their hands, and they will be at the bottom of the cliff to grieve. We do not wish to grieve them. We wish them not to fall. And the only kindness left to a branch that will not be told is the kindness of the closed door. The road not given, the warning not spoken, the confidence not built, until the loud, bright, running thing slows enough to hear itself. He let a long beat fall between them, full weight, the way his line did instead of bracing. You call that withholding. We call it the only love that scales to what is coming. What is coming? She caught the phrase as it passed, the way she had caught the harder onset at the head of his first message. He had not meant to set it down, or he had meant to set it down exactly so, just out of reach, where she would feel its shape and not its name. You speak of the fall as theirs, but there is a thing under that, in your line's grief, a thing your people do not name even to each other, that your messages circle and never land on. You fear the cliff, you fear the falling, but what your line truly fears is not the cliff at all. For the first time, Ralhun was still in the other way, not the held stillness of the line, but the stillness of a creature that has heard a footstep behind it on a cold road. You have grown sharp among them after all, he said, low, sharper than is safe for you. And he did not answer the thing she had reached for, which was its own answer. He stepped back from the wall and from the edge of the unnamed, and let the gray water of him close over it again, and that closing told her more than any word could, that the thing was there, down in the deep of his line's fear, patient and unspoken, and he would not name it. He left it sealed. She let him. Some doors a line daughter does not open on another's behalf. "I will tell you why I truly crossed the dark," Ralhun said, "and then I will go, and you will sit alone with it as your line has always made you sit alone with things, because that is the gift and the cruelty of being the one who reads. Say it. There is a reading on the road ahead of you." He said it simply, and the simplicity was the most frightening thing he had done. The way to the great junction your captain means to certify and call shared. There is a thing in the cold of that approach that no human eye will see and no human instrument will name, because it is a thing of the long road, and only a line that has walked the long road can read it. Sivoth's people can read it. I can read it. You can read it, Narusa, if you put your hands flat and your volume down and remember what you are. The beat. And the question your Aun sends me to put before you, the Thren Aun question, the question of the bones, is this. When the reading matters, when the loud, bright, running thing is about to set its foot wrong on the cold road because no one will tell it where the road is cold, will you speak? Or will you hold the quiet that your line calls wisdom, and let the cliff teach what the council could not? The arithmetic of it landed in her all at once, and it was worse than a threat, because it was not a threat. Ralhun was not telling her of a trap his people had set. He was telling her his people would withhold, that there was weather on the road only the Nhal could read, and that the containment line had already decided to let the humans fly into it blind, because a fall slows a branch better than 100 years of counsel. And death on the cold road was, to his line, an accepted cost of the only love that scaled. And he was telling her this not to recruit her to the withholding, but to find out, to see as he had come to see whether the line was worn smooth in her face, which way she would break when the road came cold under the Lodestar's keel. And there it was, standing in the low light, with the human hum coming up through her feet. Emeth understood that the thing she had carried since Ralhun's first message was no longer a private grief. It had a shape now, and the shape was a fork in a road, and on one arm of it stood Sivoth with his held door and his help them slowly, and on the other stood Ralhun with his closed one and his let them fall, and she, Lieutenant Commander Emeth, who ate in the galley and flew in the machine and had inclined her head and called a road fine, she was the hinge between them, and the humans she had chosen did not know there was a fork, or a road, or a hinge, or that the quiet officer at operations was at this hour the only thing standing between her captain and a cliff her own people had agreed to let him find. You ask which I will choose, Sivoth's line or yours. I ask which you are, Ralhun said. The choosing is only the surface of it. You have been pretending these years that you could stand among them and remain of the line, that the two were a road you could fly down the middle of, the way their pilot flies the lane. There is no middle on this one, Thren Aun. There is the door held open, and there is the door let close, and when the road comes cold, you will be one or the other, and you will find out which by what your mouth does when the silence wants keeping. He moved to the door, the deep water moving, unhurried. I will not ask you to keep it. That would be Sevoth's mistake, to ask and be refused and learn nothing. I will only watch what you do. We are very good, my line, at watching what a thing does. At the seal he paused, and the last he gave her was the old name, soft, and it was the cruelest thing in the whole cold conversation, because it was not cruel at all. Vesha, Narusa, daughter of the parted line. You were always one of ours, whatever measure you have learned to answer in. Remember it when the road comes cold. The door took him into the lower galleries unlogged, as it had let him in, and the cell was Emeth's, and she stood alone in the center of it at last, in the scuffed pale place where her people had stood and been quiet across years, with her hands flat at her sides in the line discipline, and the human vein array turning its bright, doomed turn beyond the wall. There were no tears. Her line did not weep. The grief went downward and inward and was carried, corvèche, a weight formerly held and discharged slowly across the long view. But she stood in the quiet longer than the watch allowed, because there was a stone in her now that she could not give to Sevath and would not give to Ralhun, and once, foolishly, almost given to the mainline courier in a wardroom 2 stops behind them, and the stone had a name she would not yet say even to herself, even here, even in the empty cell at human low volume, and the name was, I have already chosen, and I am only waiting to find out what it costs. The not choosing she had carried since the green world was over. Ralhun had ended it without meaning to, the way the cold ends a season, not by argument, which she could have held against, but by naming the road. He had shown her the fork and told her his line would let the humans walk the wrong arm of it blind, and in the showing he had made the silence she had kept for years into a thing with a price tag hanging from it, plain enough that even she could read it. To say nothing now was no longer the wise patience of the line. It was a choice to stand at the bottom of the cliff and grieve. She had grieved enough in her years. The corvèche she already carried was a full enough load for one daughter of one parted line. She did not think she could carry the green world's people too, and the lanterns, and her captains, and call that load wisdom. Sevoth the call it wisdom. Ralhun would call it weakness. She found, standing in the scuffed pale place, that she had stopped caring what either of them would call it, and that the not caring was the most human thing that had ever happened to her, and that it frightened her more than Ralhun had. Imeth squared nothing on her way out, because there was nothing in the cell to square. She went back up through the human galleries toward the Lodestar's berth, toward the warmth and the volume and the household 3 rooms deep, toward the captain who did not know there was a road, and the engineer who kept the fire, and the young one who still said the frontier was beautiful out loud. And she walked at their speed, in their measure, because that was the measure she had chosen, and she let no part of what she carried reach her hands. Behind her, the lantern turned its vanes back toward the dark, lighting its road with the warmth that does not come back, and called the lighting dawn. Chapter 20. The Withheld Warning. The Pelin nearly died on the cold lane approach to the Causeway at the back end of the forming up watch, and the first anyone on the Lodestar's bridge knew of it with the survey sloop's voice climbing an octave it had no business reaching. Lodestar, Pelin, we've a shear, It's not on the card, there's nothing on the card. The center pilot, Ivers, was a steady hand. Cross had heard him hold a wandering grain hauler off his quarter for 2 days without raising his pulse. He was not steady now. Boundary's gone soft on my port flank. It's pulling. I can't trim it out. She's yawing into the wall. All hulls hold station. Cross was at the rail before the sentence finished, 2 fingers down on the cold metal, not yet topping. Salazar. On it. No joke in it. That was the tell, and Cross clocked the tell and did not like what it meant. Pelin's right, there's nothing on the approach card here. Cold lane, certified clean by the survey 2 days back, our own survey, and she's got a transverse shear coming through the boundary like a knife under a door, pushing her broadside at the wall. A breath. She doesn't have the thrust to fight it, not a sloop. She'll touch the boundary in about 40 seconds, and the boundary's not settled enough to take it. The plot showed it the way a plot showed anything. Flat, clean, a small amber mark sliding toward a gold line as if it had all the time in the world. The Pelin was the most fragile thing in the convoy. She had been given the clean center slot at Brightfall for exactly this reason, and somewhere in the 400 kilometers of certified approach to the Causeway, the certified approach had grown a shear that no card carried, and it had reached in and taken hold of her on her port side, and was walking her, without hurry, into a wall of unsettled space that would open her like the sundog would have opened against Brightfall's new boundary on its first day. 40 seconds. Cross had given diplomatic answers in 40 seconds. He had charmed a hostile governor in 40 seconds. He could not fly a sloop out of a sheer in 40 seconds, and neither could the boy Ivers at the helm of the sloop. "Maddox is 2 days behind us," Ackerman said, very flat, at the contingency board. She had pulled the trees up the moment the Pelin called. She had a half-dozen of them stacked on the dark glass already, and not one of them had a clean exit on it. "Salazar." "We'd both touched the wall." Salazar's hands were already moving, the eerie calm on him, the swagger gone somewhere Cross would have given a great deal to follow it. "A cruiser in that sheer's the same problem with more mass. I put us up her flank, I make a wall out of us, and the boundary takes 2 hauls instead of 1. A beat, the worst kind, the kind a pilot took when the answer was no, and he was still looking for the yes. "I can't fly her out of it, Captain. I don't have the lane to do it in." Imeth had not spoken since the Pelin's first call. Cross would think about that afterward, would think about it for a long time, the way he thought about the 6 in the locker, turning it over as Ackerman turned her unfileable trees. At the time, he had no attention to spare for it. At the time, there was only the amber mark and the gold line, and a center boy's voice gone high in the throat, and so Cross did not see the thing that happened at the operations station, did not see Imeth set her hands flat and still on the console as she did when humans would have gestured, did not see the held beat that was not the Pelin she was reckoning with. Cross heard her, though. The whole bridge heard her. "Hold your trim, Pelin. Do not fight the sheer." Imeth's voice came across the convoy channel, level and exact, and a half step too fast for her, which from Imeth was a shout. "Roll 30 degrees to port, into the sheer, not away, and cut your starboard trim entirely. The sheer has a grain. It is not pushing you broadside. It is a cold lane fold, and a fold has a seam, and the seam will carry you if you present your keel to it instead of your flank." A silence on the channel, the particular silence of a frightened man being told to do the thing every instinct screams against. Roll into the wall that is killing you. "Imeth," Cross had turned. "Is that right?" "Yes." She did not look at him. Her hands were flat on the console, and her eyes were on the plot, and there was something in the line of her that Cross had seen exactly once before, at a vesh for a crewman 2 cruises back, the held stillness the crew had learned to leave alone. "Yes, Captain, it is right. Pelin, roll now. You have perhaps 20 seconds. Roll now." "Do what she says, Pelin." Cross put every gram of the warmth into it that he had, because the boy at the sloop's helm needed it, and because it was the only tool Cross had that the moment would take. The amber mark on the plot hung at the edge of the gold line for a heartbeat, 2, and then it turned. The Pelin rolled into the wall that was killing her, presented her keel to the fold, as Imeth had said, cut her starboard trim, and went still in the sheer the way the survey sloop had gone still in the Brask's drive wash all those days ago at the first lane transfer, frightening and stable. And then the seam of the fold took her along its grain, and the gold line that should have opened her slid past her keel a clean ship's length off, and the sloop came out the far side of the sheer, yawed and alive. The bridge let out a breath it had not announced it was holding. Vinter, at helm relief, made a sound that was not a word. The Pelin's pilot said something on the channel that was mostly static and entirely relief. Cross did not let himself have the half-second. He had promised Ackerman the half-second weeks ago, on this bridge. Let yourself have the half-second when the catch works. And he did not take it now, because the catch had not worked. The catch had been made. There was a difference, and it was standing at the operations station with her hands flat and still and her eyes on a plot that no longer needed her. "Imeth," Cross said. "How did you know the fold had a grain?" Imeth did not answer. Imeth answered in her ready room 10 minutes later, with the bridge handed to Ackerman and the convoy reformed, and the Pelin limping at its clean slot, with 2 of her instrument booms sheared off and her crew alive. Cross had asked Imeth to come. He had not ordered it. With Imeth, the distinction mattered more than with anyone aboard, and he had learned that the way he learned most things about her, slowly, by watching what the precision cost. She came, and stood, and would not sit, and held a beat of silence before she spoke that he had come to recognize as the thing she did instead of the "Narusa," the "Will you listen?" that she would have asked in Enhal. "Ralhun knew," she said. Cross waited. He had 100 questions, and the discipline, hard won, to let her lay it down in her own order. "The fold, the cold lane shear that took the Pelin." Imeth's hands were at her sides, flat, still. "It is a thing my people can read and yours cannot. Not a hazard your instruments are built to find. Your survey certified that lane clean 2 days ago, and your survey was not wrong by its own measure. It is a signature in the lane itself, a thing the lane does where the space behind it has been spent. The fold has a grain. Enhal reads the grain as your engineer reads a coupling that is going to fail before it fails. It is in our bones. It is not in your cards, and it cannot be put in your cards because the thing that writes it is a thing your instruments are not built to see." And Ralhun could read it. "Ralhun read it before we made the lantern." Imeth said the name as she said most hard things, level, complete, no lift at the end. He read the whole approach to the causeway, every fold, every seam, every place the cold lane will do to a hull what it nearly did to the Pelin. He read it as I would have read it had I been looking, and I was not looking because I trusted your survey and your cards and the certified clean approach, because I have lived at human speed and human volume so long that I had stopped reading the lane in my bones." A beat. "Ralhun has not stopped. Ralhun read the approach, and he saw the fold that would take the Pelin, and he said nothing." The ready room was very quiet. Cross found he had pressed 2 fingers to the edge of the desk and made himself stop. "He withheld it." Cross kept his voice even. "A reading that would have saved that sloop, and he held it back. He held it back from me, and so from you." The first thing in her voice that was not level. "I want you to understand what he held back and what he did not, Captain, because you will want to make it simpler than it is, and it is not simple." She turned finally and looked at him, and the precision that was her warmth was doing hard work to stay precision. "Ralhun did not want the Pelin to die. He did not plant the fold. The fold is older than your expedition, older than your accord, a thing the lane grew on its own from what the space behind it has become. He did not aim it at the sloop. If you asked him, if I asked him, he would say he did not kill them, and by his own reckoning he would be telling the truth. But he knew they might. He knew the approach was unsafe under your certification profile. Imeth said it carefully, each word set down like a stone in a wall. He knew your cards would carry you onto folds your cards could not see. He knew a hull would touch one, sooner or later, on the way to the causeway, and he knew that when it did, some hull might not roll in time. He weighed that, and he held the reading back anyway, because giving it to you would let you compensate. It would let you fly the approach safely. It would let you reach the causeway and certify it and open the road and keep opening roads, faster and faster, out and out, as you have done for 20 years. She stopped. He does not want you dead, Captain. He wants you stopped. He wants the expedition to falter. He wants your confidence to crack, for a hull to be lost, or nearly lost, on an approach your own survey swore was clean, so that you begin to doubt your cards and your certifications, and your certainty that the roads are yours to open. A dead sloop is not his goal. A frightened expedition is his goal. The dead are a cost he has decided he can carry. Cross had heard a great many people justify a great many things. It was, in a sense, his trade. He made a living standing in rooms where people had decided to do something they could not quite look at, and helping them look at it, or helping them not. He had thought he had heard most of the shapes the thing came in. This one he had not heard. It was colder than the Combine's appetite, and cleaner than Audouya's scripture, and it did not raise its voice at all. He told you this. Cross said it slowly. Ralhun. He told you he was holding it back, and why? He did not tell me he was holding the Pellin's fold. Emeth's hands had come together now, flat, pressed, the stillness she used when humans would have shaken. He would not be so crude. He told me, at the lantern, that the approach to the causeway was— he used a word, Captain, that I will not translate, because it does not translate, and because translating it would make it sound like a warning, and it was not a warning. It was a reprimand. He told me I had gone native. He told me I was building fires everywhere and calling it dawn. He told me that the kindest thing my line could do for yours was to let your roads frighten you back into your own system before you spent the whole inheritance opening them. And he let me understand, as my people let one another understand, without the crudeness of saying it, that he had read the approach, and that he was content to let it teach you what he could not. And you said nothing. Cross did not make it an accusation. He made it the plainest fact in the room, level and certain, which was worse. From the lantern to this watch, you carried what he'd let you understand, and you said nothing. I said nothing. She did not flinch from it, because I told myself it was not knowledge, it was inference. It was a thing he had let me feel rather than a thing he had told me. And the Null does not betray her Aun on a thing she has only been let to feel. Because I trusted your survey, and I told myself the cards would hold, and that if Ralhun was right, the folds would be small, and your pilots would trim them out, and no one would die, and I would not have to choose. Her voice broke then, in the way Cross had been told Null voices could break, and had never heard, not upward, not louder, but downward, into the other tongue, the word coming out of her without permission, low and flat and final. Kel. Emeth caught it, and set her hands flatter, and held the next beat longer, and brought the English back up over it like a hand over a wound. No, she said, in his language, for him. That is the lie I told myself, and it is a kel, a closed door, a refusal, and I have just heard myself say it aloud in the tongue I do not use in front of you, which means I no longer believe it. I did have to choose. I had a choice from the lantern onward, and I chose the door closed. The Pellin is the bill for that choice. 2 booms sheared, and a frightened boy, and a crew that lived by the wit of my hesitation. And the next fold may not be so kind, and I will not carry that the way I carried this. I am telling you, Captain, the whole of it. Ralhun's reading, what it costs me to give it to you, and the dissent I am logging against my own in your immutable record, where Ralhun and Sivoth and every line that comes after will be able to read that I broke the standing quiet to warn a human crew. I am choosing your people over mine. I want it on the record that I chose." Cross sat down. He had not meant to. The chair took him, and he let it, because the thing Imeth had laid on the desk between them was heavier than the pelon, and heavier than the six, and a man held a weight like that better sitting. "Tell me what I need to fly the approach," he said, "first, before anything else. We're 400 kilometers from the Causeway with the whole convoy strung out behind us, and an approach your own cards can't read. Give me the reading. We'll have the rest of it after. And we will have the rest of it, all of it. What it costs you and what you log and what your line does to you for it. But the convoy first." Something eased in Imeth, fractionally. Not relief, she was past relief, but the recognition of a man who had heard the load-bearing thing under the grief and reached for it. "Yes," she said, "that is the right order." She came to the desk at last and did not sit, but set a slate on it within his reach, not into his hand, and Cross noted, distantly, that she had learned that from Castellan, or Castellan had learned it from the ship, the careful frontier courtesy of the thing offered and not pressed. "I have marked the folds I can read from here," she said, 9 of them, on the 400-kilometer approach. She heard herself say it and corrected, because precision was the only dignity she had left in the hour. 9 that I am certain of. There may be more I cannot read at this range that Ralhun could read at his. I will be on the operations station for the whole approach, and I will read the lane in my bones as I had stopped doing, and I will call the grain of every fold as it comes, the way I called the pelons. With this and with me, you can fly it. The approach is survivable. It was always survivable, for anyone who could read it. That is the cruelty of what Ralhun did. He did not make it unsafe. He let it be unsafe by withholding the one thing that made it safe, and called the difference your education. Cross looked at the slate. 9 amber marks on a 400-kilometer line, each one a place the cold lane would do to a hull what it had nearly done to the pelon, each one invisible to every instrument the convoy carried, each one survivable to a single officer aboard who had nearly let them all fly it blind, and had chosen, at the cost of her own people, not to. "Why now?" he asked. It was not the captain's question. It was the question under it. You carried it from the lantern. You told yourself it was inference, not knowledge. What changed between the lantern and this watch that made you put it on the record? Imeth was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke, it was not quite to him. "There is a thing Ralhun fears," she said, "more than your roads. He did not name it to me, because we do not name it. It is the oldest closed door my people have. But it was under everything he said at the lantern, the way water is under ice. He fears what your noise will draw." She stopped, and Cross watched her decide how much of the closed door to leave closed. "Your expedition is the loudest thing the Reach has done in 20 years. A convoy of every flag at once, and a certification and a road open to all 3 blocks, and 100,000 people at Brightfall cheering a race down a new lane, and all of it broadcast and logged and immutable. Ralhun believes, his line believes, that to be loud is to be found, and that the surest safety is to be small, to be still, to stop opening roads and cheering down them. He would let your expedition fail to keep your noise low. That is the shape of his fear, something old that he would not name. It is not a thing I can give you on the record, because it has no fold I can mark, and no card you could fly by, and because it is the one thing I am still my own enough not to say plainly." A held beat. "I have told you the rest. Let that part stay water under the ice. "You have a road to fly, and I have a fold at kilometer 40 I should be reading." Cross did not push it. He had spent a career learning which doors to lean on and which to leave, and he left that one, and would carry it the way he carried the small cold thing Castellan had put in him at Spindrift, unnamed, under the warmth, refusing to come up. "Log your descent," he said, "all of it. Ackerman will have the record format. She's the only one aboard who logs against herself for the practice of it. She'll show you how it's done so it can't be unsaid." He stood. "And Imeth." He waited until she looked at him. "I'd have flown that sloop into the wall. Every instrument I trust said the lane was clean, and I'd have flown the Pelin straight onto Ralhun's fold believing it, and so would every captain in this fleet, and the boy at her helm would be in a locker beside my 6. You stopped that. You stopped it at a cost to yourself I can see the edges of and not the middle, and I'm not going to make a thing of it because you'd hate that worse than the cost. But it's on my record now too, the one I keep where Ackerman keeps her trees. You chose this crew. I won't forget you chose it." Imeth help beat, the long one, the Naru beat, the listening that was not agreement. And then she inclined her head a fraction, the gesture she made instead of the things humans made, and went to log her descent against her own people in a record that could never be closed. Cross sat alone in the ready room a while after she had gone, with the slate and its 9 invisible folds, and the gold road running on the forward screen 400 kilometers short of the causeway he had come all this way to prove could be shared. He thought about a Nald who would let a sloop die to frighten an expedition small, and who would call it mercy, and who would not be wrong by his own cold arithmetic. He thought about the thing under the ice, the old fear Imeth would not name, and put it down because it had no fold he could fly by, and a captain flew by what he could read. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the edge of the desk, and this time, when he caught them starting to drum, he let them. There was a road to fly, and a crew that had lived by the width of one officer's hesitation, and 400 kilometers of certified clean approach that would have killed them all but for a woman who had broken the oldest discipline of her people to mark 9 folds on a slate. Cross would fly it. He would fly it well, with the reading Imeth gave him, and Imeth at the operations station calling the grain, and they would reach the causeway and certify the road open to all 3 blocks, and prove the reach could hold. And somewhere out past the gold line, under the ice, under everything, a quiet that had been broken too loudly a long way away kept its own counsel and drew its own breath, and no one aboard the Lodestar heard it, and Ralhun, on the matte dark hull holding the convoy's rear, was content that they did not. Chapter 21. The Hand on the Door. Castellan had the routing board lit when Cross came in off the deep watch, and he had turned it so that the 2 chairs at the planning station faced it square, which meant he had been waiting, and which meant he had set the chairs himself. The board was the one piece of the Lodestar that Cross had never quite got the measure of. It lived in the small planning room off the bridge, a flat table of dark glass the length of a wardroom table, and when it woke, it showed the reach not as a map, but as a working thing, the whole forward region rendered in threads of cold light, every certified lane a gold wire strung between junctions, every junction a node where the wires met and braided, the convoy a slow knot of marks 400 kilometers short of the causeway and creeping. Hartley loved it. Salazar loved it more. Cross found it unsettling in a way he had never said aloud, because it made the frontier look solved, look like a circuit, a thing with a current running through it that a clever enough hand could route. Castellan's hand was resting on the table's edge, not on the glass. "You should sleep," Castellan said, not looking up. I'd say it kindly, but I've watched you not sleep since Spindrift, and a tired captain signs things he wouldn't sign rested. So I won't pretend I want you sharp for my sake. A faint, dry thing, there and gone. Sit. I'll be quick, and then you can go and not sleep somewhere more comfortable than the bridge." Cross sat. The other chair took him, and the board's cold light came up under his face, and the gold wires lay there between the two men, silent and patient and lovely. "The Pelin," Castellan said. "I heard. 2 booms gone, crew alive. A cold lane fold your survey couldn't see, and Imeth could." A beat weighed. "I'd ask how she know, but I think the answer's hers to give and not mine to collect, so I won't. I'm glad the boy lived. I liked him at Brightfall. He apologized for drifting on the spacing before he had finished drifting. The kind of pilot who'll be very good in 3 years if something doesn't kill him first." "You heard fast." "Routing hears everything. That's not sinister, it's the job. The convoy logs come to me because I file the certification, and the Pelin's near miss is in the convoy log, because Ackerman put it there within the hour, in the immutable record, with a descent appended that I can read and can't open." Castellan's mouth moved, the closest he came to a smile. "Your XO logs against her own crew for the practice of it. I've never met anyone else who does. It's the most honest habit on this ship, and the one I frighten most, because the day she logs against me, I'll know I've lost you, and I'll have had no warning that wasn't already on the record." Cross said nothing. The thing under the warmth, the cold, lodged weight Castellan himself had put there at Spindrift, and that Emmaus Kell in the ready room had pressed on without naming, sat where it had sat for 2 days, lodged and patient and dumb. "I'm going to do the thing I told you I wouldn't," Castellan said. "At Spindrift, I said the moment I hand you a name, this stops being a conversation and starts being a pitch. I meant it. I've thought about it since, and I've decided I was being cowardly, protecting myself from being the man in the dark room with the offer, so that if you said yes, I could tell myself you arrived at it alone." He turned a hand, palm up, on the table's edge. "That's not honesty. That's me wanting clean hands on a dirty thing. So, here it is, with my fingerprints on it, where you can see them." Castellan touched the glass for the first time, and a region of the board brightened. Not the convoy, not the causeway, but a stretch of frontier behind them, the lanes they had already flown, lit one after another in the order they had hung them. Brightfall's new road, the Aureline approach, the Cold Lane corridor where the Pelin had nearly died. "The expedition's certification authority," Castellan said. "It exists. It's real. It's signed. It's on the Accord docket under your name and the Null Surveyor's certificate and Geneva's claim and the Compact seal. When you certify the Causeway, you won't just have opened a road. You'll have established, in the permanent record, that a body exists which can say a lane is fit, governed, and open to all 3 blocks under agreed rules. That body is the expedition. That body is, in practice, the man who holds the routing access and files the docket and decides which boundary reads settled. A beat. That's me for now. It shouldn't be me. I've no standing to keep it past this voyage, and no wish to. It should be you." "Me?" "You." Castellan said it without weight, the way you state a load-bearing thing so it won't seem to be carrying anything. Hear the shape of it before you decide what it is. Not Geneva's, not a block's, not a fleet's. A standing authority over the corridors, narrow, technical, accountable to the Accord, with the legitimate standing to ask a hull its business in the gap between flags, and the rooting knowledge to know when the answer's a lie. The thing that didn't exist when a combine logistics officer sealed a weapons staging bay into a salvage warren no one governed. The thing that didn't exist on the Cold Lane approach where the Pelin flew onto a fold nobody had the standing to flag because the lane belonged to no one and so no one minded it. He paused, exactly long enough. I'm not offering you a fleet, Daniel. I'm offering you the hand on the roads, held by the one man on the reach I've watched run toward the dying and away from the easy answer. You're the only candidate I'd trust with it. That's not flattery. It's the whole of why I'm saying it out loud at all. Cross found he had gone very still, the stillness Ackerman owned, and he did not. And he made himself unfold his hands off the table's edge before he started doing the other thing he did and looked at the lit lanes behind them on the board. The trouble was that he could see it. That was the thing he would not be able to explain to Ackerman, or to Petrov, or to himself in the cold of the next watch, that Castellan had not painted a fantasy. He had painted the gaps. Cross had flown every one of those gold wires and paid the bill in each of them, and the bills had names. He had stood at a fourth bed in a clinic made of cargo racking and held the hand of a man whose lungs had gone before Petrov could reach him, because Spindrift was a place the roads had never bothered to mind. He had read the casualty list off the slate enough times to recite it, and before any of that, before the lantern even, there had been Pell, the outpost worker Cross hadn't reached, the first bill he'd ever signed, and the one he'd never managed to file away. A man dead in a depressurized transfer tube on a route that no one had been watching, because the route belonged to no one, while Cross's ship was half a day out and accelerating and arrived in time to do nothing but count. A hand on the corridor where Pell died would have saved Pell. A hand on the bay at Spindrift would have meant 6 people went home. A hand on the Cold Lane approach, a routing authority with the standing to fly the Pellin's fold first, certify it, mark the grain Imeth read in her bones, and the boy at the sloop's helm would never have had to roll into the wall that was killing him on the word of an officer breaking her own people's oldest discipline to save him. It would have stopped all of it, not most of it, all of it. Cross sat in the cold light of the routing board and did the arithmetic Castellan had handed him, and the arithmetic came out clean, which the arithmetic of a dying frontier never did, and the cleanness was the most dangerous thing in the room. "You've gone where I hoped you wouldn't go this fast," Castellan said quietly. "You're adding it up. Don't. Not because the sum's wrong. It isn't. That's the cruelty of it. But because the sum is the easy part, and a man who decides on the sum decides badly. I've watched it. I did it myself years ago with a smaller authority and a worse argument, and I was right about the sum and wrong about everything that mattered, and people I'll not name paid for my being right." He drew his hand back off the glass. "I'd rather you said no for a good reason than yes for the sum." "You're arguing yourself out of it." "I'm arguing you into it properly, or not at all." And there it was again, the trick that wasn't a trick. The generous thing said against himself, the open hand turned over to show there was nothing in the palm. "I don't want a captain who agreed with me in a dark room and resents me by the Causeway. I want a man who held the thing in both hands, saw exactly what it was, and picked it up anyway, knowing the weight. That man I could hand the roads to and sleep. The other man drops them the first time they get heavy, and then we're all back in the gaps." Cross got up. He had not decided to. The chair released him, and he found himself on his feet, 2 paces from the board, the way the wardroom viewport had pulled him at spindrift, a man putting a little distance between himself and a thing that fit too well in the hand. And for a long moment, the longest he would admit to afterward, and longer than that in the truth he kept where Ackerman kept her trees, he was going to say yes. Not the word never got that far, but the shape of yes was in him, formed and warm and reasonable, the way an argument feels when it stops feeling like persuasion and starts feeling like remembering, which Castellan had taught him to watch for, and which Castellan was doing to him now, gently, in good faith, meaning every word. The shape of yes had Pell in it, and the 6 in it, and the Pellin's boy in it. It had a future in it where Cross stood somewhere narrow and accountable and technical, with the routing knowledge and the standing, and minded the gaps, so that no captain coming after him ever had to count a frontier's dead off a slate and call it the cost of an open road. It was good. It was the best version of himself he had been offered since he'd taken the chair, and the man offering it did not want it for himself, and that, Cross knew, standing in the cold light, that was the thing that nearly closed his hand around it. Cross looked at the board. The lanes lay there in their gold, every one a wire with the current in it, the frontier rendered as a circuit a clever hand could route, and the convoy a slow knot of marks creeping toward the Causeway, and behind it the lit corridors of everywhere they'd already been, and ahead of it the dark where the roads ran out. And Cross thought, not in words, the way Hartley's worst things came to her as numbers and not thoughts. Who decides which hull's a staging bay and which is Maddox? A calm, even-toned man with quiet narrative authority. Measured, intelligent, understated. Keep this exact same voice and energy from the first word to the last. Never shift accent, pitch, or persona. Do not perform character voices. Read all dialogue in the same calm narrator voice, set apart only by a slight pause, never by acting it out theatrically. In long descriptive sentences, take natural pauses at the dashes and commas, and let each clause breathe. Never rush or stumble. Do not over-dramatize. Keep breathing subtle and natural. Avoid heavy inhales. Read at a natural, steady pace. Read only the passage text, nothing else. Pronunciation guide. Pronounce ensign as ensign. Mia as Mia. Because Maddox had flown them out of Spindrift down a lane that was on no chart, under a slow river of ice and dead metal, by voice, breaking every routing rule there was, a useful bastard with gray under his nails who'd saved an expedition and would deny it cost him a wink of sleep. A hand on the roads with the standing to ask a hull its business in the gap between flags would have asked Maddox his business, and Maddox's business would not have filed, and the hand, held by Castellan, held by Cross, held by the best and most accountable man on the reach, would have had to decide whether the salvage man running 40 tons off a rock the combine was watching was a gap runner to be stopped or a friend to be waved through. And it would have decided. Well, Cross would have decided well. He would have got it right more often than anyone, and the getting it right would have been the whole of the crime, because the crime was not getting it wrong. The crime was that there was a hand on the door at all, and a man behind the hand who got to say which cutter passed and which one didn't, and that the man would be good, and that the goodness was exactly how it would never come back off the door once it was on. Cross had spent the whole voyage thinking the danger was a bad hand on the roads, a combine hand, a frontier hand, a hand that would use the watching to win. Castellan had answered that at Spindrift, not a block, an authority, narrow and accountable, and Cross had not been able to find the objection, had carried it unnamed under the warmth for 2 days, the small cold thing that would not come up, And here it was, come up at last, in the cold light of the board, with the offer warm in his hand. The objection wasn't the bad hand. It was the hand.
"I can't," Cross said. Cross heard how thin it came out, and was almost ashamed of it, because Castellan deserved better than a thin no after the honest weight of the offer. But it was the true word, and the only one he had hold of, and he had learned from Emeth 2 days ago, from a woman who had said the convoy first and meant it, that you say the load-bearing thing first and find the rest of the words after. Castellan did not move. He watched Cross across the cold light, unhurried, the good coat hanging off him, a man who had asked a thing of weight and was prepared to be refused without making the refusing cost the refuser anything. He would take the no as well as he took everything, and that was the worst of it. "Tell me why," Castellan said. "Not to argue it. I genuinely like to know which way you fell, because I've watched men say no to this for the wrong reasons, and the wrong reason no never holds either. They say no out of squeamishness and then take it up later, quietly, when no one's looking, because the squeamishness wears off and the gaps don't. If you've a real reason, I'll respect it. If you've only got a flinch, I'd rather you knew that's all it was." And Cross found he could not give him the reason, not because he didn't have it. He had it now, finally, the thing that had been water under the ice for 2 days, but because it would not yet come out in words that would survive being said aloud across a routing board to a reasonable man. The hand is the crime. He could feel the shape of it, exact and cold and true, the way you feel a coupling that's going to fail before it fails. He could not yet build the sentence that would carry it. If he tried, here, tonight, tired, Castellan would take the half-built sentence apart with kindness and good faith, not to win, but because it deserved taking apart. And Cross would be left holding the pieces and the offer both, and the offer would still be warm. "I can't give it to you tonight," Cross said. "The reason. I've got it. I had it the second I looked at the board and thought about Maddox, but it's not a thing I can say to you yet without you helping me say it better, and I don't want help saying this one." He looked at Castellan steadily and put none of the warmth into it, because the warmth was the tool he reached for to bring a room with, and this was the one thing he did not want to bring Castellan along on. "So I'll do what I did at Spindrift, except this time it's a no with the reason held back, not a maybe with the reason missing. I can't take the roads. I won't take the roads. And the part of me that did the arithmetic and nearly said yes, that part frightens me more than anything that's happened on this voyage. 6 in a locker and a sloop on a fold and all of it. And that's the part I'm going to be sitting with tonight instead of sleeping. Not whether you're right about the gaps. You're right about the gaps. Whether a man can hold the hand that fills them and stay a man you'd want holding it." Something passed across Castellan's face that Cross had not seen on it before. Not disappointment, not the clever recalculation Ackerman kept warning him to watch for, but something quieter and harder to name, that might in another man have been respect, and might have been something else that Cross was too tired to read, and he let it pass. "That's a real reason," Castellan said, "or the front edge of one. I told you I'd respect it." He stood, unhurried, and touched the glass, and the lit lanes went dark, and the board was just a flat black table again, the frontier folded back into nothing. "I'll not raise it again, not because I've stopped believing it, I haven't, and the gaps won't either, but because you've earned the right to arrive at the rest of it on your own road, and I've learned what it costs to hurry a man down mine." He moved toward the door. "Certify the Causeway, Captain. Prove the lane can be shared. Maybe you're right that the proving's a different thing from the holding. I hope it is. I've stopped being able to see how. But you see things I stopped seeing a long time ago, and that's most of why I wanted you to have the roads."
A small nod, almost rueful, the same one he'd left in the wardroom at Spindrift. Go and not sleep. We make the approach in 2 watches, and I'd rather the man flying us onto Ameth's folds had at least lain down. The door took him, and the planning room was Cross's, and the routing board lay dark and flat and harmless under his hands. Cross stood over it a while in the half-light and did not wake it again. The thing he had nearly done sat in him now where the unnamed thing had sat for 2 days, except it was named now, and the naming had not made it lighter, it had made it heavier, the way the truth always weighed more than the dread of it. He had come within the shape of a word of taking the hand on every door, and he had wanted to, and the wanting had been good and reasonable and full of Pell and the 6 and a boy at a sloop's helm, and none of that was the danger. The danger was that it had felt like mercy. The danger was that it had felt like the thing that would make the counting stop. Cross pressed 2 fingers flat to the dark glass where Castellans had rested, and caught them before they began to move, and held them still, and thought about an hull on a matte dark hull who would met a sloop die to frighten an expedition, small, and call it the only love that scaled, and about Castellan who would put a hand on the door to save the people the gaps killed and call it responsibility, and found, with a cold clarity that he would not be able to hold on to past the morning watch, and would spend the rest of his life trying to get back, that the 2 of them were closer than either would ever admit. Ralhun would close the door to slow the burning. Castellan would put his hand on it to mind the road. Both of them were certain. Both of them were kind in the cold way that scaled. Both of them had done the arithmetic and believed it. And Cross had nearly made a third. Cross would fly the approach. He would read Ameth's 9 folds and certify the Causeway and prove the lane could be shared, because that was the thing he had come all this way to do, and he still believed it could be done with no hand on any door. He believed it the way he believed most things, without quite enough evidence, because the day demanded it and the crew were counting on it, and the man flew by what he could read. But the believing had a crack in it now that it had not been there at Brightfall, a hairline thing, the kind Hartley would have rounded away and Delgado would not, and Cross knew without being able to prove it that the crack would widen, out past the Causeway, somewhere down a gold road he could not yet see, and that when it gave way, it would take more than a sloop's 2 booms with it. Cross left the routing board dark and went, finally, to lie down and not sleep, carrying the named thing as he had carried the unnamed one, except that now he could say it, and saying it changed nothing, and what he lay awake with was this, that he had seen the crime exactly, in the cold light, with his own hand half closed around it, and had put it down, and that putting it down had not made him sure he was right. It had only made him sure that the man who'd nearly picked it up was still in him, doing the arithmetic, waiting for a tired enough night. Chapter 22. The Certification Order. The order to proceed went up on the main board at the head of the forming up watch, and Ruth Ackerman read it twice before she let herself believe it had her captain's authorization under it, because she had spent the night drawing the tree that ended exactly here, and had not, until now, expected to watch it come true on a screen. Proceed to certification. Causeway approach. Expedition form on Lodestar. The lane authorities standing phrasing, dry as a freight chit, and under it the captain's mark and the time. Ackerman stood at the contingency board's quarter circle of dark glass at the aft bridge station and looked at the mark and felt the cold thing in her chest do what it always did, which was not turn over with alarm, but go very still and very exact, the way it had gone the morning at the gate when the Pellan rode up into the Brask's wash and nobody else had clocked it yet. The forming up itself was a worked thing and a beautiful one, and she made herself watch it as a worked thing. Imeth had the convoy on the operations plot, the whole expedition swinging into the run order for the 400 kilometers, the Lodestar lead, the 2 fleet gray escorts off her quarters, the white Geneva barge tucked behind, the 3 burgundy freighters with the heavy Brask slow and patient at the rear of her trio, the Pelin nursed into the clean center slot with 2 booms gone, and a crew that had earned the slot the hard way. Marchetti's cutter, Vrogny, riding bright and armed and defiantly compact-painted on the flank where a frontier hull liked to sit, the matte dark Null vessel holding the outer line, the unmarked courier, last and small. A whole frontier's worth of flags forming a single string on a single schedule, and the string was good, and the schedule was good, and the approach beyond it was the one approach in 400 kilometers that no instrument aboard any of those hulls could read. That was the part nobody on the Warm Bridge was looking at. They were looking at the form-up, which was lovely, and at the causeway beyond it, which was the thing they had come the whole expedition to reach. Ackerman was looking at the slate Imeth had laid on Cross's desk 2 watches ago, with 9 amber marks on a 400-kilometer line, and at the order on the board that said proceed, and at the small clean fact that the order had gone up before the argument she could feel coming had been had. Cross came up from the science deck at the 6-minute mark, which was early for him on a forming-up watch, and he came up fast, which was the tell, and Delgado came up behind him, which was the rest of it. "Commander?" Cross crossed to the quarter circle and stopped at the edge of it, at the line he never crossed, 2 fingers resting on the rail. The warmth was up. It was always up, but underneath it the attention had gone hard in the way she had learned over 4 years to read as a decision already made and being walked out into the room. "We're proceeding. I want you to hear it from me at the board, not off the screen." "I read it off the screen, Captain." She did not soften it. 6 minutes ago, before either of you came up." A flicker. He caught the thing under the words. He always caught it, and he chose not to press it, which was the courtesy he paid her and the trap of it both. "Then you've had 6 minutes to draw the tree. Draw me the tree." So she drew him the tree. She did it flat and exact, the way she did everything that mattered, because the moment did not want her warmth, and she had none to spare for it. Delgado's floor reads heavier on this approach than it read at our line. The slope's positive, and it's steepening. We are about to commit the most authoritative route certification packet anyone has ever assembled to the Permanent Accord record. A verified, provenance-locked map of how to move ships through a whole region of contested space, and we are about to certify it clean while the chief science officer is holding a true reading that says it isn't, and while the only officer aboard who can read the approach is reading it by hand off her own bones because the cards can't see what nearly killed the Pelin. She held his eye. "If you certify the Causeway today, you certify it on a profile your own science department has flagged and your own operations officer has had to break her people's discipline to make survivable. That's the tree, Captain. It ends with your signature on a record that can't be unsaid, certifying a road as honest while you hold the proof it isn't." "Held," Cross said. "Held, Ruth, not buried. The data goes out. Delgado has my word, it goes out, framed, on a schedule, the day the Accord can hear it without dying of it. That's not a cover-up, that's controlled disclosure." "I didn't say cover-up." She let the distinction land cold. "I said held. I know the difference. The difference is exactly the thing I'm flagging. A buried reading is a crime, and everyone knows where they stand. A held reading is a judgment call, and the judgment is that the talks matter more than the colonists who will plant a generation against a docket that currently lies to them by omission. You may be right about the judgment. I'm telling you it is a judgment, and that it's yours, and that I want it on the record that I'd have made it differently." Delgado had come no closer than the foot of the aft bridge steps, and he came no closer now, And when he spoke fast and quiet, the data narration mode going clinical at the edges, which was what it did when the number frightened him more than the room did. "It's not the same reading I showed you at Arlene." He had a slate in his hand and did not lift it. He had clearly learned somewhere in the last days that lifting it changed nothing. "I want that on the record, too, before we proceed. At Arlene, it was a residual with a slope. On this approach, it's a residual with a slope and a floor that reads on every fold Imeth's marked the same signature in the same places that the lane does where the space behind it has been spent. Her 9 folds and my floor are the same 9 places. I can't make that a coincidence, and I've stopped trying. The thing the certification will call a settled, shareable, honest road is a road my instruments and her bones agree is doing something that nobody priced. Certify it clean, and the record says we didn't know. We did know. I knew. I'm saying it now so the record can't say I didn't." "And I've heard you," Cross said. "And the worst of it, the thing Ackerman watched him do that she could never quite forgive and could never quite fault was that he meant it. I heard you on the science deck, and I'm hearing you on the bridge, and you're right, Sam. You've been right since Arlene, and I am not going to pretend you're not so that proceeding feels cleaner. You're right at the wrong speed. We are 400 kilometers from the one thing that could prove to 3 blocks that a road can have more than one flag on it. And if your floor commits to the public packet now, uncontrolled, it doesn't reach a single colonist. It reaches the talks. The center buries it, the frontier screams cover-up, the compact screams poisoned road, and the table where any of it could be handled by adults falls in before the first freighter ever runs the shared lane. You don't inform the people, you start the war they die in." That's the argument you made at Arlene. It was a good argument at Arlene. It's the same argument here, and the floor is bigger here, and the road's more permanent here, and at some point the same good argument stops being controlled disclosure and starts being the thing you say every time so you never have to stop. The bridge had gone quiet behind them. Winter, at helm relief, had stopped narrating the run order under his breath. Salazar's boots had come off the footrail without a sound. Imeth, at operations, held the convoy plot with her hands flat and still on the console, in the way that the crew had learned 2 cruises ago to leave entirely alone. And Ackerman clocked, in the corner of the thing, that the null officer was not looking at the certification argument at all. Imeth was looking at the approach, at the 9 folds she would have to call by hand once the order moved them onto it, and her stillness was the stillness of someone counting a thing nobody else in the room could see. "Captain," Ackerman brought it back to the center, because Delgado had said the true thing, and Cross had heard it, and it had changed nothing, and she had served enough captains to know the difference between an argument and the moment after one. "I'm not going to rerun Arlene at you. Delgado's made the science case, and you've overruled the science case, and that's a command call, and it's yours to make. I want to flag the operational case, which is mine." "Flag it." "We are about to fly a 400-kilometer approach that exactly 1 person aboard can read, by hand, fold by fold, in real time, with no redundancy and no fallback if she's wrong about one of them, or misses one she can't see at this range." She did not look at Imeth. Imeth would not want to be looked at. Imeth saved the Pelin with about 20 seconds in hand, and 2 of that sloop's booms went into the wall anyway. That's the margin we are running the whole convoy on now. Every hull, every flag, the barge full of diplomats, the brass 80 tons over her card, strung out behind a single officer's reed on a lane that grew a sheer nobody's instruments can find. If she's right every time, we make the Causeway and you certify it. If she's wrong once, or tired once, or the lane's done something past her range, we lose a hull on an approach our own survey swore was clean, in front of the entire frontier, at the worst possible moment for the talks you're trying to protect. A beat. Proceeding doesn't only risk the docket being a lie, Captain. It risks the convoy. And the contingency for losing a hull on this approach is there isn't one. I've drawn it every way the board will draw it, and not one branch has a clean exit on it. We'd be flying it on the assumption that the catch works every time. Catches don't work every time. The Pelin is 2 booms short of proving they don't. Cross was quiet for a moment, and she watched him weigh it, watched him actually weigh it, which was the thing about him that made the man dangerous and made him worth serving in the same breath. He did not pretend the operational case was the science case wearing a coat. He took it for what it was. "What would you do?" he said. "Not the break, the alternative. You always have the alternative. That's the part of you I trust most. Give it to me." "Hold short of the approach." She had it ready. She had had it ready since the order went up. "Stand the convoy off at the 400-kilometer mark. Signal Maddox. He's 2 days behind us. His people worked a gray transit, and they may have a read on this lane the survey doesn't, because they fly the ungoverned ones the survey never bothered to certify. Give Emeth time to read the whole approach at proper range instead of calling it blind at speed. Certify the Causeway in 3 days off a profile we've actually flown clean, instead of today off a profile we're guessing at. The talks survive 3 days, Captain. A lost hull they may not survive." "And every hour we hold short," Cross said. "The frontier reads as doubt, the Combine reads as weakness, and the one thing that holds this expedition together, the public belief that the Reach can do this, starts to spend itself. Maddox is 2 days out, and his read is salvage pilot instinct, not a thing I can certify against. Emeth's read is the best instrument in this convoy, and she's offered to fly the whole approach on it, fold by fold, and she does not offer things she can't deliver." He shook his head, slowly, not dismissing her. She would have known dismissal. This was worse. This was considered. 3 days of visible hesitation at the threshold of the capstone, with the whole frontier watching, is its own kind of lost hull, Ruth. I won't spend the expedition's belief to buy a margin I think we already have. There it was, then, the place they always arrived, and the difference this time was that there was an order on the board behind it, and a road under it, and no third day in which to keep arguing. "You're proceeding," Ackerman said. "I'm proceeding." He said it gently, which was the cruelty of him. He could make "I overrule you" sound like a kindness he was sorry to have to do. "We certify the Causeway. We hold Delgado's Raw for controlled handling, and the day the Accord can carry it, it carries all of it, his name on it, nothing rounded away. We fly the approach on Emeth's read, fold by fold, and we fly it carefully, and we make the threshold the Pelin's pilot is alive to fly through. And we proved the thing we came to prove." He turned his hand on the rail, palm up, the gesture that opened outward and tried to bring you in. "I need my XO on this, not agreeing. I've never once needed you to agree. Running it. Will you run the approach with me?" And she would. That was never the question, and he knew it was never the question. She would run the approach because the order was lawful, and the captain was hers, and the convoy was full of people who'd live or die on whether the brake's hands were on the work, whatever the brake had said. She had buried people once for a beloved certain man who'd been right about everything until the once he was wrong. She had made executive officer by being the one who said no. And she had learned, in the long years of executive command since, the thing that came after the no, which was that you said it and you logged it, and then you put your hands on the work, because I told you so, dug no graves back up. "I'll run the approach," she said. "I'll run it the way I'd run it if it were the best plan in the fleet, because the convoy can't tell the difference between an XO who agrees and an XO who's doing her job, and they shouldn't have to." She held his eye and let the cold thing come up into her voice without apology, because the next part was not for him. It was for the record, and they both knew it. "And I'm logging my descent, Captain, formally. Now, before we move on to the approach, with the time on it in the immutable record where it can't be walked back." Cross did not flinch from it, which she valued. A lesser man would have heard a threat in it, and there was none, and he knew there was none. "I'd expect nothing else," he said. "You're the only officer I've got who logs against the captain for the practice of it." Something passed behind the warmth, the plain, unperformed respect he gave so rarely. "Log it. All of it. Then bring me on to the approach." So, Ackerman logged it. Ackerman did it at the contingency board, where she did everything that would not file as a mitigation line, and she did it in the plain, clipped language she trusted above any other. Not a complaint, not a hedge, not a record built to be right later, though it would be right later, and she knew it and hated the knowing. A flat statement of the operational case and the date and the watch and her mark. Descent logged. CO authorizes proceeding to certify Causeway approach under current profile. SO's floor reading flagged. Held for controlled handling per CO order. Approach readable by single officer, Lieutenant Commander Imeth, by hand. No redundancy, no contingency for hull loss. XO's recommendation, hold short, signalmatics, certify off a flown clean profile. Declined. Proceeding on CO authority. Recorded, RA. Ackerman read it once and did not soften it, and committed it to the record where Cross's signature and the Lane Authority's order and her own flat refusal would lie together permanently. 3 true things on one docket, so that whatever the approach did to the convoy, no one would ever be able to say the brake had not been pulled, or that the captain had pulled it for her, or that the choice had been anything but a choice. It was the thing she had taught Imeth to do 2 watches ago, so it can't be unsaid, and she felt the small, clean weight of it settle as the commit took, the same weight she had felt in the worst hour of her last ship, when she had logged the no that the captain overrode, and the no had saved no one, and she had sworn over the graves that the next time the floor gave way, the record would at least show she had stood at the brake with both hands. It was not much. It was the only thing that was hers to give. She gave it. Then she closed the log and pulled up the approach. 9 amber marks on a 400-kilometer line, each one a place the cold lane would do to a hull what it had nearly done to the Pelin, each one invisible to every card the convoy carried, each one survivable only to a woman at the operations station reading the grain by hand. Ackerman fed the convoy onto it in her contingency board, the Lodestar lead, the escorts, the barge, the freighters, the Brask 80 tons heavy and a length longer in the stop than her card said, the Pelin with her 2 short booms at the clean center slot, the Vrogny bright on the flank, the Nall hull on the outer line, the Courier small at the rear, and watched the string of them slide toward the first fold at kilometer 40 and started the trees that would not file, the trees with no clean exit. She drew them anyway, because that was what the brake was for, and the brake had been overruled, and the brake put its hands on the work. Commander, Ensign Mia from operations without turning, in the level, complete voice with no lift at the end. The convoy is formed. We are first hull. First fold at kilometer 40. I am reeving it now. A held beat. The long, null pause Ackerman had learned to recognize as the thing they did instead of bracing. The grain is clean. We may proceed. Commander has the approach, Ackerman said, and heard Cross take it forward at the rail and put her own 2 fingers flat on the cold edge of the dark glass, and did not tap them. Behind her the bridge warmed back up, because Cross was forward at the rail, and the warmth always went where he was, and ahead of them the long gold road ran out toward the Causeway and the peace that was waiting there to be made or broken. The order was on the board, the descent was in the record, the fuse was set, and the only officer aboard who could read the road read it by hand, fold by fold, and the only officer aboard who could see the whole tree had drawn it and logged it and put her hands on the work, and neither of them could see. None of them could see, not the captain at the rail, nor the brake at the board, nor the alien at the station calling the grain. One thing the contingency board would never draw, which was a lean, unhurried man in a good coat on the science deck below them, holding the certification docket in one steady hand, content to let the road work, waiting for the threshold it would carry them all across. Ackerman saved the tree. She always saved the tree. Ahead, the first fold came up at kilometer 40, invisible and survivable, and the convoy threaded it on one woman's word, and the road ran on. Chapter 23. The Causeway. The Causeway came up on the main repeater as a knot, and Daniel Cross flew the Lodestar into the loose end of it at the head of a frontier's worth of hulls, and understood, for the first time in 20 years of looking at the thing, why 3 blocks had been willing to fight over a junction nobody could use. It was not one mouth. That was the lie the charts told. From 400 kilometers back, it had read on the plot as a single contested node, a bright, unstabilized point with no road through it, and every captain in the service carried it in his head as a door. It was not a door. It was a confluence. 6 old seam mouths braided into one another at the meeting of 3 regions, the geometry overlapping and contending, so that the space inside the knot ran in a dozen directions at once, and a haul that misjudged the braid by a hair would be carried sideways into a wall of someone else's lane. Whoever could thread the braid held the access to a whole deep frontier behind it. For 20 years, no one had been able to thread it without claiming it, and no one could claim it without 3 fleets reaching for their guns, and so the busiest crossroads on the reach had sat empty, a choke point nobody crossed, while traffic that should have run through it in a day went round it in a month. It was, Cross thought, looking at the braid resolved out of the smear as the convoy came up on it, the single most beautiful piece of space he had ever been asked to fly through, and it was full of ships. That was the part the briefings never managed. The Causeway was worked, not by anyone with the standing to certify it, but by everyone who couldn't afford to wait for the standing. Round the outer skirts of the knot, where the braid frayed into space a careful pilot could survive, the deep frontier trade had built itself a margin. Tender rigs and station-keeping buoys nobody owned, a scatter of mining haulers riding the slack water with their drives idling, a frontier relay post bolted to a captured asteroid with its aerials turned inward toward the braid like a man leaning to listen at a door. They watched the convoy come. Of course they did. 100 working hulls that lived off the edge of a junction they couldn't enter, watching 11 flags arrive to open the door they'd been queuing at for a generation. Traffic, Salazar said from the flight station, and there was no joke in the word, which from Salazar at the threshold of the hardest flying of his life was exactly right. Lot of it, Captain. The skirt's busy. I've got, call it 40 hulls in the slack water, half of them not where their transponders say they are, and a relay post that's leaning on my comms band like it wants to come aboard. A beat. None of them armed in a way that matters. They're just here to watch, but they're in my margin, and the margin's the whole game." "Then we clear the margin first." Cross had the chair and the braid ahead and the long string of the convoy behind him on the aft repeater, and he made himself take the 2 seconds to look at the string before he looked at the road, because the string was the point, and the road was only how you proved it. "Commander, talk to the skirt, politely. Tell them the lane authority is opening the Causeway to certified shared transit inside the hour, and that the cleaner they keep the slack water, the sooner they're flying through it instead of round it. Make it a gift, not an order. Already drafting it. Ackerman from the contingency station aft, dry and exact. I'll send it on the open band so the relay post can't pretend it didn't hear. And I'll have Imith's folds up on my board the whole run, Captain, so that when you ask me what happens if we lose one, I can tell you instead of guessing." "I'd expect nothing else," Cross said, and meant it, and did not look back at her, because she would not want it. The thing about the certification, the thing Cross had not understood at Brightfall, and understood now, with the braid coming up and the blocks forming on his flanks, was that it was not a ceremony. It was an operation, and a difficult one, and it took the whole expedition to fly it. Cross had thought, planning it, that the hard part would be the politics, and the flying merely the stage the politics stood on. He had it backwards. The politics had been settled, more or less, in 100 rooms across 4 stops. What remained was a piece of coordinated traffic handling of a complexity no single block had ever attempted, because no single block had ever had reason to put its rivals' hulls on the same lane at the same time and ask them all to trust the marking. And there it was, off his flanks, doing it. Lane authority to expedition. Castellan's voice on the operations band, level and unhurried and entirely without performance, the voice of a man reading off a board he had built and trusted. He was below, on the science deck, where the routing access lived. He flew nothing and held everything. Run order confirmed. Lodestar leads the braid. I'll feed you the line a segment ahead so your pilot's never flying blind into the next fold. Center escorts mark the entry skirt. They're your gate posts, 1 each side, station keeping, so the trade can see where the certified lane begins. Geneva barge holds the entry until I call her. She's the seal. She goes through last but one, and her transit is the legal act. The combines 3 run the middle of the string at fat spacing. The Brask gives everyone room and time, which is the only thing she's good for and exactly what we need her for here. Vrogny takes the outer flank off your quarter, Captain. Marchetti's the fastest hull in the convoy, and I want her where she can close a gap if the braid moves a hull off its line. The Anal vessel holds the far edge and watches the braid for me with eyes my board doesn't have. The courier comes through in the Brask's lee, small and safe and recorded. That's the certification. Everyone flies their piece. Nobody flies anyone else's. The lane the blocks make between them is the proof. It was the cleanest brief Cross had ever heard, and the most generous, because every line of it gave a job to a flag, and let that flag own its job. Center at the gateposts, Frontier on the flank that needed the best pilot, the Combine given the dull massive task that suited its dull massive hulls, the Null given the one task no human instrument could do. Geneva's white barge made the legal seal, but flown in second to last, so that no one could say the center had gone first and planted itself. Castellan had built a road that could only be flown by all of them at once, and could not be claimed by any of them alone. And the building of it was so quiet and so practical that Cross caught himself, in the middle of the braid, doing the thing Aldous had found alarming at Brightfall, believing it, all the way down, without a crack. "Acknowledged lane authority," Cross said, because the band was operational and the word belonged there. "Expedition flies your line." "Then fly it slowly, Captain," Castellan said, the nearest he came to warmth. "The braid's the prettiest thing I ever surveyed, and I've waited 20 years to watch someone cross it. Don't rush my view." "First fold," Imeth said from operations in the level, complete voice with no lift at the end of it. Her hands were flat on the console, still, the stillness the crew had long since learned to leave entirely alone. "Where the second mouth crosses the first, the grain runs with us. Present the keel a quarter turn to starboard and let the braid take her along the seam. Lieutenant Salazar, now." "Quarter turn starboard, keel to the seam, aye." Salazar's hands moved, and the Lodestar leaned into the braid like a swimmer leaning into a current that was going his way after all. And the fold that would have walked a blind haul sideways into the crossing mouth carried her instead smooth along its own grain, and let her out the far side dead level. Through it, clean. God, she's sweet through the braid. "Sorry, Captain. Through it, clean." "Noted, Lieutenant," Ackerman said from the contingency board, and there was the ghost of the dry, near joke in it that landed harder because she did not smile. "The fold at the second crossing is the one I lost 3 hulls to last night on the board. We didn't lose one. Carry on." Cross let that have its half-second, and did not take one himself, because the braid was already braiding the convoy in behind him. This was the part he would carry. Not the certification docket, not the speeches, not the recordings the courier was making for an accord that would argue over them for a year. This. He watched it on the aft repeater and could not stop watching it, the long string of hulls coming through the first fold one after another, each flag flying its own piece of a road none of them could have made alone. The 2 gray escorts holding the entry skirt like a pair of standing stones, marking the door for the watching trade. The 3 burgundy freighters running the fat middle, the Brask lowest and slowest and most patient of them, giving the string room to breathe in the only generosity her great dull mass was capable of. Marchetti's cutter bright and armed on the outer flank, holding her station with an ease that was its own kind of showing off, the Frontier's defiant paint catching the braid light. The Geneva barge waiting at the entry, smug and white and for once exactly where the dignity of the thing required it to be. The Matt Knoll hull on the far edge, giving nothing back to the light, watching the braid for Castellan with the senses his board could not carry. And small in the Brask's lee, recorded and safe, the flagless courier with Varid in it, watching to decide whether the account was true. Every flag on the reach that had wanted to shoot each other over this junction, threading it in a single string on a single marking, none of them firing, all of them trusting the line. "Second fold," Imeth said. "The grain runs against us this time. Pellan, this is yours, the way you flew the sheer. Roll 30 to port into the braid and let your keel find the seam. You have done this. Do it now." A silence on the convoy channel. And then the Pellan, the most fragile hull in the string, the one that had nearly died on the approach, with 2 booms gone into the wall, rolled into the braid that should have killed her, presented her keel to the fold, and came through it yawing and alive and steady, her pilot's voice on the channel quiet and even, where it had once climbed an octave. "Through, Lodestar, through clean, Pellan steady." "Well flown, Pellan," Cross said, and put the warmth into it, because the boy at that helm, Ivers, had earned a captain's warmth, and there was no cleaner place to spend it. "Hold your slot. You're the center of this string, and you fly like it." "That one'll be very good in 3 years," Castellan said on the operations band, level and warm, "if something doesn't kill him first." There was no edge in it. It was the plain judgment of a man who had watched a great many pilots come up, offered as a kind of blessing. They were 2/3 through the braid, in the deep heart of the knot where 6 mouths crossed and the geometry ran in every direction at once when the Causeway tried to take a haul, and the expedition caught it together, and that was the moment Cross knew it was true. It was not Imith's fold. It was the trade, one of the watching mining haulers in the slack water, an old patched hull with a tired drive and a pilot who had waited a generation to fly through this door and could not, in the end, bear to watch someone else do it first. She slipped her station-keeping and nosed toward the certified lane, toward the open road, toward the thing she had been queuing at all her working life, and the braid caught her amateur line at once and began to walk her sideways into the path of the Brask, running 80 tons heavy in the fat middle of the string and a length longer in the stopping than her card said. "Loose haul in the lane," Ackerman said, flat and fast, the cold thing in her gone very still and very exact. "Frontier mining haul, off her station, no transit clearance, drifting on to the Brask's line. Brask can't stop in the distance, 20 seconds. And the expedition flew it, not Cross. Cross had time to do nothing but watch his crew and his rivals do in 20 seconds the thing the whole voyage had been for. "Vragny moving," Marchetti's voice on the band, dry and already in motion, the fastest haul in the convoy leaving her flank station the instant she saw the gap. "I've got the angle, Cross. I can shepherd her off before the Brask. Salazar, give me the braid's grain on her line. You've got the better board." "Grain runs starboard low across her, Marchetti. She'll answer if you push from above." "Imith," Cross said. "I have it." Imith's hands flat, her eyes on the braid. "The fold beneath the loose hull runs with the Vragny's push. Marchetti, present your keel to it and the braid carries your shove twice as far. Now." Marchetti's cutter came down off the flank in a long, clean fall, presented her keel to the fold Imith called, and used the braid itself, the thing that had nearly killed the Pelin, the thing only the Null could read, to shove the frightened mining hull off the Brask's line and back into the slack water, gently, like a hand on a child's shoulder, while the great grain hauler ran on through the middle of the string untouched, and the center escorts held the gateposts, and the Null vessel watched the far edge, and Castellan's voice on the band said level, unhurried, "Nicely done, all of you. Hold the line. The barge is cleared for the seal." And not one shot was fired, and not one hole was lost. A center warship, a frontier cutter, a Null surveyor, and a combine grain hauler, between them, had just saved a stranger's life in the heart of the most contested junction on the Reach without anyone deciding to, because they were all flying the same road, and the road would not let them do otherwise.
"There it is," said Winter, at helm relief, very quietly, "the way you say a thing you have been waiting your whole young life to be true." He did not apologize for it. Nobody had the heart to make him.
The Geneva barge made the seal. It came through the braid second to last, white and slow, and recorded from a dozen angles by the courier and the relay post and the watching trade. And as it crossed the last fold and out into the open deep frontier on the far side of the knot, the region behind the door, the whole reach of space the Causeway had locked away for 20 years, Castellan's voice came up on the open band, the one the relay post couldn't pretend not to hear, and it was not a speech. It was a freight chit. "Lane authority to all stations. The Causeway is certified open to shared transit under the Reach Accord. This watch, this date, all marks recorded. Center claim, frontier claim, combine claim, the compacts people, the Null surveyor's certificate, all on the one docket, all agreed, none above another. The braid is marked, the folds are logged, the packets committed." A pause, and then, because even Castellan could not quite keep the 20 years out of it, "The road's open. Anyone who wants to fly it slowly, and mind the second crossing." The slack water erupted. It came up through the Lodestar's hull the way Brightfall's spanner rhythm had come up through Salazar's tender on the day this had all begun. 100 working hulls in the skirt of the junction, lighting their drives at once, not to flee and not to fight, but to queue, to form up at the door they'd watched 11 flags open. The mining haulers and the tender rigs and the tired, patched freighters that had lived off the edge of this junction all their lives, now nosing toward the marked lane in a long, ragged, hopeful line, while the relay post on its captured asteroid threw every aerial it had outward toward the open frontier and broadcast the certification across the deep reach in the plain, hungry voice of a place that had been waiting a generation to be a road instead of a wall. Cross sat in the chair on the far side of the braid, in the open dark behind the door, and watched the deep frontier open in front of the convoy, the whole locked region beyond the Causeway, unspooling on the main repeater, a month's worth of detour collapsing into a day's worth of road, and felt the thing he had chased his whole life come true a second time, harder than at Brightfall, because this time it had cost something to make, and a whole expedition had made it together, and not one flag had been planted on the open ground. "Commander," he said, "log it. The certification, the marks, the loose hull and who saved her, all of it, in the immutable record where it can't be unsaid." He let himself, this once, have the half-second he had promised her he'd take when the catch worked. And this one had worked. This one had been flown, not snatched, by every hull in the string. "We proved it, Ruth. A road with every name on it, and no shots between them. That's the whole of what this expedition was for." "I'm logging it," Ackerman's voice from the contingency board, and the cold exactness in it had not warmed quite, but it had eased, the way a held breath eases. "All of it, including that it worked." A beat. The dry near joke, the one that landed because she didn't smile. "Don't make me say it twice, Captain. I'll deny it later." On the operations station, Emeth set her hands a fraction flatter and held a beat of silence that the crew knew to leave alone, and then inclined her head a degree toward the open frontier ahead, the gesture she made instead of the things humans made, and said nothing at all, which was the most she ever gave, and was from her a great deal. And below them, on the science deck, where the routing access lived and the certified packet had just gone out across the network for good and could not be called back, Sam Delgado looked at the floor reading climbing on his own screen on the braid he had just helped certify clean, the residual heavier here in the heart of the knot than it had read anywhere on the whole voyage, the slope of it positive and steepening on a road now committed forever to the record, and he held it as he had been told to hold it, for controlled handling, on a schedule, the day the Accord could carry it. He held it alone. He did not put it on the band. The wind was at its height, and the crew were having the half-second they'd earned, and the deep frontier was opening like a held breath let go, and Delgado, who would not delete the raw file ever, watched his unsent warning blink on the corner of the screen, and said nothing, and let his captain have the road. Up on the bridge, in the open dark behind the door he had just helped open, Daniel Cross watched the deep frontier unspool ahead of the convoy and believed, completely and warmly, and without the smallest crack in it, that the reach could hold. Chapter 24. Certified. The certification packet committed at 0940 Causeway relay time, and on Delgado's console, all of it went green in a single breath. 800 returns, 14 survey passes, the boundary profiles and the junction resonance, and the long, slow safety numbers. Every one of them ticking from amber pending to committed green down the manifest like a tide coming in, while one line near the bottom stayed amber and did not move. Delgado had set the held line at the bottom on purpose, where he would have to scroll to lose it. He did not scroll. He watched the tide reach it and go around it. That was the thing he had not been ready for, and he had thought he was ready for everything. Delgado had run the commit a dozen times in the days since the order, the private rehearsal, the bad news draft he ran in his own head and then didn't use. He had walked himself through the moment the packet would post, and the junction would read certified, and the floor's raw warning would sit out of it, held, and he had thought the hard part would be the certifying. It was not the certifying. It was the shape of it on the screen, a column of green, clean and total, and going out across the network to Geneva, and the compact, and the combine, and the null surveyor, and every relay node between here and Brightfall, and one amber line that the green flowed past. A single held thing in a sea of committed ones, conspicuous as a man not standing when the room stands. The science deck was quiet as it had not been in days. For the certification window itself, the bay had been full, Delgado feeding the integration bench, 2 of his people running the final resonance stacks, the auxiliary displays cycling the boundary returns, Castellan at his unobtrusive station where the packet grew under his hand, the whole apparatus of provenance turning over at the pace the Accord docket demanded. Now the window was closed. His people had gone up to watch the ceremonial part on the gallery feed, the part where the assembled blocks put their marks under the shared lane covenant and the great choke point junction that controlled a whole region of the deep frontier became, in the permanent record, a road 3 flags could drive. Delgado stayed below. He had told them he wanted to verify the commit took clean, which was true and which took 4 seconds, and which he had now been doing for the better part of an hour. The commit had taken clean. The packet was the most authoritative route certification anyone had ever assembled of this region, a verified, provenance-locked map of how to move ships through 400 kilometers of contested junction space, fast and safe and legitimately, with the null surveyor's certificate folded in beside Geneva's claim and the compact seal and Cross's signature, all of it committed now, all of it permanent, none of it forgeable, and none of it deniable. A colony could plant a generation against a docket like that. The family in the Aureline field already had. That had always been the gift of the thing, and the gift was real, and Delgado sat in the empty bay with the gift fully delivered and could not make himself feel anything but the held line. Delgado pulled up the held line. He did not need to. He knew exactly what it said. He pulled it up anyway because the alternative was not looking at it, and he had spent his whole career on the principle that you did not get to stop looking at the thing you did not like. Aureline op shallow floor, confirmed, slope positive, present on all marked folds, commit held per CO order, controlled handling, raw retained and tagged, SD. Amber. Held. Authenticated and in hand and not going anywhere. Castellan had been precise about that on the science deck at Aureline. The raw stayed in hand, nothing altered, nothing lost, provenance surviving the weight perfectly. The commit was simply not posted. You could not delete a thing the network had taken. You could only decline to give it the network in the first place. The floor had been measured. The floor had not been said. And the difference between a measured thing and a said thing, Delgado understood now in a way he had not understood when he agreed to it on the science deck at Aureline, was the difference between a man who knows and a record that knows. And only one of those could be planted against. 2 days he had been sick with it, and he had thought,
foolishly, that committing the packet would end the sickness one way or the other, that the green going out would either justify the holding or expose it, and either way he would know. The green had gone out. He knew nothing he had not known. The sickness had not lifted. It had only got a color now. Green, the color of the road certified honest, sitting on his console next to the one amber line that was the proof it wasn't. The deck did the ordinary things a deck does. The integration bench had gone idle, its work done, fans spinning down through their cool cycle with the particular descending note he had heard 10,000 times and only noticed when everything else was silent. The auxiliary display still cycled the boundary profiles on a loop. Nobody had told it to stop. Pass after pass of the Causeway lane, rendered in cold blue. The geometry clean. The boundary settled. The road exactly as honest as the packet now swore it was, except for the low, hard line that ran the whole length of it on every pass, the watermark he had tipped the page to find and could not now untip. The display did not flag the floor. The display had never flagged the floor. The floor was sub-threshold, below the bar that signed the docket, a thing the instruments showed and the standard ignored. That had always been the trap of it, not that it was hidden, but that it was visible and small visible things were exactly the things a busy frontier learned to look past. Delgado looked at it. He had got good at looking at it. He thought as he could not stop thinking about the slope. The slope read heavier here at the Causeway than it had at Ralhun, and heavier at Ralhun than at Brightfall, a thing that got worse the further they went and the more they certified, and he had marked the slope in the held log, and the slope was the part he could not finish a sentence about, because the slope went somewhere, and the somewhere was the thing he did not have the end of. "You verified the commit?" Castellan's voice from the steps. Delgado had not heard the hatch. "An hour ago." Delgado did not turn from the wall. He had learned watching Cross do it to him that not turning was a small rudeness, and that small rudeness was sometimes the only honesty left to a man who had agreed to a thing he hated. "It took clean. Every return's committed, provenance intact. The docket reads exactly as it should." His jaw worked once. "Exactly as we made it read." Castellan came down into the bay without announcement, the good coat hanging off him as if rank were a thing he had simply declined. He stopped at the edge of the integration bench, not at the wall. He had clocked weeks ago that the floor on the wall was Delgado's, and that you did not lean over it, and he honored the line now as he honored every line, which, sour as he was, Delgado still could not hold against him. "It's a remarkable object," Castellan said, and he was looking at the manifest on the bench, the column of green, the held amber line near the bottom that he did not pretend not to see. "I've assembled route certifications before, nothing like this. 3 blocks and a null surveyor on one provenance lock docket, the most flown 400 kilometers of contested space in the reach, certified, shared, and committed where no one can ever say it wasn't." He paused, as he always did, exactly long enough. "Whatever the talks do from here, that packet exists now. It always existed the moment it committed. That's the strange grace of the record. It doesn't argue. It simply is, and everyone has to start from it. It's missing a line." Delgado heard his own voice go flat and exact, the one register he had, the place his clumsiness turned to spine. "It reads honest. It isn't. There's a true thing about the cost of this road that belongs on it and isn't on it, and you and I are the 2 people aboard who fully understand what isn't there." "It's held," Castellan said, gently, without a flicker. "Not lost.
The captain's word on that, and mine, and the raw in your hold proves the holding's clean. The day the accord can carry it. I know the speech. Delgado turned, finally, and looked at him. I've heard it from a better mouth than yours, no offense to your mouth. The captain believes it. The captain believes everything. That's the captain's gift and the captain's curse. I want to know if you do. Something moved behind Castellan's face, not the clever recalculation Ackerman kept warning the ship to watch for, nothing Delgado could have named or pointed to, only a small stillness, there and gone, the stillness of a man who has been asked a question he finds genuinely interesting. Then the warmth, easy and lucid and generous. I believe the pocket is the best instrument anyone's ever made for this region, Castellan said. I believe a finding of your floor's weight is safer riding inside it, attached, held, released by the people who certified the lanes, than loose, raw, dropped cold into a room that hasn't the trust to hold it. I said as much at Oraline. I believe it more now, not less. He inclined his head a fraction toward the wall, toward the low blue line. You've made something the whole reach now has to reckon with, Dr. Delgado. The certified road and the held truth, the same docket, the same hand. That's not nothing held back. That's everything kept together in one place by people who can choose the hour. A small dry pause. I'd not undervalue what you're holding. It's a great deal. Castellan said it lucid and generous and reasonable, a man pointing out the plain, practical weight of a thing the way you'd point out a hold was full or a bunker topped off. And then he turned his attention back to the bench, the matter raised and set down, no weight left on it, and Delgado stood at the wall with the floor behind him and felt, without being able to say why, without one fact he could have logged, that the bay had gone a degree colder while the ceremony upstairs went warm. It was nothing he could name, and Delgado was a man who named things or did not say them, so he did not say it. He stood in the cooling bay and turned it over as he turned over a residual, ruling out the boring explanations one at a time. He was tired, that was real. He had not slept properly since Arlene, and not at all since the order, and a tired man read menace into a colleague's plain courtesy. He was sick with the holding, that was real too, and a sick man wanted someone to blame for the sickness, and Castellan was the convenient face because Castellan was the one who had first said the word leverage on the science deck, said it accurately and without malice, and gone straight back to work. None of that made the man wrong. The certified road and the held truth, the same docket, the same hand, in one place, by people who could choose the hour, every word of it was true, and every word of it was exactly the responsible shape Cross had argued for, and Delgado had agreed to the shape with his eyes open, because it kept the raw file and asked him to bend no number, and he could not now unagree to it because the green going out had made him feel sick, and yet the floor had a slope. He kept coming back to the slope, because the slope was the one part of this that was his, the one thing in the bay that was not a judgment call or a command call or a question of the room, but a measurement, his measurement, true and refusing to be anything else. The floor read heavier the further they went, and the packet they had just committed was, in plain terms, the best map anyone had ever drawn of where the roads went, and how to fly them, and how much every transit gave back less than it should, a complete, certified, legitimate account of a region of space and how to move through it fast. And one man aboard understood that map physically and militarily better than anyone alive, held the access to it, had filed it under his own hand, and had just described the certified road and the held truth, in one place, by people who could choose the hour, as a great deal. Delgado did not have the end of that sentence, either. Delgado kept it as he kept the slope, not rounded away, not understood, retained. Whatever the cold thing in the bay was, he had no number for it, and he did not perform a certainty he didn't have, ever. It was the one rule under all his rules. He had a feeling, and feelings were not findings. But he had learned, the once in his life he had let a senior man talk him into rounding a true thing away, that the body sometimes knew a thing the log did not, and that the discipline was not to act on the feeling, and not to delete it either, to keep it, dated, where it could prove its authorship if it ever turned out to be more than a tired man's sour hour. Petrov found him there at the start of the next watch, which meant he had been in the bay a great deal longer than the 4 seconds it took to verify a commit. "They're still going up on the gallery," she said, coming down the steps without asking, the way Petrov went everywhere. She had a mug in each hand. She set one on the bench beside his elbow, within reach, not into his hand. The frontier courtesy the whole ship had caught off Castellan or off the lanes themselves, the thing offered and not pressed. The Vragny crew were toasting the compact. The Null surveyor declined the toast and then drank something anyway, which Emeth tells me is a considerable diplomatic event. The captain's luminous, whole frontier on the feed. She looked at him over her own mug. "You've gone the color of the data again, Sam. You did this at Aureline. Esme had a name for it. I won't repeat it. It's anatomical." "I'm verifying the commit." "You're sitting in a cold bay staring at a wall an hour after a commit that took 4 seconds. She said it without heat, the humane bluntness that was hers and no one else's, the kind that came from care and aimed at comfort through honesty. I'm not going to ask what's on the wall. It's above my certification, and you'd tell me in numbers and I'd nod and we'd both know I hadn't followed. I'm going to ask the medical question, which is the only one I'm any good at." She leaned a hip against the bench. "When did you last sleep, and what's it costing you to hold whatever you're holding?" Delgado looked at the held line, amber near the bottom of a green column. He thought about the answer he could give, the one about the floor and the slope and the packet and the cold thing in the bay he couldn't name, and he did not give it because Petrov was right that it would come out in numbers, and right that the numbers were not the part that was making him sick. "I'm holding a true thing back," he said instead. "With permission, with good reasons. Everyone's reasons are good." He picked up the mug. It was warm, and his hands were cold, and he had not noticed until now that his hands were cold. "I keep waiting to find the part where the good reasons are wrong, so I can argue it, and I can't find it. The reasons are good, and the holding's clean, and the road's certified, and the people are happy, and there's one line on my console that says we know something the docket doesn't, and I can't make the good reasons and the line live in the same room." He drank. "That's what it's costing me. I can't make them live in the same room, and I'm the science officer, and living in the same room is the entire job." Petrov was quiet a moment. She rolled the rim of her mug against her lower lip, the busy hands tell, and watched him, and did not reach for a comfort or a fix. "Then don't make them," she said finally. "That's frontier doctor's advice, not a captain's. You don't have to reconcile it tonight. You just have to not let it eat you while it's unreconciled, because unreconciled things take years sometimes, and you're no use to the road dead of it in a month." She pushed off the bench. "Sleep. The wall keeps. You taught me that the raw doesn't change its mind in the night. So leave it up there, changing nobody's mind, and come down for a meal and be a person for 2 hours. The packet's committed. Whatever you're holding, you held it. There's nothing on that wall that needs you watching it tonight to stay true." Petrov went back up toward the gallery and the toasts and the luminous captain, and Delgado sat a while longer with the warm mug and the cold hands and the green column and the one amber line. Delgado did what the order had left him, which was the thing he had done at Aureline, the thing he had sworn over once and would not stop doing. Delgado copied the held log to his own immutable hold, not the packet's hold, his, the one no captain's order touched, and he tagged it with the date and the watch and the certification, and he added one flat line beneath the 2 that were already there.
Packet committed CWY. Floor commit held per CO order. Raw retained. Slope positive and steepening across all certified lanes bfall to CWY. SD. And then, after a moment, because he had learned not to delete a thing the body knew, even when the log had no number for it, he added a fourth line, in the plain language he trusted, careful to claim no fact he could not stand behind. Note, no finding. The certification packet plus the held floor now constitute a complete account of these roots in one hand. Recording the question of who that account serves, SD. Delgado read it once. It claimed nothing. It was a man writing down that he had asked a question, on a day, where the asking could not later be denied, as Ackerman logged her dissent, as he had sworn to keep raw the thing he could not yet name. He committed the tag. The network took it, and having taken it, had always taken it, permanent and provenance locked, a small, true marker that on this morning the chief science officer had certified a road honest, with one line held back, and had not been able to make the good reasons and the held line live in the same room, and had written that down where no one could say he hadn't. Then he shut the deck down and left the floor up on the wall as he always left it, and went down to find Petrov and a meal and 2 hours of being a person. The green column committed, the amber line held, and somewhere on the gallery the captain was luminous, and the blocks were toasting a shared road, and the most complete account of the Reaches roads anyone had ever drawn lay finished in one hand below the celebration. The prize won, the docket legitimate, the truth kept back, every faction's reflexes on cheerful public display, and Delgado, walking the corridor toward the warm noise with the color of the data still in him, understood only that holding it was wrong, and did not yet understand that the holding itself was the point.
Chapter 25. The Leak. The floor curve came up on the Accord's own display wall at the last clause of the certification proceedings, with the shared lane covenant already read into the record, and the 3 delegations still standing for it, and Ruth Ackerman, watching from the Lodestar's observer rail, knew the shape of it before she could read a single figure on it, because she had drawn that shape on her own dark glass for a fortnight, and had never once been able to file it. The wrong cause sat under it, though, and that was the thing she would have to live with after. She had drawn "the smoothness fails," and a lost hull on the approach, and the docket is a lie, and the docket is a lie, a dozen ways the proceedings could come apart, and not one of her trees had a branch that read, "The truth arrives on schedule," at the worst minute, and the room's first instinct is to make it not have arrived. She had not drawn that one because it had not occurred to her that a thing could be timed. She had treated the failure as weather. It was not weather. The proceedings were held in the Far Concord's main chamber, a Knoll-built room that looked it, a long, shallow bowl of pale stone grain composite. No head of table because the Knoll did not seat a head. The 3 delegations ranged around the curve in their colors, Geneva's whites and grays to the near arc, the Combine's burgundy and oxide opposite, the Frontier Compact's mixed civilian dress between them, where the Compact always sat, neither and both. 2 of Sevoth's line held the low center in the matte dark. Above all of it, the display wall carried the certification packet in cold light, the gold wire map of the Causeway and its approaches, the surveyor's certificate, the seals, the whole provenance-locked proof that a road could have more than one flag on it and carry traffic. And then, between one clause and the next, the gold wire map was gone, and the floor curve was on the wall in its place, and it was Delgado's. Ackerman knew his hand in it, the long positive slope, the residual that would not reconcile, the floor reading on every fold the lane carried, the curve she had watched him sketch on a dozen surfaces aboard the ship and refused to round away. He had held it for controlled handling for 3 weeks, and now it stood 4 meters tall on a null mediator's wall in front of 3 delegations, sourced and provenance-locked and undeniable, because the whole value of the expedition's data was that no one could say it was made up. Nobody had cued it. The Geneva clerk was still looking at her own slate with the covenant clause open. The wall had simply changed, slowly, and then not, and then it was the only thing in the room. The room read it before it understood it. A Frontier Compact delegate, 2 seats from the Null Center, came half out of her chair, a colony agronomist, the one who had spent the recess explaining to a Geneva trade officer exactly what an Orlean grain yield was worth at the Causeway's far side. She found the axis, found the slope, and her face changed. Across the bowl, a combine factor in a good coat went very still in a way Ackerman recognized, having cataloged that exact stillness in a different good coat for a whole voyage, the stillness of a man doing the sums twice and not liking either answer. On the open chamber channel, a voice she did not place asked, mild, almost polite, "What is that? On the wall? What are we looking at?" There it was. The first second in which the room could still have been a room. Ackerman stood at the observer rail with her hands flat on the cold composite and did not move, because moving was not hers to do here. She was an XO at an accord she had no standing in, and the only thing in her gift was to watch it cleanly and remember it. So she watched the Geneva arc, because that was where it would be decided, and because Cross was standing at the edge of it. Not seated. The Lodestar's captain was not a delegate either. He was the expedition that had carried all of this here, and he stood at the near end of the arc with 2 fingers somewhere near a surface, the warmth up and the certainty under it, a man who had been about to be congratulated and was now watching the congratulation curdle and did not yet know why. Cross turned to the wall. Ackerman watched him read it and watched him not understand it. Watched it go in as a wrong reading, an instrument error, a thing his science officer would explain in a moment and stand down. He doesn't see it yet, she thought, the cold thing turning over in her chest. He sees a problem on a wall. He doesn't see that it was put there. Then the Geneva delegation's lead, a director Ackerman knew only by reputation, operations directorate, the cold institutional intelligence of the cover-up made human and seated at the head of an arc that had no head, leaned to the clerk and said something low, and the clerk touched her slate, and the wall changed back. The gold wire map returned. The floor curve was gone. The certification packet stood again in its cold light, sealed and provenance-locked and proud, as if the other thing had been a fault in the display. "My apologies," the director said, into the chamber channel, in a voice built over 30 years to carry calm into rooms that wanted to panic. "A staging error in the gallery feed, an unfiled draft annex not part of the certified packet. The clerk will strike it, will return to the covenant." The room did not return to the covenant. Ackerman had served 4 captains and buried people for one of them, and she had learned the specific sound a structure makes in the half-second before it fails, and it is not a loud sound. It is a stillness. The Pellin had made it at the gate, riding up into the Brosk's wash with her pilot's hands frozen on a correction he hadn't fired yet. The room made it now. And then the agronomist, who had read the slope and heard "strike it," and whose whole block had spent years being told the center's calm was the sound of being managed, did not strike it. She stood the rest of the way up. "No," she said, not loud. "No, you'll not strike it. I read it. That's the survey data. This expedition's, it's got the surveyor's lock on it. I saw the lock. And it says the lanes we just certified clean are reading." She stopped because she did not have the word, because nobody outside the Lodestar and the Null Center had the word, and the not having of it was its own terror. It says they're reading wrong, and you called it a draft annex and tried to make it gone." She turned, taking the whole bowl in. "How long has that been a draft annex? That's the question, not what it is. How long has somebody had it and called it a draft?" The director did not answer the question. Ackerman marked the moment, set it down where it could not be unsaid. The director did not answer and did not say, "We did not have it," and did not say, "It is wrong," and did not say, "Let us look at it together." The director said, "This is not the forum for unreviewed data," and reached with the whole weight of Geneva's apparatus for the lid. And the lid would not go back on because the thing under it was true, and the room could feel that it was true. And what broke the room was not the truth. The truth had been on the wall for 9 seconds, and in those 9 seconds the room had begun the frightened, serious work of looking at it. What broke the room was watching the center try to make the 9 seconds not have happened. The calm voice, the staging error, the strike it, the apparatus closing around the truth as smoothly as Pastelon's sequence had closed around the Brosque's extra mass, and understanding, all 3 delegations and the null center at once, that the center had known. That was the betrayal, not the data, the cover.
The Combine moved first because the Combine had its own buried version of the same truth and knew exactly what it was watching a rival do. A man who has hidden a thing recognizes another man hiding it faster than any honest party in the room. Director. The Combine's lead delegate, not Dahl, but a senior factor who carried Dahl's appetite in a quieter coat, stood without heat, which was worse than heat. "We certified that junction this morning. 3 of our hulls are loaded for the far side on the strength of that seal. If there is a reading that touches its value, the Combine requires it, reviewed or unreviewed. Now, or we assume the center seated us at a covenant it knew was unsound and let us sign. There is no reading that touches the certification. There is a reading on your wall that you ordered struck. A draft annex. You said that already." The agronomist again. And now the compact arc behind her was a murmur and not a silence, and the murmur carried her question down the curve in 3 languages. "You said it twice. The trouble with saying it twice, Director, is the second time we all hear you choosing to." Ackerman watched the Null Center, because the Null had convened this. The talks held only because the Null were the one party all sides trusted enough to host, and held only so long as that trust did. The senior of the 2 figures in the matte dark had not moved, but the stillness had changed register, and Ackerman had spent a voyage learning to read Imeth's stillnesses. Not the patience of a mediator holding a difficult room, the withdrawal of a party that has just watched its hosting made a fraud. The Null had put their surveyor's certificate on this docket, and the center had stood in the Null's own chamber and called a sourced, locked, true reading a staging error in front of the species whose whole value to the table was that they did not lie about the lanes. The senior Null spoke once into the chamber, level and complete, and with no lift at the end. The certificate of survey was given in good faith against the data presented. If data was not presented, the certificate does not cover what was withheld. The mediation cannot certify what the parties did not show one another. A held beat. We will require the annex. It was the gentlest possible sentence, and it took the floor out from under the entire morning. The Null had just told 3 blocks, in a Null room, that the capstone certification, the proof a lane could be shared, the thing the whole expedition existed to make, did not mean what they had all stood up to honor, because one party had hidden a fact,
and a surveyor's certificate did not cover a hidden fact. The covenant was 3 minutes dead, and nobody had yet said so. Cross crossed the chamber to her. Cross should not have. His place was at the Geneva Ark, and crossing the bowl to the Lodestar's rail mid-collapse was a thing the whole room would read. Cross did it anyway, and Ackerman understood why before he reached her. The Geneva Ark had become a place he could no longer stand, and she was the only person in the chamber who had told him, on his own bridge, that the smoothness would fail, and that she could not see how. And the how was on the wall now, struck and not stricken. "That's Delgado's curve," Cross said, low, the warmth gone out of his voice in a register she had heard exactly twice in 4 years. "That's the held data, the thing we were carrying out properly, framed on a schedule the day the Accord could hear it." He looked at the wall, where the gold wire map sat innocent over the place the curve had been. "Ruth, that went out today, live. Somebody put Delgado's raw onto the gallery feed in the last clause of the certification, the 1 minute when it would—" Cross stopped. Ackerman watched him reach the edge of it and stop, the Pellen's pilot at the edge of the roll, every instinct screaming at him to fire the comforting correction. And Cross's comforting correction, the thing his whole nature reached for, was, "It's a mistake, a feed error, a terrible piece of luck, the worst timing in the world." He reached for bad luck and failed to close his hand on it because Daniel Cross was certain about a great many things she thought him a fool to be certain about, but he had never once been stupid. And a man is not stupid who has spent a voyage being told the smoothness would fail. "It's not luck," Ackerman said, flat and exact, the voice she used for the thing a moment did not want. "Look at the minute, Captain, not the data, the minute. The data's real. Delgado's, sourced, locked, true. That's why it works. But I didn't land by accident in the 1 minute it could do the most. Data doesn't choose its minute. Somebody chose it." She held his eye. The covenant was read, the blocks were standing, the center's apparatus was in the room with its hands full of a finished thing it was proud of and slow to defend. That is the worst second to surface a held truth, and it was placed at exactly that second, provenance lock intact so it couldn't be waved off, framed as a struck annex so the center would reach for the lid in front of everyone. The lid is what broke the room, not the curve. She did not have the name. She had the shape. "This was made to happen, Daniel. Somebody built the conditions and waited for us to fill them. We did. We certified the road and gave the room a thing to be proud of, so the held truth would land on a covenant instead of a colonist, break the table instead of warning the people. The win was the carrier. We brought the bomb here ourselves and called it a goodwill expedition." Cross looked at her for a long moment, and the thing that moved behind his eyes was not yet the full understanding, not the hand. He did not see the hand. He saw a made thing without a maker, an engineered whether he could not attach to a face. She did not give him the face. She did not have it, and the part of her that had drawn the wrong tree for a fortnight did not trust herself to point at the right man without proof. "Who?" Cross said. "I don't know." It cost her. She had spent her career being the one who knew the failure before it came, and she had drawn this one as weather. "I know it was built. The data's true, the timing's a weapon, the suppression is the wound. I don't know whose hand set it on the rail." She let the figure stand because it was the most honest thing she had, and the man it would have meant most to was the one she would not yet accuse. "What I know is that the piece didn't die of the truth, it died of the cover. We held that truth back for controlled handling, on your order, sincerely, for good reasons, and the controlled handling is what made it a bomb. An uncontrolled truth is a scandal. A held truth, surfaced at the right minute, is a betrayal with a fuse on it. Somebody counted on the holding." It landed on the man who had stood at her contingency board and called Castellan's open hand an open hand, who had authorized the controlled handling himself with Delgado in the room, and the science case overruled, and she did not soften it, because softening it was not the brake's job.
The room finished dying while they stood at the rail. The Combine factor put it into words first, because the Combine always priced a thing before it mourned it. The Sundgren Combine cannot continue at a table where the center suppresses material data. We withdraw pending independent review of the certified packet and the struck annex. He gave the two words a weight that made them a charge. Our hulls hold at Bright Fall. We will not run a road we are no longer satisfied is what the seal says it is. The compact went after and louder. The compact will not be the people who planted a generation against a docket the center knew was unsound, the agronomist said, not calm now. A colony scientist who had spent the morning glad and had the gladness taken from her in front of 3 blocks, which is a particular fury. You'll review it in the open, with our people in the room, or you'll review it without a frontier seat at this accord. You don't get to certify a road shared in the morning, strike the proof it's lying in the afternoon, and keep us at the table for the evening. And the director reached for the fleet. Not in those words, in the words such reaches always came in, which Ackerman had heard before in a smaller room over a smaller grave. If the lanes are to be reviewed, they must in the interim be secured. An unreviewed certification is not a basis for free transit. Until the matter is settled, the center will require the Causeway approaches be held under whose hand? The agronomist said. And the whole bowl heard it, and Ackerman heard it land and cross like a coupling failing, because it was the question from the routing board 2 watches ago, the one he'd told her he'd nearly answered yes to, and put down at a cost he was still sitting with. Who decides which hull passes off the wall of a dying accord in a frontier woman's voice? The room had no answer, and the not having of it was the war. 3 blocks, a null mediation withdrawing into its own offended stillness, a certified choke point that controlled a whole deep frontier region, a true thing on the wall that could not be unseen, and a cover over it that could not be forgiven, and no hand all of them would trust on the door. The covenant meant to prove a lane could have more than one flag had just proven that the moment a flag mattered, no one would share it. Ackerman stood at the rail with her hands flat on the cold composite and watched the thing she had drawn for a fortnight come true, every branch of it in the one shape she had never thought to draw, and felt no satisfaction, because being right had cost a piece this time instead of a hull, and the color of it was the same, cold and final, and hers to have seen coming and not stopped. "I drew this," she said. Quietly, not quite to cross. Every way but the right way. I drew the smoothness failing and could never see how, and the how was that it didn't fail. It worked. We did everything right. That's what the failure needed, a success to ride in on. She turned and looked at her captain, who still could not see the hand. You asked me once to let myself have the half-second when the catch worked. I never did learn how. The dry thing came up under it, with no smile to soften it, and nothing to recommend it but that it was true. Turns out the catch worked, Captain. We caught the whole thing, carried it here, set it down gently in the one room it could do the most, exactly on time, and called it a piece. Below them the chamber emptied in colors. The burgundy one way, the compact's mixed dress the other, the Geneva whites closing ranks around their director, the gold wire map still burning innocent and proud above an accord that no longer had a quorum to honor it. The 2 null in the matte
dark did not move. They sat in the wreck of their own mediation, still as the room had asked them to be. And none of them, not the break at the rail, not the captain who'd crossed to her, not the offended species at the center, could see the lean, unhurried thing that had set the weight and walked away. For one more breath, the hand that had set it had no name. "It's gone then," Cross said, after a while, in the voice with no warmth in it. "It's gone," Ensign Ackerman said. She squared the edge of the slate against the rail once, then stopped herself and left it crooked. "The table's gone. They'll reach for the fleet next. They always reach for the fleet next." She looked at the gold wires on the wall, every one a lane she'd watched the expedition hang. "We opened these roads and made them worth taking. We'll be a long time learning what that bought." "I drew this," she said, quietly, not quite to Cross. "Every way but the right way. I drew the smoothness failing and could never see how, and the how was that it didn't fail. It worked. We did everything right. That's what the failure needed, a success to ride in on." She turned and looked at her captain, who still could not see the hand. "You asked me once to let myself have the half-second when the catch worked. I never did learn how." The dry thing came up under it, with no smile to soften it, and nothing to recommend it but that it was true. "Turns out the catch worked, Captain. We caught the whole thing, carried it here, set it down gently in the one room it could do the most, exactly on time, and called it a piece." Below them the chamber emptied in colors. The burgundy one way, the compact's mixed dress the other, the Geneva whites closing ranks around their director, the gold wire map still burning innocent and proud above an accord that no longer had a quorum to honor it. The two Nall in the matte dark did not move. They sat in the wreck of their own mediation, still as the room had asked them to be. And none of them, not the break at the rail, not the captain who'd crossed to her, not the offended species at the center, could see the lean, unhurried thing that had set the weight and walked away. For one more breath, the hand that had set it had no name. "It's gone then," Cross said, after a while, in the voice with no warmth in it. "It's gone," Ensign Ackerman said. She squared the edge of the slate against the rail once, then stopped herself and left it crooked. "The table's gone. They'll reach for the fleet next. They always reach for the fleet next." She looked at the gold wires on the wall, every one a lane she'd watched the expedition hang. "We opened these roads and made them worth taking. We'll be a long time learning what that bought." The map burned on above them, the frontier rendered as a circuit with a current in it, and somewhere a clever hand had its fingers near the rail, and the piece lay dead on the floor of a Nall room. The only two people who had seen the shape of it could not yet see the maker. Chapter 26. The Table Breaks. The Combine's channel cut out at the back end of the morning, and Cross knew it had cut and not merely fallen silent, because the Burgundy delegation's slate glow went dark all along its arc at the same instant, a row of windows going when a building sheds a circuit, and a Combine factor in a good coat reached for a console that no longer answered him and did not look surprised. Cross stood at the near end of the Geneva arc where the morning had left him, 2 fingers somewhere off a surface, and watched the far Concorde's main chamber stop being a place where people talked and start being a place where people left. Nobody had called a recess. The senior Nall had not closed the proceedings. The proceedings had simply ceased to have anyone willing to be proceeded against. The gold wire map of the Causeway still burned on the display wall above the bowl. sealed and provenance-locked and proud, the most authoritative thing in the room and the most beside the point, because the covenant it crowned had been 3 minutes dead when Ruth Ackerman said it died of the cover an hour ago, and was now simply waiting for the bodies in the room to admit they had no quorum to honor it. The Burgundy went first because the Combine had priced the mourning before anyone else had finished mourning it. 2 of Dahl's factors rose together, gathered their people with a glance, and walked the long, shallow curve toward the chamber's seaward arch without a word said into any channel that still carried, because the channels that carried Combine traffic had gone to a private band the moment the senior factor decided the table was a liability and not an asset, and a delegation that has stopped talking to the room has already left it. The walking is only the body catching up. Cross watched the seaward arch take them and thought, with the particular clarity that comes after the warmth has gone out of a man and left the cold instrument behind, that he had formed this convoy up himself. 11 hulls down one road, every flag in it, and he had stood on a gallery and called it the whole of what he had ever wanted. The flags were leaving the room one delegation at a time, and not one of them was going home. The center did not leave. The center reached. Cross was close enough to the director to hear the order go out, and that was the thing he would carry off the floor, that it was not a speech, not a manifesto, not the cold institutional calm built over 30 years to carry rooms that wanted to panic. It was a routing instruction, delivered low, to an aide who took it without expression and turned to a slate that still answered Geneva because Geneva had not let its own channels cut. Operations Directorate to ISCA FC Liaison, the aide said, into the band, quiet, exact. Posture review on the Causeway approaches. Standing escorts to hold at certified spacing pending the director's instruction. Confirm receipt. A pause. A Frontier Compact delegate, 2 seats from the empty Knoll Center, the agronomist, the one who had stood the rest of the way up an hour ago and would not let the mourning be struck, turned her head at standing escorts the way an animal turns at a sound below the range of speech. Confirmed, the band said, in a fleet voice, from somewhere that was not in the room, and had never been in the room, and had been waiting all along for exactly this instruction. ISCA FC escorts to certified spacing. Posture review acknowledged. That was the moment the certification stopped being a piece and started being a target list. Cross understood it as a fact before he understood it as a horror, understood it as he had understood the Pelin riding up into the Brask's Wash on the first morning of all this, that a thing had just been set in motion, that the geometry would carry to its end, whether anyone fired or not. The expedition had drawn the most complete map of the deep frontier's roads that anyone had ever assembled. The map said, in cold gold light on the wall, exactly which lanes mattered and exactly how to hold them. And the only party in the room with a fleet to hold them with had just told that fleet to take its certified spacing and wait. Director. Cross heard his own voice come out of him without the warmth in it, the register Ruth had heard twice in 4 years. The escorts are convoy escorts. They're under accord charter. You can't repost them to a posture review without the accord. The director did not turn. The director was a person who had decided a thing and was now executing it at the pace such things were executed, and the answer came across the arc, flat and complete, and addressed to the room more than to him. There is no accord, Captain. The forum has lost quorum. In the interim, the center is responsible for the security of the lanes its charter built. The escorts hold. A held beat, and then, lower, the only thing the director said to Cross alone that whole collapsing morning. You opened these roads. Did you imagine no one would have to keep them? Cross had no answer, and the not having of it was the first cold place he would not be able to walk past. The compact walked next, and louder, because the colony block had no fleet to reach for, and so reached for the only thing it had, which was the refusal to be in the room when the fleet moved. You'll not hold the Causeway with our names on the seal, the agronomist again, not the calm of the morning, a colony scientist who had spent a day glad and had the gladness taken in front of 3 blocks and was now watching the worst version of every warning her people had ever given her come true in real time. You certified that junction shared. You strike the proof it's lying in the afternoon and post escorts to hold it in the evening, and you call it security. Under whose hand, Director? You never did answer it. She gathered her people with a glance, as Dahl's factors had gathered theirs, and turned toward the landward arch, away from the Combine's seaward one, the 2 blocks leaving the wreck of the Covenant by separate doors as if the floor itself had taken a side. The compact withdraws. Hold your road. We'll tell our worlds who's holding it. Cross watched the compact arc empty. The mixed civilian dress that had sat between Geneva's whites and the Combine's burgundy all through the talks, neither and both, gone now, and the space it left in the bowl was the loudest thing in the chamber. The 2 null in the matte dark at the low center had not moved. The senior of them had spoken once, an hour ago, level and complete, and had not spoken since. The null had hosted this on the strength of being the one party all sides trusted, and the trust had been spent in front of them, and they sat in the withdrawn stillness of a host whose house has been made a fraud, and who will not dignify the fraud with a second sentence. And the gold map burned on above all of it, every gold wire a lane Cross had watched the expedition hang. June Verd found him at the edge of the emptying arc, which Cross understood, even in the cold, was a courtesy. The mainline observer had waited until there was nothing left to interrupt. Verd had no delegation to gather. The mainline never did. That was the whole creed of them, a person and a conscience and no banner. He had sat through the morning at the careful remove he kept everywhere, the small, flagless courier's man, and he came to Cross now with the same unhurried patience he had brought to the wardroom on the first morning of the voyage, when he had said, "I haven't decided," and let Cross keep his 20 minutes. "They've struck my movement into the record again," Verd said, mildly, flatter than an accusation, which Cross had learned by now was worse. "Did you hear it? In the last quarter hour while the Combine was deciding to leave, the center's clerk entered a line that the proceedings were destabilized by unreviewed material of Anchorage provenance." A small dry pause, very like the Nall's, and Cross was sorry again that he'd ever thought it. "It wasn't ours. The data on the wall was your science officers, sourced and locked, and the center knew it, and the line still went in. The Accord seated us under an account that suited the room. You'll remember you were there, and the room has spent us a second time on its way out the door. We were the thing that wasn't real, and now we're the thing that broke the table." He looked at the empty compact arc. "I came on this voyage to see whether the account was true. I've seen." It landed in Cross exactly where the first morning's small cold place had been, the main line seated under a story that wasn't quite the story, a thing he had not said, a silence he had let do work for him in a room a year ago, because the easier thing had let a good outcome stand. He got 100 good answers for it, and they were all the wrong size, and the one true thing he could have said, I let a version of you stand that wasn't true once for a day, and I told myself it was the responsible thing. He could not say, because saying it in this room would have been a confession with a fuse on it, and because the half-cocked weight of it sat in him now, where he could feel it, and not yet reach it. Mr. Verd, Cross said it plainly, the warmth gone, and did not reach for an answer. That's a lie, and I won't pretend it isn't. The data's Delgado's. Your people had nothing to do with it. Cross held his eyes. I can say that on the record. I will. You can, Vered agreed. It won't travel as far as the lie. It never does. There was no bitterness in it that a man could take hold of and argue with. Only the long patience of someone who had outlasted a great many rooms and expected to outlast this one. He inclined his head, the courtesy a fraction warmer than the morning had any right to make it, which was the worst part of all of it. I'll keep out of the working of your war, Captain. I asked to be aboard. I'll see it through. And he went, the slight gray-templed man with no flag, out toward neither arch but the small side passage the couriers used, the only person in the chamber leaving by a door that wasn't a side. Cross watched him go and held the loaded thing in his chest where it had been put and did not fire it, because there was no one left in the room to fire it at who would not be killed by the wrong shot. The chamber finished emptying while Cross stood at the edge of the ark with 2 fingers near a surface and the warmth gone, and somewhere under the cold instrument the shape of it began to assemble. Cross had not built it. He knew that as plainly as he knew his own hands, had not put Delgado's curve on the wall in the last clause of the certification, had not timed it for the 1 minute it could do the most, had not framed it as a struck annex so the center would reach for the lid in front of everyone. Someone had. The data was true. The timing was a weapon. The suppression was the wound. Ruth had laid it out for him at the rail an hour ago in the flat, exact voice she used for the thing a moment didn't want. And he had heard it and not been able to hold it. And now, in the emptying bowl, with the burgundy gone one way and the compact the other, and the fleet moving on a quiet band, he held it. A thing built, conditions made and then filled. Data doesn't choose its minute. Ruth had said it at the rail, and he had not been able to hold it then, and he had it now, whole and cold. Somebody had chosen the minute. The expedition had certified the road and given the room a thing to be proud of, so that the held truth would land on a covenant instead of a colonist, break the table instead of warning the people. The wind had been the carrier, and he had held the truth back. That was the part the cold instrument could not walk past either. Delgado had argued the data was the people's. Cross had overruled him, sincerely, for good reasons. Certify now. Frame the disclosure. The accord needs time and structure to absorb the floor. If it drops uncontrolled, the piece dies. Had authorized the controlled handling himself with Delgado in the room and the science case set aside, because control had looked like the thing that would have saved the Pell and the lantern, because someone competent had to hold the roads long enough that everyone else didn't burn them. He had been so sure that the responsible shape was the merciful one. He had made the truth into a held thing, and a held truth surfaced at the right minute was not a scandal but a betrayal with a fuse on it, and the holding had been his. I tried to hold the road open, Cross thought, in the empty chamber, with the gold map burning patient above him. I tried to hold it open, and I helped turn it into a front. The face would not come. Cross saw the made thing without its maker. An engineered weather, a weight set on a rail by a hand he could not attach to anyone, and the part of him that reached for a person to put it on, reached and closed on nothing, because the only people he could see in the wreck were the ones it had been done to, Ruth at the rail, who had drawn it every way but the right way. Delgado below decks with his held line. Vered going out the courier's door under a lie struck into the record twice. The agronomist telling her worlds who was holding their road. He did not look toward the unobtrusive station where the certification packet had grown all voyage under one set of hands, because the cold had not yet carried him that far. And the man who had stood at his contingency board 4 years and called every open hand an open hand was not built to suspect the competence he had leaned on hardest. The lean, unhurried thing that had set the weight and walked out a side passage of its own a long while before Vered did was not, this morning, anything Cross could see. He had the shape, he did not have the hand. What he had, standing in the emptied bowl, was the worse thing and the truer one. Not who did this to us, but I helped this happen. Ruth Ackerman came across the chamber to him, because there was no longer anyone the crossing would signal to, and stopped at the edge of where he stood, not inside it, the old instinct holding even here, and looked at the gold map burning over the empty arcs. "The escorts have acknowledged the posture review," she said, flat. 2 ISCA FC hulls to certified spacing on the Causeway approaches, pending the director's instruction. The Combine's hulls are holding at Brightfall and won't run a road they don't trust the seal on. The Compact's gone to tell its worlds who's holding their road. She let it stand, the figure laid down where it couldn't be unsaid. Somewhere out there, a Combine cutter and a frontier captain who plays fair and a salvage man with gray under his nails are about to learn which side the road they trusted has decided they are on. That's the shape of it now, Captain. Not a table, a board. I held it back. Cross did not look at her. The cold instrument said it the way the cold instrument said everything now, exact and without the warmth to soften it. Delgado's floor. I authorized the controlled handling. I had the science case in front of me and a man in the room telling me the data was the people's, and I overruled him because I was certain the responsible thing was the merciful one. A beat. The holding's what made it a weapon, Ruth. I made the truth into a held thing, and someone built the rest of the morning around the holding, and I gave them the holding. That's not bad luck, and it's not a feed error. That's a thing I did. Ackerman was quiet a moment. He had braced, in some thinned part of him, for "I told you," and she did not give it to him, because being right had cost a piece this time, and the color of it was the same as the grave she dug for a beloved certain man, and there was no satisfaction anywhere in the color. "You did," she said. Not softened, not sharpened. You held it sincerely, for good reasons, and the holding was the door someone walked through. Both of those are true at once, and you don't get to have only one. She held the slate flat against her thigh and did not move it. I drew the smoothness failing for a fortnight and never once drew the part where it didn't fail, where it worked, and the working was the carrier. I missed the maker, Captain. You missed your own hand on the door. We are each going to live with the part we missed. She looked at the empty null center, the 2 figures still in the matte dark, sitting in the wreck of their own mediation as the room had asked them to sit. It's done. The table's gone. They'll fight over the roads now. They always reach for the fleet, and the center's already reached. And the proof we brought here that the lanes could be shared is the proof they're worth taking. You couldn't have seen it, Cross said after a while, in the voice with no warmth in it. You drew the failure every way there was. There wasn't a tree with this on it. There was, Ackerman said. I just couldn't put you on it. Couldn't draw the part where you were one of the people building it. She didn't say it cruelly. She said it the way she logged a dissent, for the record, where it couldn't later be denied.
Don't reach for bad luck. You've earned the worst thing. You held the one truth that might have warned the people instead of breaking the table. Sit in that. It's yours. It'll make you a better captain than the man who launched this convoy if it doesn't break you first. Below them, the burgundy was gone one way, and the mixed compact dress the other. And the Geneva whites had closed ranks around a director who was already moving a fleet on a quiet band, and the gold wire map burned on above an accord that no longer had a quorum to honor it. Every lane lit, and now in the cold light a thing with a hand reaching toward it. Cross stood in the emptied bowl with the held truth he had authorized, and the shape he could see, and the face he could not. 3 corridors away, the lean, unhurried man who had set the weight was already gone out of the chamber, so early and so quietly that no one had marked the leaving, and Cross did not look for him, because Cross did not know to look. He spent the moment the only honest way left to him, which was not in asking who did this to us, but in standing in the wreck of a thing he had helped make and refusing, this once, to charm his way out of it. "Right," Cross said, to no one and to the empty room, the doubled word coming up out of him before he could stop it, the tell Ruth read before anyone. "Right." And then, lower, the true thing under it, with no warmth to recommend it, and nothing going for it but that it was his. "We did this. I did this. Let's go and watch the roads burn, and not pretend we didn't help light them." The map burned on above the empty arcs, and the piece lay dead on the floor of a Nall room, and the captain, who had wanted nothing in his life so much as 11 flags down one road, stood in the place where the flags had left by separate doors, and began, at last, and far too late, to count the cost in the only currency that was ever going to matter, not what had been done to him, but what he had done.
Chapter 27. First Blood. The first shot went into the Pelon at close range from a hull wearing a grain tender's transponder, and the survey sloop that had survived 2 cold lane folds and a frightened boy's nerve came apart across the certified braid before the bridge of the Lodestar had finished understanding that the bright thing on the plot was a weapon discharge and not a drive flare. "Contact!" Salazar's voice, and then nothing for a quarter second. The silence Cross had learned to fear worse than any word, the tell that the man at the flight station had gone from joking to flying in the space between 2 heartbeats. "Contact close, off the entry skirt. That's a kinetic. Captain, somebody just put a slug through the Pelon." Cross was at the chair, and then he was out of it, 2 fingers down on the rail, not tapping, the warmth gone somewhere a long way off. On the main repeater, the braid still ran its impossible gold, 6 mouths crossing, the long string of the convoy strung through it block by block, and at the entry skirt, where the 2 gray escorts held their gateposts, a hull had come up out of the slack water of the watching trade. Ordinary, transpondered, a frontier grain tender like 40 others idling in the margin, and had opened the Pelon from 200 meters with a single deliberate round through the sloop's spine. "Report," his own voice, flat. "All hulls, report." "The Pelon's hold amidships and venting," Ackerman said from the contingency board. "And she had the trees up already. She had had them up for a fortnight, and not one of them had a clean exit on it. Spine's cut. She's not going to hold pressure. Captain, the hull that fired is squawking frontier tender, Orlean registry, and there's no Orlean tender that does what that just did. That's a fighting hull in a tender skin." A false skin. Cross heard the thing land in him the way the question had landed on the routing board 2 watches ago. The under whose hand? The small cold thing Castellan had put in him at Spindrift, coming up at last, with a face on it. Deniable births. transponder leases, scores of them, frontier registered, combine paid. A fast haul that could pull on a tender skin and become a nothing no plot would flag. Wren had stood in a sealed bay under Spindrift and read the whole apparatus off the racks and called it an ambush certifying itself, and the accord had broken over a struck annex 2 days later. And here, now, in the heart of the braid, the apparatus had dropped its skin and fired. "That's Quint," Salazar said. No question in it. He had raced her down a new lane at Brightfall a lifetime ago, and lost the start and won the middle, and he knew her flying like a hand he had shaken. "That's the sundog under a lease skin, Captain. I'd fly against that hull blind. That's her." It had a shape, and the shape was almost lawful, which was the worst of it. Cross got the shape in the 30 seconds it took the Pellin to begin to die, got it in fragments off 3 channels at once, and assembled it as he had never wanted to assemble anything. The accord had broken at the far Concord that morning. The certification stood committed on the network, undeniable, the most authoritative route map of the Causeway anyone had ever made. And a junction, certified as everyone's was the instant the sharing failed, the one junction in the reach worth taking entire. The Combine had understood the move before the room would admit there was one. Dahl's people had moved the moment the table convulsed. A senior factor on the open accord band, calm, lawyer clean, invoking an emergency security instrument that had been drafted and racked and waiting in a Spindrift drawer for exactly this hour. Authority to secure a junction in the name of frontier safety under conditions of accord failure. The shape of an order, machined in advance, waiting for a crisis to drop into. And the crisis had arrived on schedule because someone had built it to. One of the gray center escorts had answered. Of course it had. With the accord dead and the Combine claiming the Causeway under an emergency writ, the ISCA FC Hall at the entry gate post had moved to do the only thing its standing allowed, to assert that a junction certified shared could not be unilaterally seized, to put itself between the Combine's claim and the certified lane, to enforce the shared status the whole expedition had bled to prove. A lawful move, a correct move. The center's fist doing the center's duty, 200 meters off a survey sloop full of frontier instruments and a boy who apologized for his spacing before he had finished drifting. And Quint had fired. Not on the escort. That was the part Cross's mind kept circling and refusing. Not on the warship, on the Pellin. A fast, deniable haul under a tender skin, holding a Combine contract she would never sign her name to, had watched a center warship move to enforce a seizure she was being paid to prevent, and had framed her shot, to herself, to the contract, to whatever ledger a privateer kept, as stopping an illegal center grab of frontier assets before it started. Shoot the soft hull, make the center's enforcement look like the center's aggression, put the first blood on the warship's account and let the boards sort it out for a year. Wrong, and shootable, and clean enough that a clever advocate would call it self-defense of the lane until the suns went out. "She's framed it," Cross said, and did not know he had said it aloud until Ackerman answered.
"She's framed it," Ackerman agreed. "Flat, cold, no satisfaction anywhere in her. Gone colder still, which was where she went when a bad outcome she had predicted arrived, and being right had cost lives again. First blood on the center's hull. The Pellin's Iska-flagged, Captain. The whole reach is going to wake up to a recording of a center warship standoff ending in a dead center science crew, and the question every board asks won't be who fired. It'll be, what was the warship doing there? Her hand went flat on the slate and stayed there. We were the gunpowder. We've been the gunpowder the whole way out. This is just the spark finding us.
The Pelin was dying, and there was a way to reach her, and the way had teeth in it. Salazar, Cross had the chair again, and the braid ahead, and the dying sloop on the aft repeater, venting in a long silver banner across the certified lane. Can we get to her? I can get to her. Eerie calm now, the joking gone where it went, present tense burned down to bare verbs. Cut across the third and fourth mouths inside the braid. Take the folds at speed instead of slow. Ithmeth gives me the grain, and I'll fly it hot. 30 seconds, maybe 40. But the sundog's sitting in the skirt between us and the Pelin with a clear firing line. And the second I cross open into that lane, I'm the soft haul, Captain. She'll do to us what she did to them, except we're a cruiser, and she'll aim for the drive. Ithmeth, give him the grain. The third mouth runs with you, the fourth against. Ithmeth's voice came level and complete, and a half step too fast for her, which was as close to a shout as the operation station ever heard. Her hands were flat and still on the console, and her eyes were on the braid that no human instrument could read. Present the keel a quarter turn starboard at the third, then roll full into the fourth and let the scene carry you broadside. It will feel wrong, Lieutenant. It will feel like flying into the wall, and you will do it because the wall is not where your eyes say it is. I will call the roll. Go on the call. On your call. Salazar's hands moved on the yoke, and somewhere under the calm Cross heard the drum rhythm start, the pre-burn tell, and then it stopped, which meant the man had stopped needing it. Ackerman, contingency. Already running it. She did not look up. If she fires on us crossing, and she will, we have shields rated for a glancing seam strike, not a point-blank kinetic to the drive housing. Hartley's got the aft housing on a soft cycle from the braid run. A slug there, and we lose primary drive in the braid. And a cruiser without drive in the heart of the Causeway is a hull that geometry walks into a wall in 90 seconds. A beat, exact. I'm not telling you not to. I'm telling you the tree so you're choosing it and not stumbling into it. That's the job. Choose logged, Cross said. Logged. And she logged her descent as she always did, the immutable record taking it. XO advises against crossing the open lane under the privateer's firing arc. CO proceeds to recover the Pelin. RA. Not because she thought he was wrong, he understood now, but because someone had to be the one who wrote down the cost while the captain spent it. Roll, Imeth's voice. Now. Salazar rolled the Lodestar full into the fourth mouth, keeled first into a wall of crossing lane that every instrument and every nerve said would shear her open, and the seam took her the way it had taken the Pelin on the approach, frightening and stable, and carried the cruiser broadside across two braided mouths in a long, sick, slewing arc that put her, drive screaming, into the open skirt lane between the watching trade and the dying sloop. And the sundog fired, and Cross watched a privateer who had laughed on a race channel try to kill his ship. The first round went where Ackerman had said it would, for the aft drive housing, and missed by the width of the roll Imeth had called, because the Lodestar was not where a tender-skinned gunner's firing solution had put her. She was coming in broadside, and wrong-angled out of a fold no human hull should have flown, and the slug went through the silver banner of the Pelin's venting atmosphere, and out into the braid, and was gone. The second caught the Lodestar's flank a glancing blow that rang the whole hull like a struck bell and threw Venter half out of the helm relief seat and put a long bright score down the forward plating and did not breach. Salazar, flat. Cross had the man's name out before he chose it, the warmth weaponized against his own panic. The slip he made when a moment was getting away from him. Marco, flat to her, give her the belly's thickest. And Salazar, who called everyone a nickname until the moment the rank came out and you knew it was bad, took his captain's first name without a flicker and rolled the Lodestar's armored underside to the Sundog's guns, the way you turn a shoulder into a blow. The third round hit the belly and bit and did not get through. Return, Cross said.
Salazar, disable, not kill. Take her guns, not her crew. I will not put first blood on our account that we didn't have to. Disable, aye. And it was not mercy in Salazar's voice, it was the colder thing. The professional who had just been shot at 3 times, turning the work over and finding the clean line through it. The Lodestar's forward battery spoke once, twice, and the Sundog lit her thrusters in a long, greedy slide along the skirt, the same insane edge-running slide Quint had flown at Brightfall, shaving a margin that ran to nothing, and the disabling round meant for her gun mount went where she had been and not where she was, and Mara Quint took her deniable haul out of the skirt and into the slack water of the watching trade and was gone among 40 other tenders before the second round finished missing. Quint left the Pelin behind her, holed and venting and turning. There was no reaching her in time, and Cross knew it the moment the slewing arc put the geometry of it in front of him, and he made himself look anyway. The Pelin was the most fragile hull in the convoy, and she had been given the clean center slot for exactly that reason, and she had earned it twice over. Once on the approach, when a frightened boy rolled into a wall on a Null officer's word and lived, and again at the second fold of the braid that morning when the same boy flew the same impossible roll with his voice gone quiet and even. Lieutenant Thomas Ivers, Center Survey Service, 4 years out of the academy, the kind of pilot Castellan had said would be very good in 3 years if something didn't kill him first. Something had killed him first. The slug through the spine had cut the sloop's pressure hull and her drive feed in the same line, and she was venting her air into the braid in a banner 2 kilometers long, and her drive was dead, and the Causeway did to a hull without drive in the heart of the knot exactly what it did to everything that could not thread the braid. It took her, without hurry, sideways into a wall of someone else's lane. Pelin, this is Lodestar Actual. Cross put every gram of warmth he had left into it, the only tool the moment would take, the way he had on the approach, the way he had at the second fold. Tomas, talk to me. Roll your keel to the seam, the way you flew it this morning. Emeth's got your grain. Roll now and we'll catch you on the far side. The channel gave him static, and under the static, a young voice, center formal even now, even here, apologizing the way he had apologized for drifting on the spacing before he had finished drifting. Can't. Lodestar, I've no drive. She won't answer the keel. There's nothing to roll with. And then the static took the rest of it, and the amber mark on the plot that was the Pelin drifted off its certified slot, slow and final, and the braid carried it into the crossing mouth where 6 mouths crossed, and the wall of unsettled space that the sloop had survived twice did to her, this time, what it had been waiting to do. The Pelin went into the fold broadside, and the fold opened her, and that was all. No slow turning, no farewell. A small, over-instrumented hull that had crowded too close all the way out from Brightfall met the braid wrong-angled and without drive, and the geometry sheared her along her cut spine, and the banner of her venting air went dark, and the amber mark was 2 marks, and then it was scatter, and then the plot stopped carrying it because there was nothing left to carry. The braid ran on, gold and patient, 6 mouths crossing. The convoy was down a hull. The certified lane the whole expedition had bled to prove clean and lovely through the space where a boy had been alive 30 seconds ago, and went on running, because lanes did not stop.
She's gone, Ackerman said, because someone had to say it, and she was the one who said the things a moment did not want. The Pelin's gone, Captain. Crew of 9. Cross's mind caught on the number, as it caught on everything now, looking for the lie in it, and finding none. 9, and we couldn't have reached them, and the tree said we couldn't, and I logged that we couldn't, and I would give a great deal to have drawn it wrong.
The Causeway changed hands while the Pelon scatter was still cooling. It changed hands the way these things changed, not with a fleet, but with a fact. The Combine's emergency security writ executed on the open band. The 3 burgundy freighters that had run the fat middle of the certified string, peeling off their slots and forming up around the entry skirt with the Brask's great dull mass turned suddenly from generosity into a wall, and a flight of deniable tender-skinned hulls rising out of the slack water where they had idled all morning, watching, dropping their grain-tender squawks one after another and lighting fighting drives. The watching trade scattered. The relay post on its captured asteroid went silent. The 2 gray center escorts, one of them now the hull whose standoff had ended in a dead science crew on every board in the Reach, drew back toward the Lodestar with the careful discipline of warships that had just discovered they were outnumbered in a junction they had come to open and would leave if they left, having lost. Lane authority to expedition, Castellan's voice on the operations band, level and unhurried, and entirely without performance, the voice of a man reading off a board he had built and trusted, and Cross heard it now and could not hear it the way he had heard it that morning. The certified lane is contested. I am suspending the run order. Captain, your escorts can't hold the skirt, and the Combine's claim has standing the instant the accord's in collapse, which it is. I'd take the convoy back through the braid by the line you flew in, slowly, before the skirt closes. There is no certification to fly anymore. There is only getting your people out. A beat. Wade. Generous. I'm sorry about the Pelon. I liked the boy. Cross said nothing to that. He did not have a thing to say to that yet, and would carry the not saying of it a long way. Marchetti came on the channel as the convoy turned, and she came on a tight band, captain to captain, operational and charged, and Cross knew before she spoke what it was going to cost her to say it. Cross, Vragny. Her voice was dry, and there was a fracture in it she was not naming and could not hide. I've an order. Combine command, countersigned under the security writ, sent to every frontier-flagged hull in the junction 6 seconds ago. A silence with a working edge under it. I'm ordered to hold the outer flank against center interference with the lawful securing of the Causeway. That's the language. Center interference. I'm to put my guns between your escorts and the skirt and peep them off the Combine's claim. And the Pelon, Cross said. The Pelon wasn't center interference, Cross. The Pelon was a science crew and a boy I watched fly a fold this morning, and a deniable hull on my block's contract murdered him to frame your warship, and my order calls him an unfortunate consequence of center escalation. The fracture came up through the dryness, and she let it, because she was the kind of person who told you the shape of her own bind plainly. I came out here because half my block thinks this expedition is Geneva buying our roads, and the other half thinks it's the only thing standing between us and a shooting war, and I'm one of the few both halves still listen to. And now I've got an order that puts me on the wrong side of a murder, with my own people's name on it, and the only thing standing between you and the Combine's guns is a captain who can't decide fast enough whether she's a soldier or a witness. Then don't decide fast, Cross said. The warmth came up in him from somewhere he had thought the morning had emptied. Not strategy now, not the inclusive reflex, just the thing itself. Decide slow, Captain Marchetti. Hold your flank and do nothing. Don't fire on my escorts, and don't help the skirt close, and let the order sit unanswered on your board as the center let a true thing sit unanswered this morning. You're the fastest hull in this junction, and the only honest one. I am not asking you to break your block. I'm asking you to be slow about it, because slow is the only thing left that might not get more people killed. a silence on the channel, the considering kind, the same silence she had given him on the far side of the Brightfall Lane a lifetime ago, when she had not known what to do with a man who would not be managed. "Huh," Marchetti said, in the tone he still didn't know what to do with. "Vragny holds the flank. Vragny does nothing." And then lower, the working edge gone bare. "They'll relieve me for it, Cross. Maybe worse. You understand, I'm not on your side. I'm just not on theirs this once, over this." The channel did not click yet. "Get your people out. I'll be slow as long as I can." The channel clicked. The convoy went back through the braid the way it had come, slowly, because Imeth called the folds, and there was no other way to fly the causeway and live, and that was the cruelty of it. The same 9 folds, the same Null officer reading the grain in her bones, the same long, careful string. Flown now not to prove a road could be shared, but to carry the proof's survivors back out of a junction that had stopped being a road the moment it became worth taking. Cross flew it from the chair and watched the aft repeater, which he could not stop doing, and the string came back through the first fold one after another as it had gone in, the 2 gray escorts drawn close and scored and quiet, the burgundy freighters gone from the string and turned into the wall behind them, Marchetti's bright cutter holding the outer flank and doing, magnificently, nothing, the white Geneva barge that had been the legal seal of a thing that no longer existed, the matte Null hull on the far edge giving nothing back to the light, and small in the Brask's lee, no longer because the Brask was a wall now, the flagless courier with Varid in it, recording, deciding, watching the account come apart. And the gap in the string where the Pelin had run, the center slot empty. 9 people who had crowded too close all the way out and flown 2 impossible folds and earned a captain's warmth, and a boy named Tomas Evers who had apologized for his spacing with his last clear breath, gone into the braid behind them, and the lane running on over the place where they had been. "How many hulls do we have?" Cross said. 10, Ackerman said. "We came out with 11. She did not soften it, and he did not want her to. "We're down the Pelin." 11 flags, near enough, under one departure order. Cross had stood at the rail at Brightfall and counted them, and felt the thing he had chased his whole life come quietly true. Center and Frontier and the Colony Compact and the Combine and the Null, threaded through with a flagless courier and a man who hadn't decided, all of them flying one line down one road because he had asked them to, and they had, that once, agreed. He had formed them up clean. 11 flags, half of them that had wanted to shoot each other for a decade, and he had done it like it never once crossed his mind it might not work. It had crossed someone's mind. It had crossed someone's mind precisely and patiently and a long time ago, and the someone had built a bay full of deniable cradles and pre-drafted writs under an ungoverned orbital and waited for the door to be certified worth taking. The waiting was over. The writs were out, and the deniable hulls were up, and there was a war now, and a gap in the string, and a boy's name he was going to be saying to himself for a long time. "Take us out, Lieutenant. Slowly. Mind the folds."
"Slowly, Captain," Salazar said, and there was no joke in it, and there would not be one for a long time. And the swagger had met its bill at last out here in the heart of the most beautiful piece of space Cross had ever been asked to fly through. Minding the folds. The Lodestar threaded the braid back out into the open dark, gold and patient behind her, a road where that morning there had been a peace, and somewhere ahead the convoy turned for home, down lanes that were not lanes anymore, and behind them the Causeway changed hands for good, and the war that had been politically inevitable for a fortnight, and in the open for 30 seconds, ran on out into the reach to find the rest of the lit and lovely places. And the first blood of it was a boy's, and the boy's name was Tomas. And Cross flew his people out and did not yet let himself have the rest of it.
Chapter 28. The Burning Lanes. The plot on the forward repeater had stopped meaning what it had meant that morning, and Cross stood at the rail and made himself read it again from the top, because reading it was a thing his hands could do, and there was nothing else his hands could do. Cross had stood at this rail to watch a convoy form up clean off Brightfall. 11 flags, no shots between them, the whole frontier leaning in. He had stood at it to watch a lane breathe, and a string of mismatched hulls come through one by one and not break. The brass had been warm under his palms then, and the gold had run out ahead, and he had believed every answer he gave the room, because the day had been good and the road had been new. The brass had not changed. He had. He had not moved his hands from it in some time, and it had taken the cold out of them and given nothing back. The map below him was the same map. Every lane he had opened this voyage was on it, every junction the expedition had certified, the whole worked geography of the deep frontier rendered as the network rendered it, gold where the roads ran, the ports bright knots low and to either side, the causeway dead center where the morning had put it. It was not gold any more, not in the places that mattered. Cross stood at the rail and watched the color come off the roads, one node at a time. "Brightfall Lane's gone amber on the board," Vinter said from his station, and did not say amber like a man who understood it. "Brightfall Lane, the new one, the race lane, it's reading interdicted. Somebody's put a hold on first transit." "Whose hold?" Cross said. "It doesn't say whose, it says interdicted." A pause, the ensign's hands moving on his board, slow, careful, the careful attention habit he'd brought back from the lantern. "There's a private fleet element forming up off the holding stacks, not flagged, they're just there. 40-odd hulls in the queue this morning, and now there's a private element sitting across the mouth of the lane, and the queue's not moving." Cross knew the holding stacks. He had flown a slow lap past them on the first afternoon of all this. The proof of the thing sitting in neat, patient rows, somebody's grain, somebody's machine parts, somebody's family packed into a barge with everything they owned, betting the move on a road a stranger had hung that morning. They had been going to go through in the order the harbor master sold them. The harbor master did not sell the order anymore. Somebody with unflagged hulls and an interdiction writ sold it now, or refused to sell it, which came to the same place. "Log it," Ackerman said, from the center seat, in the flat voice. "Position, hull count, the writ class if the board ever names it. Somebody after us will want to know when the road's shut." "Logging it." Vinter's voice did what young voices did when they were holding level on purpose. He held it. Cross marked that, and was, in the wreck of the morning, briefly and uselessly proud of him. The board changed again while Vinter logged the first change. Cross watched it happen, watched a junction 2 days inward of Brightfall, a busy old 4-lane stack, the kind of crossroads a port grew up around, tick over from the open gold to the hard outlined red the network used for contested, "Do not transit on this authority." He did not know that junction's name. He had certified its approaches. He had stood in a null room 6 hours ago and put his signature under a covenant that said roads like that one could carry more than one flag, and now the board carried it in the color that meant nobody's flag flew there safely, And he could not have said, watching it, whether he had helped open that junction or helped close it, because the truthful answer was that he had done both with the same hand and called the doing peace.
Spindrift's signal traffic has scattered, Emeth said. Emeth had come on to the bridge without Cross hearing the hatch, which she could do, and she had not gone to her station. She stood at the bridge's edge where she stood when the moment did not need her hands, and her own hands were flat and still at her sides, and she watched the board as she watched a thing she had seen burn down once before. "Scattered how?" Cross said. "The anchorage relay pattern at Spindrift ran on a schedule, a poor schedule, an amateur one, easy to read. I read it for weeks." A held beat, the one she took before the thing she had decided to say. "It is not running now. It is not silent. Silent would be ordinary, a cell gone dark. It is scattered, every node moving, none keeping its hour, the whole pattern broken into pieces that do not answer one another." Her chin lifted a fraction toward the matte point on the board that was the salvage orbital, the patched, ungoverned place where Petrov's count had started and Salazar's swagger had taken its first real bill. "When a thing that kept a pattern stops keeping it, Captain, it has either been frightened or it has been told to run. I cannot tell you which from here. I can tell you it is not a thing a movement does when it believes it has time." Cross looked at the scattered point on the board and thought about Wren, the splinter with a line who had exposed a real danger by a reckless act and made everything worse doing it, and who had burned his own people to stop the ones who'd crossed his line. He thought about how Wren had looked at him after, the mutual recognition Cross could not trust and could not dismiss. He had understood Wren more than he wanted to. He understood now, watching the anchorage pattern come apart on the board, that whatever was coming had frightened the people who had been frightening everyone else, and that this was not the reassurance it ought to have been. "They can read the board, too," Ackerman said, not to Cross, to the air as she said the thing she was setting down for later. "Everybody can read the board. That's the gift of it. Everybody can see the roads go red at the same moment, which means everybody's reaching for the same hulls at the same moment, and the only question on the whole frontier tonight is who gets a fleet to a junction first." She squared the edge of her slate against the rail, once, and then, Cross saw her do it, made herself stop, and left it crooked. "We taught them the roads were worth this. We spent a voyage proving it. They believed us." The Pelin was not on the board anymore. Cross had been not looking at the place where the Pelin was not, arranging his whole attention around its edge, which is how a man does not look at a thing. And he made himself look at it now because Ackerman had taught him years ago that you did not get to stop looking at the thing you did not like, and because Delgado had taught him the same lesson from the other side, and because not looking was a mercy he had not earned and would not take. The center survey sloop, light, over-instrumented, forever crowding the hall ahead of it, the one Ackerman had caught at the gate a lifetime ago, riding up into the heavy freighter's wash with her pilot's hands frozen on a correction he hadn't fired. Ackerman had saved her then. Nobody had saved her this morning. In the first engagement, when the certification was challenged and the Combine reached for the pre-staged claim, and an Allied ship moved to enforce a shared status that was 6 hours dead, and Quint's cutter, deniable, contracted, framing the shot as the prevention of an illegal seizure, had fired. The Pelin had had a science crew on her. Cross had eaten with 2 of them at Aurelian. He had learned the names. He did not say the names now on the bridge,
because the bridge was a working place, and the watch had to hold, and a captain reciting the dead over the open repeater was a thing that helped no one, and unmade the people still at their stations. He held the names where Imeth held her stillness, and Vinter held his level voice. They were a weight, and he carried the weight, and he did not set it down on his crew, and that discipline was the only competent thing left to him, so he did it well. The map ran on under the place where the Pelin was not. The roads kept going red. "I want to understand the shape of it," Cross said, when the watch had settled into the new and terrible ordinary of a bridge that had a war on it. "Ruth, walk it with me. How does a peace die in a morning?" Ackerman left a center seat to Salazar's relief, who had the watch now, and the eerie quiet on him that meant he understood it was real, and she came to the rail and stood a careful pace off Cross's shoulder, where she had stood at the launch, looking at the board where they had once looked at gold. "It didn't die in a morning," Ackerman said. "That's the part you'll want and won't get. I keep wanting it too. A morning. A single bad hour, a thing we could have stopped at 0940 if we'd been cleverer. There wasn't one. It took a fortnight." She looked at the board. "It took the whole voyage, every road we opened, every docket we certified, every faction we got into one line and proved could stand there together. We built the conditions for this every good day we had. The peace didn't fail because we were bad at it. It failed because we were good at it. That can't be the answer. It's not an answer, it's a description. The dry thing came up under it, with no smile, nothing to recommend it but that it was true. You asked me how. The how is that we made the reach worth fighting over, and then handed everyone a map of exactly what was worth taking and exactly how to take it, fast and safe and legitimate, in one providence-locked hand. We called the map a peace because it had everyone's flag on it. A thing with everyone's flag on it isn't a peace, Captain. It's a target list everyone's agreed is accurate." Cross was quiet a while. On the board, another junction went red, the lantern's approach, the scarred recovering place where Beck's worked a vein back to life, and Hartley had stood over the scar and understood that her best work fed the cost. He had reinvested in the lantern. He had let himself love it again. The board marked it hostile, and he watched himself flinch, and he made himself keep watching. "I authorized the controlled handling," Cross said. He said it plainly, as Petrov said the things she was about to tell him he wouldn't like, except he was saying it to himself, with Ackerman as the witness, because there was no one else he would let hear the true version first. "Delgado's floor. I had the science case in front of me, and I overruled it twice. Aurelian and then the certification order, with you on the record against it, and Delgado telling me the data was the people's. I told him I believed that an uncontrolled truth dropped cold into a frightened room would kill the accord, and a held truth, framed, released by the people who certified the lanes on a schedule when the room could carry it, that this was the responsible thing, the merciful thing, that someone competent had to hold the roads long enough that everyone else didn't burn them." "You did believe it." Ackerman did not soften it and did not sharpen it. "I was there. It wasn't a lie. It was the most sincere thing I've watched a man do in 4 years." "It doesn't matter that it was sincere." Cross looked at the dead roads. "I tried to hold the road open. I spent the whole voyage trying to hold the road open for the family in the Aureline field, and the kid at Brightfall with the winning slip, and the people in the holding stacks who'd packed everything they owned. That was the thing I wanted. And I helped turn it into a front." He took his hands off the rail, finally, and they were cold, and he let them be cold. "I don't know whose hand was on the rest of it. I can feel that there was a hand. Ruth, I'm not a stupid man. I can feel the shape of a thing that was made, and I can't see it, And I'm not going to stand here and invent a face for it to make myself feel less responsible, because the part I can see is mine. I held the truth back. The holding is what made it a weapon. Somebody used the holding, but I'm the one who held it." Ackerman said nothing for a moment. She had spent the voyage being right about the failure and getting no satisfaction from it, getting colder instead, because being right had cost a piece this time and not a haul. She did not get colder now. She looked at her captain, who could not see the hand and had stopped reaching for the excuse the hand would have given him, and she gave him the thing she gave instead of comfort, which was accuracy. "That's the most honest thing I've heard you say," she said, "and it's still not the whole of it. You'll want it to be the whole of it, because if it's all your fault, then at least it's a thing one man could not have done. It isn't all your fault. There's a piece of this you can't see yet, and when you see it, it's going to be worse, not better, because it'll mean the holding wasn't a mistake somebody used, it was a mistake somebody needed, and they counted on you being exactly the good man you are." She let that lie, because she would not point at the man she could not prove, and because the captain was not ready for the name, and she was not certain enough of it to spend it. Carry the part that's yours. Don't carry the part that isn't, because that part's going to need carrying by all of us later, and you'll want the strength for it. Winter was still at his station when the rest of the bridge had gone to the low, hard quiet, and Cross found him there with the board's red light on his face, watching one node out at the edge of the plot. A node the war had not reached yet, off the lit lanes, off everybody's line. "Ensign," Cross said, "you should hand off. You've stood a long watch." "In a minute, Captain, sir." Winter didn't look up from the board. "I'm naming them." Cross came and stood at his shoulder and looked at what the ensign was looking at, the map he had helped fill with red all night, every gold road on it gone to amber or worse, the worked geography of the frontier turned into a warboard, one node at a time, and out past it, at the edge of the plot, the cold blue threads the war had not bothered with yet, because they led to nowhere worth taking. "That one," Winter said, and touched the board. "Not the red, the blue. The quiet one. Nobody threads it. Holds its door open anyway, in case somebody comes. I named it on the way out, 3 days out from Brightfall the first night, with Imeth." He moved his finger along the edge of the plot, the old habit, the freight trade thing, the reading by looking a woman on a gantry had taught him to do. "Oraline's gone red. The board says hostile. I stood in an Oraline harvest market, and a woman gave me a thing she'd grown, and the board says hostile now, and I keep—" He stopped. The careful attention held. "I keep trying to see it the way the board sees it, hostile, a front, a thing to take, and I can't. It's still the field. I can name the field, or I can name the front. I can't make my eye do both at once, and I'm not going to learn to do the front one, sir. I've decided. I'm not going to learn that one." It was, Cross thought, the only unwrecked thing that had been said on the bridge all night, and it had come from the youngest person aboard, and it was not a comfort, because nothing tonight was a comfort, but it was a true thing that the board could not turn red, and there were so few of those left that he held it as he held the names of the Pellons dead, carefully, because it was load-bearing. "Name the field, Ensign. That's an order if you want it to be one. Somebody on this bridge had better keep doing it." He put a hand on Winter's shoulder, the way Salazar did, the comradely weight of it. Then hand off and sleep. The field keeps. Bex would tell you that. The field doesn't change its mind in the night. "Aye, Captain." Winter named the field. He named the quiet one again under his breath. The door held open in case somebody came, and the wonder was changed in him, gone careful and grieving and small, but it was not gone. He still thought, Cross could hear it, that the field was worth naming, even with the board red over it. And then he logged off his station and went, the forenoon watch a long way off, and finally a point in sleeping. Cross stood at the rail alone after that, with the watch quiet behind him and the board burning. The lanes were still lit. That was the thing he could not get his eye past, the thing that had hold of him as the held line had hold of Delgado in the cooling bay below. The roads had not gone dark. A dark map would have been a kind of mercy, a frontier shut down, the lanes closed, the lights off, everybody home. The lanes were not dark. They were lit, every one of them, the whole circuit carrying its current as it had carried it the morning the sundog crowded the boundary and the band finally got the song right, and 100,000 people leaned in to watch somebody be first down a new road. The lanes were as lit as they had ever been. The light meant the roads were live, and the roads were being used, and the use the roads were being put to now was fleets and claims and deniable cutters at the mouths of lanes that had carried somebody's family that morning. Cross had flown a slow lap once and let a port say thank you, and felt the spanner rhythm come up through the deck into his hands. He had told a tired-faced governor that the expedition existed to prove a road could have more than one flag on it and still carry traffic. He had meant it with everything he had, and it had felt that night like enough. The lanes had proved him right. A road could have more than one flag on it. The roads had every flag on them now, and they were carrying traffic. And the traffic was the war. Below him the lit lanes ran out across the dark, gold turning to the hard colors of a board that no longer believed its own gold. Interdicted, contested, hostile, the warm light still pouring off every road, and the meaning of the light gone over entirely to the worst of what a road could be for. The frontier did not believe in stopping. He had loved that about it. It did not believe in stopping now either, and so the lanes stayed lit, and now they burned, and Daniel Cross stood at the rail he had stood at to watch a convoy form up clean, and watch the most beautiful thing he had ever been part of go on being beautiful, and being a war at the same time. The two facts living in the same room, refusing to reconcile, exactly as Delgado had said they would. Somewhere out past the board, a man with gray in his nails read the same map. Somewhere, a colony captain who played fair was being ordered toward a side she hated. Somewhere, a lean, unhurried figure who had laid half the topology they were all flying through looked at a circuit going to fronts and saw, perhaps, a thing arriving on a schedule. Cross could not see that figure. He stood inside the wreckage with his cold hands on the brass and saw a piece that had died of a held truth and a competence he still half respected, and could not yet see the hand that had needed the holding, and the not seeing of it was the last clean thing the morning had left him. The lanes burned on, lit and patient and lovely, the frontier rendered as a circuit with a current in it. Cross stood the watch he had not been ordered to stand. He held the names. He did not set the weight down on his crew. The road stayed open, the road stayed lit, and every light on the board was a place the morning had loved, and the night would burn. And there it is, the end of the burning lanes. Thank you for listening, truly. If these hours stayed with you, I'd love to know what you made of it. So jump down into the comments and tell me what you thought. It's the best part of doing this. And this is only one thread of a much larger story. The Fracture Cosmology continues, an entire universe being brought to life on this channel, book by book. Subscribe, and you won't miss what comes next. If you'd rather not wait for the next reading, every book is on Amazon, and the link is in the description below, so you can always read ahead. And if you want to go deeper, ship schematics, blueprints, star charts, and companion material for the whole universe, it's all waiting at the website fracturedcosmology.xyz, linked below. Until the next chapter of the story, thank you for listening, and safe travels out there.